Hello, hello. Oh, can you hear me? Actually, hold on. Let me double check. Okay. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome back. Hello, fellow victim. I mean, friends. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Golden Feather Tavern. I hope you guys had a wonderful. Oh my gosh. Still cold. Thank you. You know what? We're gonna huzzah with this. Huzzah! Oh hi. Hello. This is a mojito. I'm drinking mojito tonight. Huzzah to that. Thank you. Starting us off strong. Hi friends. Chibi's here tonight alone. So welcome back. A mojito. A mojito? A Mai Tai? I'm kidding. Erwin won't play video games with me anymore. Wow, rude. Rude, Erwin. I can't believe that. That's do you hear that? You're being called out right now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Tavern at the Golden Feather Tavern. We, Virtek, who is not here at the moment, and Chibi, myself, are keepers of this fine establishment, and the Golden Feather Tavern is open to all travelers to come and share their thoughts on the inner workings of Vera over a nice tankard of ale, mead, or hot chocolate, or, well, any other delicious beverage of choice. So raise your glass and pull up a chair as we delve into tonight's discussions. I don't even know who I am anymore. Iced coffee for the win. Yes. I love a good iced coffee. Today is the 7th of July, 2025. And I think we're on like episode 48 or something. I know Virtek likes to keep these episodes going. I don't know. But today we're going to be talking about a variety of topics from you guys. I have shifted how we go about these. In fact, we'll be covering weekly topics on Tuesdays and presenting the weekly topics to our podcast guest on Saturdays. So I've asked y'all, at least the subscribers, you guys have told me that you would like me to talk about the node changes, some races, the gatherable updates, and some other topics from the community. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And if you like this kind of content, please consider giving us a like, subscribe to our YouTube channel, which we just recently hit 1K on. Yay. And make sure you hit the notification bell if you'd like to see when we post or go live on either location. And I have with me here a shiny little potion bottle. Is Chibi, are you about to get tipsy? That really depends on chat. This will be drank slowly or quickly depending on if there are subscriptions gifted, etc. Ooh, this comment you have posted. I really think that Intrepid missed what purpose of that comment was intended. This comment you have posted. The comment I have posted. What comment do I have posted? I'm scared. I was back in the video. Yes, that was the video. Didn't realize from the live stream. Yep, that was the live stream. Intrepid. Didn't quite finish the question. Yeah. Oh, is that so? That is so Duffels. That is so. Actually, I would like to announce this thing right quick here. You see this? This is a potion bottle. Not too far unlike this potion bottle. This one is full. This one is empty. As this one fills, this one will empty. I have a $100 goal. That's what this is. A $100 goal. And that goal is to help a guildie of ours be able to test Ash's creation for phase 3. He has expressed an interest in joining us. So this is gifting Alpha 2 access to a guildie. And there is a extra bonus goal, but I'm not telling you until we meet the goal. But yes, this is just a nice to have. So if we can, that would be awesome. Well, look at that there. Yeah. Three stream streak. Pretty nice little streak you got there. Pretty nice little streak. But yeah, so I just wanted to put that out there. If anybody wants to help, that would be awesome. It is something that I would like to try to do. We like to try and help other people. Yes, actually, I will do this. Donation, ! Donation. It is this one. It's not doing it. Great. Hold up. It was doing it when I was testing it. Wait, maybe it's donate. Maybe it's donate, not donation. Donate? Yes, yes, yes. Donate, not donation. So if you would like to donate to us, this is also our direct tip link. This is something that we don't really offer out too much. We don't really like talking about, and physical incentives and things like that. But as that fills, yes. And that works too. Thank you so much. Huzzah. I believe that is like $5. So I'm happy to combine bits and stuff. Yes, we are only okay, I will tell you this right now before we get too far into this. The only thing that we use our money for is putting it back into the tavern through graphics and other updates, or putting in stuff for Mead Quest, making mead with it, which Virtek would like to do. And I have an idea. I'm gonna make a series of goals. I just need Virtek to sit down with me and help me out with what those goals should be. But as we accomplish each goal, we want to do a whole thing for that. But that is all I will ever really mention. I don't like talking about it too much. That's all I really mention about donations and things like that. We primarily thrive off of you guys hanging out and chatting with us. So if you want to, that's great. You don't have to. All of it is appreciated. But I will look at how much we have for bits, and I'll look at how much we have for donos, and we will combine the two and gift a friend a ticket access to Alpha 2. And that being said, I really do hope that they give away more Alpha 2 keys. I've been waiting for about a year. I was hoping they were going to do an extra live stream last year so that we could gain some keys to give away. Yeah, that unfortunately did not happen. So let's get into this. What are we talking about today? Well, let's start off with the node changes. All right. So Intrepid has asked, what do we want to do about the node situation? For those that don't know the node situation is they're getting rid of metros and not metros, sorry, cities. They're getting rid of cities. I'll explain why I just said metros in a second. They're getting rid of cities. They thought that the city was just like a bootleg metro, and it didn't feel fulfilling when they were looking at like the building of the situations. Now, go to that link and you'll see 199 people would rather it go from a town to a city than go from a town to a metropolis or a city to a metropolis. So I think that this is also in correspondence with what they posted on their Discord. Their Discord also had a poll, and I believe, thank you. Huzzah. Cheers to that. As you can see, the potion is starting to fill a little bit. Water first. Thank you, Erwin. Appreciate you. So if you go to their news. Yes, news. The winning vote was going from town to city with 1,818 votes, or 57% of the people voting for it. The next most popular in both cases was city to metropolis with 1,109 votes, and the loser of both of them is town to metropolis. So laughs and firebomb. As you can see here, it's very obvious to me that the community wants to hear that it goes from wilderness to crossroads to encampment to village to town to city. And so in that way, that's what I mean when I say not metropolis. They're getting rid of, I think based off of this, they're going to get rid of the metropolis naming, but it's still going to be like the metropolis things that you get out of it. It's just called a city instead. That is my takeaway essentially from that. And they did say that they're going to adjust some of the lower cities with that. They're going to make the town and the villages have more features for them. So if you have a town, you can add, I think, at least one more space. Okay, I'm back. Start over. Kidding. Basically, rundown. They're getting rid of one of the node levels and they're bringing it down by one, but they're keeping the idea of a metropolis. But the community wants to hear it go from town to city instead of town to metropolis or city to metropolis. That's the lowdown. I was prepared to stay up for the whole charity live stream to win the key for guildmates. Yeah, it's okay, Seiken. I know. I was pretty sure that was Seiken. I just didn't want to... I didn't want to be wrong. Village will get 2 additional building plots. Thank you. But town will get double, whatever double means. Exactly. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to adjust the curve to get up to the same metropolis level without that middle step between town and metropolis where the city used to be. So I don't even know what a town would have gotten, but hey, it's double now, so that's cool. And I hope that that means that there's a lot more capabilities for having a journeyman apothecary next to the journeyman scribing station or the journeyman cookhouse next to the journeyman hunting house in a node. I think that would be awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing what that feels like. So yeah, that's pretty much what you've got to figure out for node changes. Outside of that, they are adjusting some stuff with like adding in crates and what the NPCs sell, but I don't really know all of that. We don't have access to it yet for PTR, but I'm hoping we get access to it soon because I'm very curious to see how all of that feels. But we will have towns in the next iteration. So at the beginning of phase 3, I believe we're going to start getting vassal ships. Once they get freeholds. Donate! Ah, Seiken! Huzzah, Seiken, huzzah. Cheers. Abarat, now that's a name I haven't seen in a while. Welcome back, friend. I'm almost certain it's because town to city has fewer letters in it than the other two. It's very possible. It's very possible. It's easier to say, because I was going to just call it Metro. Yes, let the fireball flow. Did you talk about how the vassal chains will be 1-to-1? Oh, I haven't gotten there yet. Yeah, it was pretty much Guten Tag. It was pretty much 1-to-1 from there. So you used to have like a level 6 node have like a level 5, and the level 5 had like 2 level 4s, and then that was like level 3 and level 2 level 1s, but now it's just like 1 all the way down. So I'm really curious to see how that goes, because they didn't say they did say that like there weren't going to be fewer metro or higher tier things. So yeah. Once they get freeholds functioning, nodes could rely on freeholds for processing stations and moving on to just gathering, crafting, and nodes. Yes, I'm curious about this min-max. Yeah, I'm really curious too. In fact, somebody said that they thought having the processing in freeholds would further, what would you call it? Would further gatekeep the processing, which I thought that was a very interesting take. I'm really curious to see how it feels though, because we've not actually ever gotten that far with the freeholds, and I can't wait till they're actually in all the way. But yeah, I'm really curious to see. Abarat, thank you. Cheers. Cheers, friend. This one's for the gift. Cheers. This one's for yourself. OG Lucky, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. So, there's a lot of interesting things. I can't wait till they like give us the new updated, here's how the nodes will work video, because you know, Steven, y'all, you guys still owe us nodes 3. And now I feel like we got to start all over again. In all seriousness though, I think it's an interesting change. I do like that it means to me that it might simplify their whole thing, right? They don't have an entire step to go through. It'll at least simplify that whole process. I have a feeling freehold processing will have to be revisited later and iterated upon a lot. Yeah, I think so, probably. LOL. Nodes 3 win. Yep, exactly. So, another change. We have now 2 new races, with the third one being mourned over, because a lot of us are wondering, Renkai when? But we have the Nikua and we have Pyre, and we got to test those last week on Wednesday. And I'm hoping that they're still in the test tomorrow, which, by the way, that brings me to, if you guys have been checked out, Summoner win also. Summoner is slated by October. But it should be on PTR before then. And it's one of those things where we're losing my mind. Yes, so we got both of those on PTR last week. I'm hoping we get them on like this week, but the horns are a little bit broken at the moment. And this is actually something that came from Reddit. I need my dragon blood orcs. Yes, you do. So someone wanted to post a feedback about like how the character creation thing and everything else was feeling and how it like needs some work. And Steven responded to this and said, I would wait until the later part of July on PTR. The character tech are always engaged on character visuals and the creator. So are actively, not always actively engaged. So I think that that's coming last half of July, essentially. Node 3 should never be released. It should 100% be skipped. And Node 4 be released. Then they should name meme Node 3 into a secret quest in-game for you to find pages of a book lost from one of the original libraries. When you grab all of the pieces, you find out it's Node 3. I actually like that. That's pretty funny. So yeah, I thought that was kind of cool because Steven was like, later part of July on the PTR. Hello, Voodoo Mama. Welcome in. Later part of the PTR is when that's getting tested. Now, the other thing that I wanted to bring out, or rather bring up, was that there's been a lot of feedback on character creation being better in general. And I mean, I'm one of them. I would love to see character creator be a little bit more refined, but we'll get there. Right? Pockets, I love that idea too. STV pages vibes, which I'm okay with. Yeah. If you guys want to dive in on the feedback on the character creation, because Silver Fav, I think is how you say this person's name, they're saying that they were a bit disappointed, you know, that this is for a modern MMO and development, etc. And the character model and customization feels like surprisingly dated, etc. And there's a bunch of options if you remember looking back at their character creator. Oh, I'm late. Hi, Nith. Welcome in. There's a bunch of options on their character creator that we haven't seen quite yet or that are getting iterated on still. So it's one of those things that, like, yeah, this is a work in progress, but I have a feeling after seeing the Pyre, because when you get into the character creator, you can see the Pyre. I had beautiful branchlers with cherry blossoms on them, and it was pretty. My whole character was pretty. I was super stoked. I got into the game, and she had, like, little nubbins for horns, which, by the way, if you are coming back from being on hiatus from Ashes, the PTR is now open to everybody that has access to Alpha 2. So it's not just certain people now. Anybody who has Alpha 2 access has access to the PTR. And if you don't see the PTR channels, make sure to reach out to Vachner or Roshan to get that solved. So just FYI. Steven's avatar appears and points with disdain. It's those damned kids. So I think issues like this should... Wait, hold on, let me put this up here. So I think issues like this should be pushed aside for now. As much as I personally want the character creator to be on point for my craft, I don't mind this placeholder for now. And that's kind of the ultimate opinion that I've come up with, right? I've also decided that is where I feel as well. I love that the character creator is desired. We see things like Sims, we see things like BDO, we see things like just name any other newer game that has a character creator. The the Wilds game, Monster Hunter: The Wilds. There we go. That has a great character creator system in it, but it's also a polished game. It's done. It's released. This is still in development, and I know it's easy to be like, but Chibi, it's been in development for like how long now? But the reality is they've changed engines, and they haven't actually tested connecting these things together, I don't think. Yes, so that's something that we talked about on Saturday, Seiken, is they are changing the way that the guild leveling system works. And I'm really excited. There's going to be a new crate system that's added in, and some of those crates will go into the whole making levels for your guild. But there's also going to be some really cool systems where the guild leader chooses like anything at all. Like, let's say kill quest for spiders. I don't know. You don't have to opt into anything. You just going out into the world and killing spiders automatically attributes to that guild quest, if you will. And that will gain experience for the guild. And I think that's super awesome. I'm really excited for that. And then on top of that, there used to be like the expand your guild here, and then you'd have like two options from the tree. So you'd have mandatory expand your guild as the first one, and then you could choose from there. And now what they're going to do instead is a point system. And the point system will allow you to essentially click and put points wherever you want to put it. So yeah. Good day. Hello, Ozak. Ozijak. Third Liberty had an insane character creator. Monster Hunter Wilds was also very good. Chrono Odyssey has a solid one. Ash's one is functional but needs fleshed out. I agree. Welcome in, by the way. Hi, friend. But yeah, no, I absolutely agree. I think that the system needs a lot of work and a lot more fine tuning, but I think they'll get there. Let's see, we talked about node changes, we talked about races, we talked a little bit about the guilds. I can't wait to test the guild stuff. Will the guild quests be time gated? I guess they'll have to be. I'm not really sure, Toast. Honestly, they didn't go too in depth with that on the live stream that I noticed. Hello, Estreg. Hi, Pipe. I'm curious to try it, and I hope it's on PTR this week, or if not, in the next couple of weeks. I'd love to test it out and see what it feels like. Absolutely. Hey, Vladis, welcome in. What's up, friend? How goes? Oh, you want to join us? Okay. I'm pulling in Vladis. Hello. How are you?
Yo.
How's it going?
Sorry, I had to mute you. I was like, I'm hearing two Chibis.
Yeah, there's two Chibis. It's too much to handle.
How you doing?
Good. How about yourself?
It's been a journey. This week has been a journey.
Yeah, I feel it. Knowing what I know, I feel it. But
what's going on, talking about node stuff or just the updates to phase 3?
We're kind of talking about things in general. So we talked about the node changes in races and the guild skill tree changes. And Ozajak is talking about how dynamic gridding is going on to PTR this week. I'm so excited for that, honestly. I'm really excited to see it work on a larger scale myself.
Yeah, dynamic gridding is going to be, if they truly can pull it off, very revolutionary for the genre. Mm-hmm. Especially if IntrepidNet could, sell it off to other like multi-million billion-dollar companies or whatever for the same tech or whatever. Like, because I think at the end of the day, we just want MMOs to get better.
Yeah.
If we know the kind of limitations that sharding or having 60 instances in a single realm because there's so many people trying to play, like, I think this would be such good technology for the genre at large,
Yeah.
So I'm really excited about it.
Technically, whether unbeknownst to us or not, technically the gridding system, the dynamic gridding system, was in last week. At least that is what Erwin tells me, is that it was technically in. They had to take it down for a little bit, and they brought it back up, and then it was working pretty well. And I had a sneaking suspicion, and here's why. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that. I had a sneaking suspicion. Here's why. So I got into the game, and I did not expect them to not wipe for PTR. I still had my character from like 2 weeks back on there when Falco and I were just like running around checking out stuff. So I'm already practically out to the tropics on this character. And I am running from, let's say, Halcyon all the way to Shorefoot, and it's not until I get to Shorefoot before it changes my server number, like the server worker I'm on. However, everybody who started at the starting zone, it's going up like really quickly. They're on server worker 6, they're on server worker 7, they're on server worker 9. Like, it's going fast. And I'm like, I have a feeling that's the dynamic gridding. If like I'm all the way out here from Halcyon all the way to Shorefoot, and that's all server worker 2 before I finally get to server worker 1, I have a feeling that that's dynamic gridding.
That sounds very much like how I would interpret it in my head.
Yeah.
Because they said that whenever a certain server worker isn't busy, it's as big as it possibly can be. But then once more people start, and that's when it starts getting split off into these like kind of like, you know, let's say if it's server worker 19, it's like server worker 19A and server worker 19B, you know, not saying it is like that, but that's kind of the way I've always imagined it in my head. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm excited. I think that that's going to be amazing. And it felt pretty good, but we have a feeling that, that this week maybe everything's going to get wiped so they can try all of them at the beginning. Hello, Facade. Welcome in. Brian says, did Lord of Salt die? BCG, I think he hasn't been around in a while. Oza Jack says, interesting. PTR starts at 3 a.m. for me. Usually get it on for it, but didn't last week. I'll be on at 3 a.m. tomorrow for it for sure. Yeah, it's actually going Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week. So I'm excited. Well, I am super busy, as you know. Yeah. And I really just want to make a video on why. And the more I think about it, I know people might disagree with my opinion, but I truly believe they need to delay phase 3. So, and I know there's people who are like, wait, what? Like, actually, why? Yeah, I had that on my list to talk about. Let's talk about that. Let's get into it. So why do you think they should delay it? And I'll tell you why I think they shouldn't. Okay. In my opinion, the reason why is because with like the rogue and how that landed, there's certain people that wanted to play the class, right? Like there's a lot of people that want to play summoner. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, they can easily just wait like a month or 2 and then they'll play summoner then. But in my opinion, I would rather just it coincide with phase 3, because can you imagine all of the updates that could potentially happen between now and 2 months from now, right? Like in the sense of like, you'll just have a more broader, more foundational, more polished, I'll say polished because of all the PTR testing we could potentially do between that time. And we could actually have the introduction of Renkai. We can have the introduction of Summoner at the start, like right at the start. And so the other reason, I think this is also the main reason of the video, is you are technically playing phase 3 in the PTR, which everyone has access to. And you don't have to worry about leveling. You just go, and if you want to boost your character, you can do that. If you want to go test something, you can go and do that. Like you're going to have way more laterality in the PTR than you would in the live server. And you can still test whatever you want to do. So that's kind of like my main advocate of why I think they need a delay, because you can still scratch your itch with the PTR and still get the constant updates you're going to be getting for phase 3 anyway. That's fair. But I just think phase 3 needs to have more broadening things. And I know people can say, well, it's just Renkai or it's just Summoner, but I believe a class is a huge deal for a lot of people. And I don't want them to feel like they have to waste their time in another class when they want to main Summoner. I absolutely I understand, and I can confirm where you're coming from. Like, I can relate. Real quick, Erwin says there was some good testing done with Rogue going live during a time when gear wasn't
was already farmed. We got to see established patterns and build power spikes. Also, Cyborg says there are so many things that they need to test in P3 that are much more important than I want to play Summoner. And Brian says, TV, I love the look of Ashes, but the one fact I don't have is it reminds me of BDO. And that's fair. That's fair. So here's my devil's advocate for you, if you will. And for chat, I went ahead and I shared out a Discord channel. It is a forum post from the Alpha 2 feedback, which is actually somebody else who has that same opinion of please delay P3. And I said, I understand this take, but I'm concerned that there will be constantly something else to delay for. First, it's going to be Summoner, and then it's going to be Renkai, and then it's going to be the Artisan skill trees, and so on and so forth. So my concern is if we find one thing to delay the game over, we're going to constantly find another thing to delay P3 over. And I don't want them to constantly be in this thing of, well, we can't because of this, and we can't because of that, and we can't because of this. And it just constantly, there will always be something that a big majority of the player base wants that is not available yet. And it's like, okay, well, they delayed it for Summoner. Why not delay it for the Artisan skill trees? That's what I want. I wanted to play with Artisan skill trees. That's not in yet. Oh, okay, so they delayed it for the Summoner and the Artisan skill trees. Well, what about the Freehold? I want to do the Freehold, right? So there's always going to be a system that they need to work on that will be something that people will advocate them delaying phase 3 for. And I understand wanting to play Summoner at the beginning, but it's just one of those things, like, at the end of the day, we need to test what we have, and they're not ready for us to test Summoner. But I don't think delaying phase 3 with the purposes of what phase 3 embodies is the right call personally. But I do understand where you guys are coming from.
So to answer back, what would be the limitations then in PTR for you? Because everything you're mentioning, we're going to be doing in PTR. So, like, why can't the test and all of this stuff happen in there? Why does it have to happen on a live realm?
Well, because in my opinion, the PTR should be focus testing. Personally opinion. Wait, hold on. Sorry. I got a cheers. I gave you a heart. I meant to cheers. 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 Vintharian says, wait for what? What are we waiting for? But okay. So my opinion is phase 3 should be, that is a Vladis. Yes, there's a Vladis in my live stream. This is our Tavern talk. This is Vintharian. So, okay, you guys, my opinion is that the PTR should be focus testing. Let the PTR be, we're going to wipe this constantly. Hey, this didn't work, we're wiping it. Hey, there's this adjustment to econ, we're wiping it. Hey, there's this, we're wiping it, etc. Right? The live server should be, hey, I want you to test whatever you're going to test while you're doing progression. And that could be my Artisan challenge, where you have to level from 1 to 25 just using the Artisanship. Or that could be you wanting to go and be whatever thing you want to be out of Ashes, right? So I think both are very important, because with the focus testing, you're getting people slamming a specific system over and over and over. They're able to get that information. They're able to wipe it. With not focus testing, the community who are testing get to come up with what they're going to do. And oftentimes, I have found, at least, that the player left to their own devices will find bugs that a developer who requests specific testing never would have found if that hadn't been opened. So there needs to be both.
Well, and you can do exactly what you're saying in the live server currently in the 2.5 right now. My advocation, though, for PTR is, which I completely agree with you, it is supposed to be focus testing, but that's not really what happens in a live server environment for certain people. And we've already tested the whole leveling experience, the whole progression path, and people can argue, well, this is going to be with dynamic gridding, this is also going to be with vassalization, this is also going to be with node changes and everything. That's where the PTR comes in. You know, if you want to do that, that's where that focus testing should be. And someone's talked about player retention, and I think this is why I think they should delay, in my opinion, because this isn't about retention. And I had a conversation earlier with a guildie that was saying, if they delay, they're going to make a lot of people upset and not want to play the game, or, you know, it's going to drive, you know, potential people that want to play Ashes like away from the game. And it's like, well, that's happening already. And in my opinion, the game is more important than a person's feelings regarding how they're conducting their stuff. Like,
and I can say the same thing on the opposite side. And actually, in fact, I believe Steven Sharif himself said that phase 3 was the player retention phase. And so I get that you want Summoner, but the game needs testing, so the testing should go on. Like,
yeah, and you can still test in the 2.5. Like, I'm not trying to take away people's testing, but what I am trying to do is give phase 3 a more broader, and also to give a more of a reprieve for Intrepid, because in my opinion, I think they are going to delay. I really do. And if they don't, this month in July is going to be very telling as to how either fast on their feet they can be with certain systems, or how, wow, this system needs a lot more work. This thing isn't working, and it hasn't worked this week, it hasn't worked next week, or, you know, whatever the case is.
Right.
Like, I just don't want them to rush to meet an arbitrary date, because it is arbitrary in my opinion. Like, if you need more time, I would rather just delay the phase so that system can actually potentially launch with it, than just launch phase 3 and then we'll get it 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later, or, you know, whatever the case is. Like, I want phase 3 to be like as complete, and I say complete very loosely here, as possible. Because there is supposed to be a lot that players that are going to change players' behaviors in game, and you only get that one shot. And the other problem too, the reason I want everything to kind of coincide is because there is going to be a lot of people that are going to hit phase 3 running, and I would rather have all these systems online at the start to get better data for Intrepid than how people that would react to the systems with certain things not being there for first week or second week, and then are acting differently now that this system is now present. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I think it's just better data for them to get.
I do understand what you're saying. I respectfully disagree. I mean, that being said, I feel like, you know, what happened during Rogue is people held on to gear that they were going to gear their rogues with, and they were able to find some pretty broken things with Rogue right off the bat, just because people already had that upper level gear that they had been saving for it, because that was their main. That was the main that they were waiting for. But that being said, like, there's also something to be said about keeping a promise. They've already pushed back phase 3 once from doing the whole 2.5 thing, and we saw how that kind of killed the interest in testing at all, right? They said in August 4th they're going to have a wipe to do phase 3, and I think that while it makes sense to need a wipe, I think that really killed people's interest in testing what was in 2.5. And I think that if they pushed it back further to say October, because Steven said September, but Maggie said October, I'm just going with the absolute latest possibility. And that's the thing. If it's not until October, you're now pushing back another 2 months. And that is a second time that Intrepid would be going kind of like going back on their word, right? Pushing something back. They're saying phase 3 is coming August 4th. And then they said, actually, we're going to push it back to October because we want Summoner to be a part of it. And you already have people saying they miss dates. You already have people saying that they push things back so often. So, like, if they're trying to get to a point where they give us dates and we can rely on them, asking to push it back would be just bad, in my opinion. Like, that you're asking them to break their word and then complaining that they broke their word as a general community, not like an individual person. Like, you have people in the community shouting like, push back phase 3, and the other people being like, but they never make their dates. And I would not want to be in Intrepid shoes at this moment. It's hard.
You've been here since 2017. Intrepid has missed 20 dates, like, in the span, probably way more than that, since you've been here since 2017. As someone who's only been here since 2020, like, I really don't care if they miss a date. And the other thing to be truly honest about is the people that are complaining about missing dates are the die-hard people that aren't going to leave anyway. Like, I've seen so many people complain when it comes to the guilds that I hop into Discord wise. But then I asked them, I was like, so is that going to deter you from just playing Ashes of Creation? They're like, oh no, but it just makes me super mad. It's like, so it's like, oh yeah. I mean, and believe me too, like I get upset whenever stuff gets delayed or I get disappointed. But imagine if they held their date for launching Ashes. Let's say Ashes launched in 2020, or let's say the 8 times they delayed Alpha 1, you know, because I remember in, what was it? When I watched Asmongold in 2020, Steven said, oh yeah, Alpha 1's going to be launching towards the end of the year. Imagine if they launched it then, how catastrophic that could have been. I understand that people want Steven or Intrepid to hold on to dates, but the harsh reality is no gaming company can determine dates, especially if certain things come up on a given day that sets them back. And it turns out there's like a massive bug, or there's just things that don't act well with other systems. They have to take out that system. They have to take it apart. Like I and again, like I actually like understand and agree that you are probably correct in this. I think they are going to launch on August 4th and just delay certain systems to a later date. But I don't want that. I again, this is phase 3 to me is all about getting data. Like vassalization and upgrading and doing nodes is, I think, the most important data, but there's also a lot of other data when it comes to professions and how the economy is going to function now with all of these changes and everything like that. And I just don't think that all these econ things that they're doing, which Steven has said is a very big update, that we can literally test, even focus testing for a month, which is literally only 4 weeks before phase 3. As much as we've seen certain systems in Ashes of Creation be like poking holes or just things that are like, oh my God, this is really terrible. I just don't want them to pigeonhole themselves for the sake of an arbitrary date. And even if they go towards the
hold on
end
1 second.
of
Let me
August,
reset my headphones.
yeah, you're good.
One thing I also want to add, though, and just heads up, I can't hear you while I reset my headphones. But one thing I want to add is I think that it's also important to note that the summoner will be available on PTR. And while that's available on PTR, everybody has access to PTR now. And you should use that time to test and play summoner as much as you possibly can. I don't know the exact date that it's going on PTR, but I feel like it'll be relatively soon. Before October and September, I would hope, right? And use that time to fully test out Summoner and give as much feedback as possible. That being said, like if you were to get vital feedback that something is wrong with Summoner in September, that makes it where instead of releasing in October, it needs to release in May, you go down a slippery slope with that. Now you can't just push back to phase 3 to October. Now it has to go to November. And I think that there are other more important things like the economy system that's getting revamped, the vassalization system that's getting included, these crates system that they just added. There's a lot of things that are going on in phase 3 that are very fundamental. Not saying that a summoner isn't, it is one of the base classes. But yeah, the whole new starting zone. Mr. Cryptic, huzzah. Thank you. Welcome in. Thank you for the sub. But I think that there are so many things that need to be tested that are just as vital and just as important as a class. And we've already been testing things before Rogue came out, and I don't know. I don't think it's a big enough deal to push it back is my final thoughts.
I think, and again, you 100% probably correct. I'm just saying that I would rather just have phase 3 be more complete. The other thing too is that I find it very hard to believe that we can literally focus test just like literally if we were to focus on just the economy for the month of July. I don't think that we could like test all of that stuff within the month and have that system roll out perfectly in August.
I understand.
And that's why I don't fumbling the economy again, especially at the start of phase 3. It would depress the hell out of me because the data, the stuff that we need for them for us to feel like things are in a working order, you know, we have enough recipes, we have things that, you know, we we need to work. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of stuff that the economy just didn't work. And then there's also like potential backend changes they can do for RMT, for gold buying, you know, just that kind of stuff, which is also equally as bad. And believe me, like I've heard people that are not friends, but just like know people that do that for a living, that they are going to go hard. Like those RMTers are going to go hard in phase 3. So that's the other thing too, is that like, I don't know if Intrepid has made those tools available for them to make sure that they can catch those people as fast as possible. Like I know with the hacking, I think that's probably easier. But if you also look at the thing when it comes to buying gold or trading, you know, full sets of gear, like again, we really need the economy to function in a real breathing way. So I don't know. I'm super worried about it, especially for how little time we have left. And we literally haven't tested anything for phase 3 yet. Nothing.
So I mean, we got to test, they adjusted last week. We tested the adjustment to character movement and the momentum. And then we got to test the Nikua and the Pyre races, and we found a lot of bugs with those. And there's a few more that are coming up. Like I actually found a bug out in the tropics on PTR, and I reported a bunch of those. I feel like I don't know. It's one of those, like, that's why I said I respectfully disagree. And I understand where you're coming from. I definitely get that feeling. Like if it was Cleric, I would be wanting that feeling too, but I would still rather play test other things and wait for Cleric to come out. Even if that meant that I don't get Cleric and I don't get Pyre until later in the phase, I would still rather test Ashes the way it is, knowing that that is the exact combination that I really want out of Ashes.
And I get it. I mean, and I think honestly, like my whole thing is that even if they don't, like if they delay 3 weeks, right? Let's say it's going to launch at the end of August, and the end of August, Summoner still isn't present. The reason why I want a delay is to make sure we were supposed to get the econ update, Chibi, in May. You remember that? And we still haven't got it because of how massive it was, right? So I understand that they need time, and they're really truly trying to make sure that they are, you know, dotting their I's, crossing their T's and everything. I just don't think that a month is enough time for us as the testers to get all of our stuff in order for them for the start of August 4th. That's all I'm saying.
That's fair.
Whether,
I'm going to bring in...
we get Renkai or whether we get someone else.
That's fair. I'm going to bring in Oracle. And by the way, just for background, Oracle really wants to test Summoner. So let's bring in Oracle. Hey, Oracle.
Yo.
Like Chibi said, I really want to test Summoner. I still rather have I still want what's it called? Phase 3 to start on August 4th. Like,
yeah,
there's a bunch of other systems that I really want to test. I really wanted to see how well I do with the Artisan Challenge coming this August while I wait for Summoner. Like, this is gonna give me a chance to see, like, if anyone wants to do that challenge, I'm gonna be able to test out with different classes which one is gonna be best to do that.
Yeah.
Personally, I think it's gonna be Rogue. And can't wait to try that out.
I
think it just comes
that.
down to how much access of PTR we're going to be getting, because I know they said we're going to be getting PTR access for 2 weeks, 24/7. And I think I would probably feel better if we got PTR access longer, to make sure that we can get certain things like up and running. Like if they said tomorrow that, hey, we're going to actually give y'all PTR access tomorrow on the Tuesday, and that's going to start 24/7 access, and we're just going to roll updates as we get them for phase 3. Like I just think that in how we're doing PTR for just 2 days out of the week so far, to me it's just not enough time. And I would rather just us really dig as deep as we can, even with the racial stuff, with, you know, Pyre, with Nakua, movement. I mean, even though to me personally, like, I'm not saying that those bugs doesn't matter as much, but I'm more interested into the deeper systems. Like, I'm more interested in like economy, talent trees, artisan trees, like that kind of stuff. Also recipe design too, because there was a lot of broken recipes in start of phase 1 and even in phase 2, things that you wouldn't have catched as far as like when you created a certain recipe, it didn't come out correctly. If they're literally adding hundreds of recipes, that's stuff that we have to go in and test. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I just want as much in-depth testing that we can give them, but also enough time for them to fix the things that we say are broken. Because I don't want people to feel like all of the testing they did in PTR to then go into August 4th and they haven't fixed anything yet, because there's this laundry list of all these issues and they need more time. But we have to launch on August 4th because that's what we said. Like, again, that's why I think it's arbitrary. I would rather just have all this stuff fixed so we can properly test in phase 3, rather than we're just going to hold Intrepid's feet to the fire because they said August 4th.
Yeah, I'm just also saying that there's a lot of things to test already, where like Summoner coming in later could be a little bit more focused of a test on Summoner, besides Summoner and the econ changes and the crate system and the vassalization and. I think that there's a lot already coming with the way that the gear is being made, with the way that the vassalization is going to be, with the general parts of economy that's changing. And I think that having a second later for the masses that don't really want to be on PTR because it's constantly wiping, to test the Summoner in a way that will not be tested on the PTR. Because I'm going to be honest, I'm way more reckless on the PTR than I am on live. I am typically gonna try and do stuff on PTR because I'm like, this character is getting wiped anyway. What do I care? I'm just gonna have fun with it. So
can I ask you a question then?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, to you, what would need to happen for this month for you to think, oh wow, they might need to delay phase 3? Like, what would need to happen in your mind for that to happen?
I think for my bloodthirst does not go crazy on PTR. I'm just like, I don't care if you kill me on PTR, but I do care if you kill me on the live server. I just end up caring less about XP net. Sorry, Mr. Noobtastic called me bloodthirsty. So I think my issue is that if they're going to push back phase 3, would have to be something super fundamental with the economy, to the point that like it would break it. So for example, one thing that myself and, well, technically Erwin found it. Erwin, one of our guildies in Nexus, found a bug where a group of trees were legendary all the time. Like, he started off with like 60 legendary. It became 120 legendary. Next thing I know, he's got like 200 legendaries, and it's the same specific area. Like, that would ruin the economy. Absolutely. So I think ensuring that people are testing things, and he said that he would have never tested that if it wasn't for my like little challenge that I put out there for people to try. But I think that like experiencing these systems at a core and understanding like there's this major flaw in them that needs to be changed. Kind of like if you want a prime example, phase 2.5, beginning of 2.5, as soon as like that overinflated amount of items and materials was needed to craft items was aware, I honestly think they should have figured out either put it back and wipe it and start 2.5 again, because again, this is a testing environment. I do get that they don't want to wipe it as much as possible, but I felt like that was a thing that really killed my interest in testing, because I was thinking of using 2.5 as a artisan test, and the artisanship was completely ruined, and that was big. That was a big thing, and they ended up adding something in the meantime, but also like Corey or Quaternian Slurp, he worked really hard on stuff. Like, you can tell from May to June, the way that he's talking about the economy and stuff, they have been having their head down and their nose to the grinding stone working on stuff. And I am beyond excited to test it. Even if I have to have no horns on phase 3 because my horns don't render for me, I won't care.
So, because you said a lot in there.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
What specifically needs to happen for phase 3 to be delayed? So you said economy.
Basically, the economy breaking. Just
like, in what way?
Any major break in the economy. Like that's why I gave the example of the material bloat.
Right. So if it's something that the talent tree isn't doing, artisan gear not showing, gatherables not gathering, like I completely agree. Like my whole thing is that I'm actually more worried about the economy because that's me and your game loop and my game loop are identical. I love to go out and gather and be that person that, hey, I have the thing that you're needing and I give it to the guildies.
Yeah.
That was completely obfuscated with the changes they made to inflate all the stuff, which completely like bursted my bubble and wanting to play any longer. And then also too, just 2.5 did something on the back end to make for my computer. Ashes does not run the same right now.
Yeah.
I used to run everything on cinematic settings and now I have to run on high and I still get stutter. I still get like this slight lag. Like it's really annoying when I didn't have that before. So I hope 5.6 or the Unreal Engine 5.6 update fixes that for me with that performance upgrade. But yeah, like
welcome in,
like
zombie.
Even like taking away Renkai and taking away the summoner.
Yeah.
My true focus and my true worry is economy.
Yeah.
Like again, even if we were to focus test economy, like just economy for the month of July, I just don't know if that's enough time to really go through everything and see if everything is not broken. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
I'm not scared of them wiping prod. I'm not. I don't want them to, obviously. I would like to keep my progression. But if from July to October, like July to August, and then the release of it from August to October, we see that there's these major issues, by all means, fix it, wipe it, start over. Guess what? Now you have another wipe, but you got this very important testing without wiping constantly on prod for the people that maybe don't want to do PTR. You know?
Yeah, I get it. I mean, again, like, I feel like there's been a lot of videos that I've made where Intrepid does not listen to me at all. Like, you know what I mean? But I always voice it because it's just my opinion. You know what I mean? Like, and I think
I appreciate your opinion.
They would better serve the community if they delayed. But if they're trying to piecemeal like the way they have been doing, I get it. They'll piecemeal Renkai when it's ready. They'll piecemeal Summoner when it's ready. But I think the two major systems that I feel are probably three is node changes, which is like there's going to be a lot of building changes and how buildings are created. That's huge. Like people don't realize how huge that is. Then you have vassalization. Vassalization is going to be a huge wake up call because you're not going to have node level 3 everywhere. That's never been the design. So people have gotten very comfortable with always just going to everywhere and having buildings be created. That's not going to be the case anymore. But we have to see, is that good? You know what I mean? Do we need level 2s to have more options available? That's all stuff we have to test, right? So because locking out is something we just have not experienced. The other major thing that we've talked about it for a while now is the economy.
Right.
The economy is just Ashes will live or die by the economy. And I'm talking more about the live launch, not really PTR or even anything Alpha 2 related. But the economy is so grossly important to the success of this game. And I guess I'm just very passionate about it. When I speak to the devs or when I speak to Steven, I always speak very passionately about the economy because I truly think that what they've done in phase 2, like seeing how the economy works and how like people are just like it takes a village, right, to like make something or to get. I love that feeling. No MMO has really provided that for me before, and I think it's just one of the most satisfying experiences And to have that elevated to like an nth degree by then having a better, more well-designed artisanship gear, because artisanship gear felt terrible, really.
Yeah.
And then you have artisan talent trees that can coincide with that. Like, I just think that there's going to be a huge renaissance of economic, like, abundance, hopefully. And I just really want to test as much as I can to give the devs like, hey, this all works, this doesn't work. Because I remember when we were testing treasure maps way back when, dude, I gave planets so much, like, not shit, but I just felt like I tested when the desert was coming out. I tested a bunch, over like 50 to 75 treasure maps in the desert.
Yeah.
A fourth of them worked.
Yeah.
Literally a fourth of them worked. So it was, you know, that's kind of like, I guess my mindset is like, when I see when they release something and how sometimes it feels half-baked, but I can only understand on their part how much like all this stuff has to go into like fixing bugs or like certain things breaking. Like, I get it. And that's why I just want to give them time. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
And I get that. I do, absolutely. And I want, once again, I just want to reiterate for those of you watching, like, as you can see here, I'm still being very respectful, even though I disagree with Vladis, because that's what this channel represents. We love your opinions, even if they don't agree with ours. But I agree. The economy system is the pillar. It's really the pillar. Yeah. And I actually just made a video on this about how the artisan system affects the economy specifically, and all of the ways that it touches the economy. And I think that one thing that was messed up in 2.5 was the artisan system and the economy. And no, I'm not going to PK Vlad. He's too good at like the game. I'm very bad at PvP. But I think that making sure that we get as much time testing these things and allowing for chances for maybe wiping. You suck at PvP. I suck at PvP. I'm a PvE man. You know, I don't do PvP. Not really.
We should PvP each other just to
that
see
would be fun.
No, it would be fun because honestly, like I don't know who I was telling, if it was
Good night, Devils.
Richie or I was one of the content creators. I was like, I need to get my feet wet more with PvP and Ashes.
Yeah,
and I wanted to do that with phase 3 for sure. But I just like, for me, I'm curious about being a summoner main. And again, I could probably test it in PTR and realize, oh wow, summoner is not my cup of tea at all. But I also want the rework for fighter as well. Like, oh my god, fighter's the only other class that I could truly rely on to feel like this game could actually service my itch.
Yeah. Content creator duels. Yeah, I mean, if you guys want, you tell us. We'll set it up. Maybe it'll be in P3. What's your primary class, Vladis?
Right now, well, I don't really have one. I was playing fighter in phase 1. I played ranger in phase 2.
Okay.
And then I transitioned to rogue from when that launched to 2.5. So, I mean, I played those 3 classes mainly. But I would say out of those 3, the 2 that I have the most potential with is probably fighter / rogue right now. But more fighter. I do like rogue a lot, but I can only imagine if we got the Bucky treatment to fighter. Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
I would just literally put away the rogue and just play fighter 100%.
Yeah. I agree. All right. Well, cleric v something. Bard or rogue should win their insane 1v1. See, I play cleric, so I'm not a bard or a rogue.
So what do you think about the updated to the talent trees? Like we saw the cleric stuff. Like
I'm excited for that.
Pockets is a cleric and everything like that. Like, I guess, like, what are you hoping to see, or what are you like? Is there anything like you're either hoping or maybe like wanting from this update to the cleric, or just the talent tree design?
Honestly, everything they sneak peeked from May was what I was hoping for, which is just a lot more options and a lot more nuance between the options. So I'm really excited. Pockets wants to be a DPS cleric. I don't want to be a DPS cleric. I want to be a healer cleric, but I want options within my healing.
He wants to be a Templar. He wants to be a cleric. I like to either melee or cast at range.
I see Pockets going like cleric X fighter or cleric X tank, honestly.
Yeah. I see him doing that for sure.
Tank. Travel options. I want disengage as a cleric. Yeah. I want more mobility as a cleric. Like, I feel like we have the short end of the stick mobility wise.
What's your favorite ability on the cleric?
Just don't judge me, but it's divine infusion, because I can end like a cast really quickly based on how much essence I have. So if I have to get somebody up, I can freaking start rezzing them, divine infusion it, and like boom, they're immediately rezzed. Like, I love it so much. But yeah. I might need to bug report that, because I need to be able to move if I need to move while I'm using that. And sometimes if I move while casting res and then I divine infusion, it won't go off. Like the animation will go off. It won't actually give them the res.
Well, could you imagine if there was like 5 points you can put into divine infusion that makes that ability just like you'll be known as the person that emphasize divine infusion? That's kind of what I'm hoping about this talent tree, is you'll have clerics that literally prioritize certain skills over others, meaning you'll be the one to do something that other clerics won't be as powerful as.
Yeah.
Which creates that difference of like, I'm this kind of cleric, you're that kind of cleric. And I think that's so awesome, because that's what I think provides actual choice. Because I feel like right now, with how limited the talent trees are, everything's very cookie cutter. You know what I'm saying? Like, every class kind of feels the same. And I know Pockets may disagree with that, but I think when it comes to other DPS classes, it definitely feels that way.
I feel
every
that
class kind of just feels like the same. So with this kind of structuring of like, you know, putting like, are you a maim fighter, or are you a whirlwind fighter? Are you a, you know, like, what kind of fighter are you? Like, what skills are you prioritizing to be really, really awesome at? And that's the thing that kind of really excites me about these changes.
But see, as excited as I am about the changes, I'm super excited to test Summoner as a healer summoner, because it's doing like the triumvirate all in one class. So
yeah, I really don't know. I'm still very afraid of the augment system. I don't know. Like, I know they said they're going to do tank and cleric for their first augments, right? But I just this augment system to me has to do so much heavy lifting, and other people are like, "Nah, dude, it's not going to do any heavy lifting. It's going to be just very slight changes." And I'm like, oh. But I feel like if it's slight changes, it's like, what's the point then?
I don't know what to tell you. I feel like sometimes the slightest change could make the biggest impact. Like, okay, hold up. Hold on.
You're right, dude.
Do you remember phase 1 or alpha 1?
I didn't play alpha 1.
Okay, so in alpha 1, people were like, oh man, this combat sucks. Like, they adjusted, I think, something with animation, didn't even touch combat. And they're like, oh my God, they made combat amazing. She's like, I didn't even touch combat.
Oh, the split body root motion.
Like,
is what you're talking about.
They were adjusting something with the split body root motion. Like, it was already in, but they adjusted something minute with it, and they were like, "Oh my gosh, this is amazing!" And she's like, "I didn't even touch that though."
Right.
You know.
I guess I have these big plans in my head for augments that I really want them to be like transformative, right? Because if you're making this a class, right, classes should be very different from the archetype, right? So you have a base archetype, which I think is the novice start of the class. But then when you choose your secondary option and you create your class, it should feel something that is transformative. And I feel like if it's just another variation of your base class, I don't know if that's going to be enough for people. You know what I'm saying? Like, adding, you know, Blitz as a fighter, adding a fire thing, like a fire trail when you pick fighter mage, is that enough for people? You know what I mean? Like, and Steven's made that example before in the past. Like, especially if you're a ranger and you're doing barrage. Well, if you play mage and you go fire, well, you're just gonna have a fire barrage, like with a dot. Like, and again, is that enough? Like, it may be. Like, I guess again, I'm not trying to poo-poo the idea. All I'm saying is that it's just for me, the thing that I have when it comes to sticking with an MMO long term is class design. Class design has to be very good, and it has to be something that when I look at the talent tree or whatever the class, like I look at it and I'm like, oh my God, there's so many options. There's so many things I could potentially do. It's like, that's the thing that really keeps me focused on the game.
Yeah.
And I feel like if the augment system is just very basic, or just like, oh, like the flavor, I hate that word flavor so much because we've heard it by Steven and everything. Like that flavor to me, I want it to be just more in-depth. And
yeah,
I've actually made some, like when I go and use ChatGPT or Grok, I've asked it to transform this ability in a way that isn't just flavor. And some of the stuff that Grok came up with was amazing. Like I was like, oh my God. Because I remember when Blitz, they transformed Blitz into Phoenix, what was it, like Phoenix something? I can't remember what the ability was called.
I don't
but basically,
remember,
you transform Blitz into where you kind of leap into the air midway and you get Phoenix wings. And then it's like a 2-part ability. And then you literally have to hit the ability again and you like meteorite yourself to another part. So can you imagine like in a siege where instead of just blitzing, you can toss yourself in the air halfway and you're like slightly gliding down, and then you can actually land in a meteorite form, you know, at another location. Like that to me is like very transformative, very cool. Like, and that's kind of what I would want. But I understand that because of the augment system in 64 classes, there's like 9,000 abilities if we get 30 to 40. Could you imagine literally having to change every single freaking one that uniquely?
But
that
see,
would be hard on them.
That's the thing, though. It would be so much more cool if you could just chain your abilities like that. Like, you know, you've got the wings as cleric. So, like, what if in the middle of me doing something that causes me to jump up, I can wings in the middle of it, and like I can jump up in wings and then get out of the way, like one into the next, and I get out of the way, you know? I think that'd be really cool. But I think that's up for like the player to figure out those really unique combinations. And then of course there's me who loves role play, and I'm gonna role play. Like, I don't know if you play D&D, but you're like, what does that look like for you? And it's like, I do this flourish and I cast a spell, smite, and as I do it, I start running along the side, dexterity check, and then I like, you know, like I don't know, things like that. Like it's so much fun to have like that mind of like, this is how it went down in my head.
Right. And I think to myself, like, you know, like should you be able to augment all of your abilities that you have selected, or maybe limit? Because even if they limit it to, let's say 5, so out of let's say 30 or 40 abilities, you have 20 on your bar, but yet you can only augment 5 of them. But each of the augments were very transformative that made you stand out. Like, I think that would be really cool in the sense of like, you have to kind of pick your poison kind of thing.
Yeah.
But even if they were to do that, again, it's just to animate, like someone said, I think it was Ozzy Jack.
Cheers, Feather.
To balance, to animate, to do all the things they need to do.
Yeah.
I think that's more of the long-term goal. Like I've always said this, I'm willing for the augment system to be flavor, but as the game progresses, I would love if they slowly evolve the augment system to then be more transformative, like after the live launch.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like let's say by year 5, we truly have like an actual transformative augment system, but we didn't have that at the start. You know, like I'd be totally fine with that. That's really cool. Where'd you get that? So
this is my potion of Fireball. This is literally Fireball, the alcohol. And so I am drinking this tonight as long as people are donating, because we're trying to get our guildie access to Alpha 2. So somebody mentioned me tripping and falling because I rolled a 2 and getting hit with a fireball. So yeah, I just wanted to show them my potion of Fireball. How do you donate? Right there. We've got our direct stream elements link. We're trying to get our guildie into Alpha 2. He really wants to. He doesn't have the money to pay the $100 to get access, and he's been saying it for a couple of years, and I was really hoping, I don't know about you, Vladis, but as like a lore and roleplay lover, I was hoping we were gonna have some sort of charity stream last year.
Oh man, it was kind of disappointing, and I understand, because it's doing that kind of event, especially for how Steven did the Extra Life events. he would have to pull so many of the most important devs off the game to do even for a day.
Yeah.
So I understand. I honestly think they're not going to do it again this year. To be totally honest, like I don't think they're doing it again this year.
Yeah, that's fair. I really hope that, like, you know, they can do it again in the future. But yeah, it's really close. And I gotta wait now because there's an ad for another 56 minutes. But somebody asked if subscribing helps. I actually have a whole other sub goal that we already have going on here. I don't know about you, Vladis, but we're gonna go to PAX West, and it's one of those things that we really had fun last year, and I took a couple of photos and stuff, but unfortunately we weren't able to actually post them because of the... Oh my gosh, Ventharian. Oh my god, wait, hold on. What does this mean? What does this mean? Do I have to do a really big shot? Is that what I have to do? Okay, because I was sipping on this. This is pure alcohol, y'all. I was sipping on this every time somebody donated, and I said, as that filled, this got empty, but I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah, that's awesome. I hate Fireball. Ugh, messes my throat up.
Chug the rest of are you kidding me? I would die. Sip away. Tell your guilty have fun. Thank you, Ven. I really appreciate you. Huzzah and cheers to you for that. But to Ozajak, we have a separate, as soon as we hit 175 subscribers, which it was at 150, which is why I put it at 175. So it was supposed to be a much smaller goal. But the request has been that we live stream from PAX West this year when we go in August. So I don't know if I should adjust the goal because it was initially placed since we were at like a lot higher. We were at like 150 and now we're at like 125. So I don't know what to do with that. But yeah, that's the thing. But anyway, I'm going to do a cheers real quick. A big one.
Look at her go. Dang, that was like half the bottle.
There's your big one.
Jesus.
Oh my god. I feel like I am part Dragonborn now. Is this what it feels like to be a Tolnar?
No. Don't talk about that stuff because Renkai are part dragon too. And I, pour one out to my Renkai people that won't get Renkai at the start of phase 3. I was so, because I remember Steven saying, like, I don't know if it was this last live stream. I think it was the live stream before where he's like, yeah, we have like Pyre, Renkai all done. We're just like, should we wait for the start of phase 3? And I'm like, what happened?
I think it was Nith that said that GM Jacob is a Renkai. Like, they literally sent me a photo of them with GM Jacob as a Renkai in P2 2.5.
Even if you give me just a base template Renkai, I don't care. I don't even need it customized. Just give me the base freaking Renkai. I want to be a Renkai fighter so bad.
I know. There's so many. I'm curious about. Okay, guys. I love cherry blossoms. I don't know who has been around me, who has heard me say it over and over. I hope, if nothing else, I can put cherry blossoms on my branchlets. I'm obsessed with them. I'm so glad that actually exists because I know that the Renkai are very much a Japanese, Asian, like that whole thing. Like Asia has this whole thing with cherry blossoms. I've heard Japan has gorgeous cherry blossom seasons. And yeah, Pickleback, exactly, Gutscore, Pickleback. And yeah, I love it. And I'm so freaking beside myself. Like everything I want out of Pyre I have, except for maybe like, this is me being that like greedy for more. I'd like more hairstyles now, but I'm being greedy at this point and I'm aware I'm being greedy, which is why I'm not asking for it. So yeah, by the way, someone says that's a spicy meatball. And then I think it was Pockets. No, Erwin says that's a spicy fireball. Did you see the beard on the pirate? Make the Dunir a bit angry. I did not see the beard on the pirate. Bubble orc charge. Yeah. Chibi, I've become bigger. Yeah, that's because I'm tipsy. Leave me alone.
Just took a huge gulp of that.
I did. And now I'm warm. Yes. I honestly, like, I'm so grateful for everybody that's in chat today. Top 10 humans out. Yes.
Where's Virtek at?
Virtek, so y'all, I saw Facade ask this. I just didn't want to interrupt you. Virtek wanted to be here tonight. He planned to try and be here tonight, but he said work slammed him with a couple more things. He is still up north traveling. He has been gone for about a week now, and he's not coming back until the 13th. Hey, I said sip. She chose madness. Chat said big shot. I took a big shot. Okay. Wow, that actually is pretty empty. I was trying to match the energy. Okay. Up north where we moved down from DC area, and that's where our jobs are based out of. But we are both very I'm a very grateful that we both can work from home. So he unfortunately sometimes has to travel back up there. So yeah, that's a thing. They need to work on the character creator Kickstarter packs promise special exclusive customization. Yeah, and they'll get there. They'll definitely get there. I'm grateful with the abilities that we do have. So yeah. And they know. Creator? Yeah, Facade says that they need to work on the character creator. I was just saying I agree, but that's like a lower priority. I'm grateful for the options I do have right now. Oh, nice. Dude, I've lived for so close to you. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. I wanted to talk about character creator for a second because I was talking to some guildies about the Chrono Odyssey and how crazy you can make characters. And I really hope Intrepid limits the craziness, because I don't want these monstrosity meme characters being made in Ashes, like with the tiny heads and 7 feet tall.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Oh God, it just. Again, like I don't mind. I want as much customization as possible to make anyone you want. If you want to make Kanye West facial wise, 100% do it. But I'm more talking about like, where their face is like pushed in and their noses are all like messed up. I mean, even if their faces are messed up, I guess I want body proportions to be better. The body proportions in Chrono was just really ridiculous and exaggerated. So I'm just curious, like how much customization would you want in the character creator?
So I'm really grateful that they put in pink hair and things like that. So there's pink and purple hair. I know, so this is really stupid probably to anybody listening now, but stick with me here. Back in 2017, when we like, let me take you back to the good old days, right? We just found out about Kickstarter. A lot of us are hanging out in the VCs constantly, just kind of talking and theorizing whatever Ashes is going to be like. And there was this argument of natural hair only versus dyed hair. And I was like, guys, the dyed hair can be done with like berries. Like people used to dye their hair with berries. Blue hair is a thing. You just smash up a bunch of blueberries and you stick it in your hair, and now you got like blueberry hair for a little while. Like you could totally find some lore reason why you could have dyed hair, and here they have purple hair and pink hair and things like that. But I also my dream, this is so ridiculous. My dream is to make the shortest pirate I possibly can. So I would like for the sliders to like actually work, but I know that that's something that they're working on. But because I'm short in real life, I just thought it'd be hilarious to be the shortest pirate I could possibly be. And then Virtek wants to be the tallest Vec he could possibly be. And we're going to see who's shorter. That'll
be interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. We have elves with branchlers and pink hair is far-fetched. Yeah. It was a very old argument, but I'm glad that they have it. I don't really know what else, because like everything that they showed in the content creator, or sorry, why do I keep saying that? The character creator. Every time somebody goes CC, my brain flops between content creator and character creator. But like, everything that they had in the live stream when they made Asmon bald, essentially, I want that. The ability to fine tune where the things are. I would love to put like markings on my face, because my character has like little dots underneath her eyes and then like a line across her nose. And I want to be able to do that with my character. It's not available right now, but like that would be cool. Also, there's like something called like the scars. And I noticed that you can only either make them. Have you ever actually seen a scar in real life? Do you have one?
No, I don't have any scars.
So Virtek has a scar and it's like white. So the only options you can have is like having like a white scar, like that discoloration from the scar, or have it be a red scar, which I think means like it's a fresh scar. So you couldn't change the color of the scar. So I tried putting the line scar, like for like when people get like a slash mark on their face. I was trying to put it like right here and make it green, and I couldn't do that. So I think just like those kinds of customizations would be really cool. But I completely understand those are super like, I expect that in beta maybe.
Yeah, I think character creator, especially Synchrono Odyssey with them using Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah.
I'm not really too worried about Ashes, because they'll get there with more polish, more, you know, Ashes is such a huge systems driven game that we don't even have all the systems. We probably won't even have all the systems at the end of this year.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
We don't even have the full system of what's already in the game.
Right. Everything's still very like, you know, we don't even have like, we know we're not going to get, well, Metropolis is now tier 5 unless they're going with a different naming convention. I know they've asked that feedback or whatever.
Yeah.
Personally, I like Metropolis as the last level. I think Metropolis is a very cool sounding name. I know people were asking for making it town.
Oh, overwhelmingly 50% across both places that I saw went town to city.
Yeah, town to city. And I don't know, like, I mean, and people were saying like, oh, because they can add Metropolis later. And I'm like, I don't know if that's something you can add
Y'all
later.
Are killing me.
You know what I mean? Like, this is something that's literally foundationally changing. Like, once this happens, there's no change in it like, I don't know if there could ever be another tier added to the node. Like, maybe they can. I don't know how, but
yeah.
Do you think they could ever do that in the future?
Add another tier to the nodes?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe, but I don't think so, because the way it sounded, like the reason why they're getting rid of it isn't because they don't think that they can meet it long term. I think it's because the differences between city and Metropolis was so minute that they felt like it was more of like a rip-off Metro than anything like truly like meaningful. And I think that shows a very good mature take on Intrepid's part, where they're like, yo, we could keep it this way, but it doesn't feel good with us developing it. So I don't think you would like it as a player. It doesn't feel like it's a meaningful difference between going from city to metro type of thing.
Yeah.
And I think they want it to feel meaningful, I think.
Well, so I was looking into the nodes, and because remember they said they reduced it from 103 to 85, and I was like, man, well, we almost have the entire Western continent done. And I was looking, I was like, we barely even have 30 something nodes. I'm curious to see if 85 is still the goal. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I think again, because we'll have, and this is adding the Anvils, mind you. I know we still have that castle area, which I don't think will have a node, but then we also technically have 3 more areas in the Western. We have Sajoma, which is the very top, like I'm guessing the snowy part.
Yeah.
And then we have the Badlands, and then I think the Redwoods, if that's what basically we're gonna have the one north of the Riverlands,
Winstead?
and then Yeah, so north of the Riverlands, which I think that is the Badlands, and then north of that is the Redwood area, where it's
The
basically
Cholwood Forest?
or yeah, probably the forest area, the
Yeah.
Tallwood Forest. Yeah, I don't know. People call it redwoods. I was like, I don't know what it's going to be called, but
yeah.
But even if they have 5 more of those, I'm just curious to see if 85 is still planned. We'll see. I don't know if Underrealm's going to have nodes. Is it?
It should. Yeah, absolutely. You're supposed to go through the Underrealm. Like, I remember being able to do that a little bit in Alpha 1. Real quick, Saken says, here's a hot take. We're in 2025. This open alpha or beta takes the honeymoon phase away from video game per se. Do you think having this open alpha has killed the game? When the game is on official launch, it won't be on Steam, etc. They'll have to spend just as much as they did in development to market it to new players. What say you? I say no. I say that there's a lot of people that look at this and they go, you know what? Testing's not really for me. I'm coming back for when it's done. And on top of that, I think the more, like, I just saw in a comment the other day, we have officially, and I say we as in the believers, we have officially brought over a non-believer, you guys. I saw a comment about somebody who said that they used to think that Ashes Accretion was a scam. But the more that they've seen the recent developments, especially after June, they are absolutely understanding the vision that Ashes is going after now that it's more developed. And I feel like that's going to be the thing that continues to go on as time goes. I think the closer we get to launching, the more people are going to see what us who have like trust in the process have seen.
So Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access for 3 years. Those testers only had access to 1 chapter the entire time. So it's not like they were able to test chapter 2, chapter 3. What they ended up just rolling out was like more classes, like as Baldur's Gate went on and on.
Yeah.
There was a lot of ebbs and flows in Baldur's Gate. I mean, again, when I talked to Wolfheart, who was there for the entire 3 years of the testing, there was people that were testing. There was like less than 1,000 testers most of the time. During the peaks, whenever certain classes rolled out or whatever, you know, there was a lot of people testing, but then it dropped very dramatically.
Yeah.
After that, Ashes is going to go through the same thing.
Absolutely.
The thing is that what people have to realize is that MMOs do not come out very often. And let me also throw something else out there. People knew Throne of Liberty was complete shit, and yet so many people, when it was on the verge of coming out, wanted to play it. Like, that game took 12 years to make. So even a game that was as terrible as Throne of Liberty, people were still wildly interested in playing it because we don't get MMOs very often. This is why I think Ashes needs to take their time.
Yeah.
Because you only can launch once.
Yeah.
So this is, again, why I think if they're truly trying to be different from these corporate MMOs, the difference is that the corporate MMOs never give the developers time to make the thing they set out to make. Everything is so half-baked, even in the beta. Even Chrono right now, people are like, I've seen Canon, I've seen Stoops, I've seen all these other content creators talk about, I don't know how they're going to launch this game this year.
Yeah.
This game is still very underdeveloped. So, and Chrono's been going on for almost 7 years.
Saken is asking you which game you're talking about that took 12 years.
Throne of Liberty.
Throne of Liberty. Yeah, look, man, I'm hopiuming so hard, Fixer. Like, don't worry, if I'm giving you hopium, I'm high on the hopium, okay? Yeah, and still hot garbage, says Saken. Honestly, I'm gonna tell myself I think that maybe we're not gonna see anvils until they're up for the 24/7 because that's supposed to be testing for P3, and that's when it's releasing for P3. But look, man, I'm gonna keep going up to the tropics, and I'm gonna keep seeing if the anvils are hurt or open. Sorry, I was reading Nith saying "bless hurt me real bad." Now let me find them question POIs. Yeah. Hello, Sinflow. Welcome in. Yeah, I never tested Throne and Liberty, so I don't know anything to do with Throne and Liberty, honestly. I'm going to be real honest. it's going to take a lot to get my attention off of Ashes, you know?
And Ojak just said, you know, pretty much again, like what I've always believed, what a lot of people, and why there's this huge following for Ashes people currently. The reasoning why is because we are seeing in real time the progression. You know, if you were to look at phase 1, like truly go back and watch like videos of like mine, Breeze, any other content creator, all the systems that were present then to what's available now.
Yeah.
It's crazy. You know what I mean? And I understand that people want more and more and more, but they've only been like working, well, I would say in Alpha 2 for what we've been doing is 7 months.
Yeah.
Like literally, like so we got at the tail end of October, and then November, December, and then January to now. So probably like 9 months, right?
Yeah.
Or 8 months. I don't know. It's not a long time, you know what I mean? And I think that for what they've done in this short amount of time is kind of crazy to me. Like it really is. Like, and again, like if we're really if you're a fan of MMOs, then you have to understand of how long and how intricate it takes to make even a basic MMO, which Ashes is not a basic MMO.
No,
at all.
not at all.
Far from a basic MMO.
Yeah.
So I think the reasoning why a lot of people get very frustrated, you know, similar to the people that call this game a scam, is because it's like if you're a lover of this genre, then you are the most jaded gamer person in the planet, because this genre has let us down time and time and time again, whether that's to corporate greed, whether that's pay to win, or no pay to win, and then we're going to add pay to win. I know Terrasland did that literally. Like Terrasland promoted itself as 0 pay to win, and then they had to delete all of their YouTube descriptions and their Twitter description because it said for the longest time that there was no pay to win. And then what happened? They added pay to win. So it's just, you know, there's so many reasons why I think these people in the MMO genre are jaded. And this is why I don't really get too upset for people that are, you know, like, you know, talking shit basically, because at the end of the day, the product will speak for itself.
Yeah.
And you can still,
I think it already has. I mean,
yeah.
I venture you, please go back, look at the Kickstarter videos. And Vladis, I know you put the Kickstarter video in your video. Yeah. Because I put a segment of your video in mine, the most recent one I did, and I saw the mage. Guys, I'm gonna be honest, the original mage character from Kickstarter is literally a meme within the deeper part of this community, because that face, it was real bad. But that's the gameplay that I saw and fell in love with Ashes. And look at the gameplay that we see now. Yes, the old mage is so different, but look at the gameplay we see now. It's so much prettier. It's so much better. And they're not even done, you guys. They're not even done. Yes, the lady in the red dress, yeah. Like, I think they've come so far, not only since phase 1 for like what Chad is saying, but Alpha 1 as well from what you're saying. And like there are, I can just see them cooking. Like I can just see them putting their all. And you know what? When I heard that the devs were getting fired up in the studio, despite a lot of us, especially after like maybe the May stream or like the 2.5 pushback, feeling that like we aren't feeling hyped, I genuinely felt like us having carried the torch as the community. And when we fell, the devs picked up the torch themselves and were like, we got you. We're going to carry you the rest of this way. And then June development live stream came and they're like, we carried you here. It's your turn to pick up the mantle again. And you could just feel from like across the community, the excitement come back into the community. In my opinion, I saw that from just reading all of your guys' posts everywhere.
So there was this whole sentiment, in the middle, I would say, of phase 2.5, where people were saying this game is cooked. No one cares for Ashes. It was like, I think this is probably the lowest point we've been so far in the Alpha 2.
Yeah, and Alpha 2 specifically, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, and again, every development has ebbs and flows. Like you think of any game that's in early access, they have their high hype moments and they have their low moments.
Aww.
And I just think right now there's just a low moment for Ashes, but we're also, again, years. I always say this because I think people really don't put this into perspective. We literally have years of till the live launch. Like we probably have 2 or even 3, dare I say even 4 years. And I know when I say that, people are like, fuck, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
they get really mad because it's, I would rather wait this long to get the product that I always dreamed of than to get it now. And we're literally in the same boat. I would have to spin it as an Ashes creator that, well, I guess Ashes is just following the footsteps of every major billion-dollar company and releasing an unfinished MMO, which is going to quickly die within a few months, like that, because that's exactly what will happen.
Well, and since you were gone during this time, and I'm just putting up some of chat's comments on here that I like, and I think you guys should like see, but. Oh my god, Seika, no. I mean, I'm getting more comfortable with PvP, but I didn't turn into Chibi. I'm not like bloodthirsty yet. But I was gonna say, a lot of you that joined after 2021. Oh no, you guys, this is not a thing. Stop it. A lot of you that joined after 2021, after like Alpha 1. Oh no. Okay, anyway, you guys haven't even seen what like we have seen, you know? And when I say we, I mean Virtek and myself. And I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I kind of got a bit serious with chat, but there was a time in 2019, 2020, somewhere in there after the APOC was done and before Alpha 1, where something happened with the servers. I don't remember what it was, but there's something big that happened with the servers. They had to do a whole rework. And there was a period of time where all we got was like bare minimum updates from Intrepid because that's all they could give us. And they were practically mainly just art updates for the most part. There wasn't a whole lot to go off of, and it was really hard. Yeah, the server framework. And I just, it was incredibly hard to make content off of that. And I'm gonna be very real with you guys because I said this yesterday, you know, like, oh my god, Dusty, thank you for the raid. Hello, cheers everybody, welcome in. You're coming into a very real moment of my live stream, I guess. Dusty has been very, very good at like helping explain stuff. I really love, yeah, we're getting a cats with abs raids right now. Good day, good day. But basically there was a moment where in 2019 or 2020 when there was such a lack of content or like a lack of updates coming through that I almost put TGF Tavern down. I almost said I can't do this anymore. And Virtek can vouch for me on this. But he said, okay, well, if you do that, I will put it down too. And I couldn't. Something inside of me was like, no, you can't do that. You need TGF to keep going. And so we're like, okay, well, let's just figure this out. Let's do maybe once or twice a month. And that's it. And it was hard. It was really, really hard to make content. Oh my gosh, Nith, you're so sweet. Cheers. You're just getting me more tipsy. That's rude. Trying to find tipsy Chibi. But it's just one of those things, like, I'm glad we stuck with it. I'm glad I'm still here. I remember when other content creators started heading off. Yeah, and we did everything we could. I literally reached deep into the forums and pulled whatever content I could, to the point that, like, I forgot what his name is, but he did roleplay content. He did like story content, and we were covering him because that was the only community content happening. And it was so hard, you know? Yeah, dungeon crawlers. That was actually the thing that got us to make our own podcast, by the way. I'll give you guys a story time on that later. But like, I'm just saying, well, our low period that we just had in 2025 with them having their heads down, nothing compared to then. That was so hard to make content on. And this is hard, but they still gave us so much information. They gave us breakdowns of how Summoner is going to be. They gave us breakdowns of like, yeah, you remember that, Ven? Yeah. We literally were just covering art and role play from the community because that was something the community was doing. And yeah, rip Loreforge too. I feel bad. But it's just, I would take 2025's low period over 2020's low period any day. And I think that's why Virtek and I are not shaken by any of this.
Yeah, I think you guys developed alligator skin during this whole process, and also just like the mindset too, right?
Yeah.
Because I think as a content creator, this is why I don't, I create content when I can.
Virtek is hot. Sorry.
Jesus Christ. He is a
I
very
agree, though.
good-looking man.
I agree. He's very fine. I'm glad I married him.
I just think that, I think we do what we can because it's like, other people in other communities. Like I remember talking to Wolfheart about Baldur's Gate just because it's such a good example to me.
I loved that. By the way, real quick, if you guys haven't heard his podcast with Wolfheart on Baldur's Gate, I loved that one. By the way, I loved that. That was great.
It was good times. Let me see. Yes, Graven. My baby was born Tuesday this week.
I got to see a photo. It was so adorable.
Yeah, so I've been very busy this week. Today was the day that my mother-in-law's here at the house to help taking care of me, my wife, and helping with the baby and stuff. So I don't know. I'm gonna create content when I can. I was actually just gonna make a video on my YouTube channel. Just
everybody is saying congrats to you, by the way.
Yeah,
yes.
I see. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, but yeah, I think overall, like there wasn't a lot of content creators for Baldur's Gate, especially in the beginning. There was very few people continuing. And what's funny enough is that those people didn't even come back when the game launched. Like they just stopped making content. So I think it's very unique that, when I talk to Planet Orf or I talk to Steven, I think they're very grateful for the people that are continuing to make content for the game.
Oh my gosh.
Creating these communities, I think is very powerful and very important for not only the feedback part, but also just the longevity of the game. So, yeah.
Okay. I love this question. This is so far off the topic. By the way, you guys, this is what Tavern Talk is about. We start with topics and we do it just like you would do if you went to a bar with some friends, right? You got some topics in mind, you just go with the flow. That's what this is all about. So Throther's asking, someone in the guild posed a question. Holy fuck.
Dang. Who's that? Kondo Gaming? Kendo Gaming. Holy crap, dude. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Jesus.
I am speechless.
Hearts and chat for Kondo right there. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, hearts for Chibi because she's gonna have to drink. Hopefully she can stay awake and
I am sleeping great tonight. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, she's gonna black out.
Blackout. No. Oh my god. Thank you, Kendo. Holy fuck, man.
Dude, that's awesome.
That's a first. Finish off that fireball. Are you trying to kill me, Ozacak? Oh my lord. Threather, thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys, what the heck is happening? This is a Tavern Talk. This is a Wendy's, sir. This is a Wendy's, okay? This is a tavern. I mean, don't you drink at taverns? I don't think I'm making a good point here. I know, but I gotta live. Okay, I'm 4'10", you guys. Wendy's, I was hoping for Denny's. Y'all, if you don't realize how short I am 4'10". And DJ Jennifer, she just, what happened to all the booze in the house? Just watch the stream. Just watch the stream. Seiken, I swear to God, I'm 1v1ing you in P3 as soon as we get in. Taller than Thogly. I mean, thanks for that. I'm not a dwarf, so yeah, thank you. You're allowed to stop drinking your place. This is water, by the way. In case you're wondering what this is water. Yeah, and it is the size of my face. Because I'm small. Thank you very much. Anyway, what the fuck were we talking about before all that happened? Holy shit. You know what? We're talking about Vladis being a Vladdy Daddy. That's what we were talking about. And then he goes silent on me. Wow, rude. Okay, so yes. All the way up here. Throther says someone in my guild posed the question. Vladdy, chill. Would you play WoW or Ashes of Creation? Like WoW at launch or Ashes of Creation now? Without realizing that WoW's design philosophy is not to release the full game or expansion out at the start and phase it out. They're still developing the game and testing those dungeons and raids. I find it odd that no one complains about that, but complains about Ashes continuously releasing content for testing. That's very fair. And also, Bree says, thanks for joining us. No, don't you dare. I'm not allowed to get drunk on this stream, you guys. You're going to clip everything with no context. We were talking about storming Area 51, stealing the Declaration of Independence. That sounds like a horrible idea. Yeah, so Pockets was actually asking this on his live stream. What the Nithram, what are you doing? I'm scared. This is PvP, right? I'm pretty sure this is PvP at this point. You're griefing me. And clipped. Great. I need it for the guild soundboard. Oh my god. Vladis, please help me. They're attacking me over here. Yes, you can. Jack, sorry. You can post them here. You can post them here. If you post them on the stream, you have to be a subscriber. I'm sorry. It's just that we make sure that people that are non-subscribers don't like spam the stuff with bad things. Yeah. Help. Somebody help, please. Chat's picking on me. No one's gonna help me. You're gonna be silent. Okay, cool. That's fine. I need an adult. I need an adultier adult. I know I'm an adult, but I need an adultier one. 1 sub equals 100 damage. Go. Oh man. Oh man. You're gonna murder me, you guys. I like how my 2 guests go silent on me at this point. I am an adult. Murdering me. What the hell? Rude. Rude! I tell you, rude. Honestly, though, your info helped a ton for clarify. What info? Pockets!
Sure.
Huh? You're not sure how to help? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I can't drink.
Laughs and fireball. I'll come guest with you if Erwin joins. I mean, if Erwin joins, everything's going fucking chaotic. I'm just saying, thank you for the hydrate gun score. I appreciate you. Welcome into the tavern, I guess. I don't know. Is this a tavern raid? I'm scared. Yes, double chaos. So Tavern reminded me at launch of WoW, they had no battlegrounds and had to PvP on South Shore. Most of the raids and dungeons. Okay, yeah. See, I'm gonna be honest, y'all. You wanna learn how Chibi got into Ash or words. You want to know how Chibi got into MMORPGs? No! Fupo, they're picking on me. Help! I'm being picked on. I got into MMOs because... Oh my god. Erwin! No!
What happened?
Hold on.
Jesus. What did I come back to?
Many more subs.
Many more subs?
Yes. I think like
Wow.
15 to 20 more.
Wow. Well, thank you guys.
Oh my god.
It all goes to help.
I hate it here.
I did watch the Vladdy chill. I was like, wait, what am I tagged
No, you saw it.
for? I did. I saw it. It was funny.
Virtek, you're never allowed to leave me alone again with chat, man. No.
Vladdy Daddy. There's so many people that call me Vladdy Daddy. There's like my boy Burns from the Copium Clinic. He always calls me Vladdy or Vladdy Daddy or whatever.
Cheers. Look, I hope you're happy, chat. This was full.
Jesus. Chibi, I think you may have a problem. This is gonna turn to be to intervention for you in the future.
I'm not allowed to have chat by myself. They pick on me. No.
15 subs.
Zentharian. There you go. So now you got to finish the fireball.
I'm gonna throw up watching this. I'm not even drinking. That pop, you like that? Isn't it satisfying? That's why I like using them. Wait, hold on. I have to join this because I have to beat all of you guys a champion of the hill. It's only fair.
I might actually win. I got the Holy Relic. And so does Orin.
Fireball! Eclipse, don't call me cute. I'm not cute. I'm partial dragon now. Fireball is a B word, man.
Fireball. I love Captain Morgan. Captain Morgan's always been my drink for like the longest time.
Dude, I did not realize how much. I'm sorry. My head is so tiny, my headphones fall off of me. Fupo says Fireball, now she's a dragon. Sometime you should remind me to tell the story of gold. Of what? Pockets. Dragon, dead taste buds, same diff. I mean, eventually, I'm pretty sure the dragon fire kills off the taste buds, so... Wow. Kando literally murdering me with a frying pan because of Kando's 20 gifted subs earlier. Well, I hope you guys are happy. Thank you, Gutscore. I have no words for you anymore. I don't even know what to say. Yes, I will have all the water. Thank you very much. I am generally happy. Okay, I'm glad that you are happy, Ven. I am so glad that you're happy. And this is not chibi bloodthirsty eyes at all for you. It's not like you're KOS or anything. You know, you're fine. Yeah. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, absolutely. But yes, thank you so much, you guys, for thanking the people that like, you know, supported us and gifted you a sub. I'll heal you. Just a reminder, Drunk RP Go, oh man, come be a part of the conversations between the podcasts, since people like murdering me, I guess. And yeah, I'm going live at PAX because that is what that goal was for. And y'all murdered me. So yeah. I don't know what else to say at this point. I'm here. Hi. Hydrate now, please and thank you. Yes. I might need a second one of these. Thank you very much. Rip to all our caravans. Sweet.
I have something to say.
Are either of you going to save me, or are we just gonna let chat bully me all night? Laughs in dragon breath again. Oh my gosh.
Were you gonna say Oracle?
Yeah.
I had something to say, but now I can't even remember the first thought I had at the beginning of the stream. In favor of waiting for summoners.
Yeah. Why don't you distract chat for me? What the Kando! What the
to come later, because we could test out a few months down the line kind of thing. Like
Why?
that kind of player experience.
Why? Wait, hold on 1 second. Hold on. I don't even have it. Kando, why? Why? Just why? Just why? I'm just curious. Drunken Fireball Caravan now sounds fun. What am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to...
You gotta push your chair back, and then you gotta do a little tap dance.
I can't do that. I'm wearing PJ bottoms.
Oh.
How about, look, you know what? How about this? I'm just here for the butter beer. Non-alcoholic, by the way. Butter beer.
Oh, we went to Universal. We tried it. It's basically cream soda. Like
basically.
I love cream soda though, so it was really nice.
Chat. Offer drinks during the PAX stream. I mean, we could try that.
When is PAX? Is it this coming weekend, or when is it?
It's the end of August into beginning of September.
The end of August.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Okay.
It's Tuesday. LaLoop? What's Tuesday? It's Tuesday this week. Yes, Tuesday is on Monday this week. Yes. Hi, LaLoop. LaLoop, chat is bullying me right now. I don't even know
Feels like
what
a real
to
tavern.
do. What am I supposed to do with this? Thank you. See, bad chat. I need a spray bottle for you guys, I swear. You don't get drinks under the bar that way. I'm innocent. Tuesday, innit? Oh my god. You guys, I really liked how Maggie waved the work in progress message up and down and all around. Was that...
Been there, and
I don't even. Where? What?
Refill.
Refill what? My water? Yes.
Jesus.
You guys. Under the bar she goes, yes. I'm sleeping on the floor. Chibi refill. Well, bye, Quirk, I guess. F you. That's about how I feel, Vladis. What am I supposed to do with this? You guys, what? I didn't even... Honestly, I meant to pop those off earlier after you guys came back from your weather. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. We have recovered from our fucking hurricane, whatever. But now we have a level 10 hype train. Like, what do I do with this? Help me. Vladis, what would you do? I need help.
Hey, I mean, this community, man, you guys have been here for the longest time. I think people truly appreciate the things that you and Virtek do to give the community, give these kinds of talks and stuff like that. I mean, you both of you have full-time jobs. You know, this is so deserving. You know what I mean? This is why I come and pop in, because you guys are a pillar of this community, which is another reason why I'm really hoping they put out this character, or this character, this the CC program from Intrepid soon. So you guys can get, you know, the validation you guys deserve.
I don't know what to do with this. I'm so overwhelmed. We hit level 10 hype train. I've never hit level 10 hype train in my life. What the heck is this?
The first time for everything.
Oh my god. Look, man, we just want to help push other content creators up because we see the work that you guys put into your shit and we want people to see it. Yeah. Vladis, you are so good at breaking down like skill trees and shit, man. And you're so good at like explaining things that I never would have thought of. I love your takes that you have. Like, you guys, Vladis, were you not literally saying that you would love to see a point system, like a horizontal system for the guild
talent
trees? Yeah. And they're doing a point system for the guild trees now. Like,
no. Well, and this is the thing too, is that like, the conversations I've had with them, like there's been many things that they don't take and again, I'm not here to shape the game for me. I always try to think of like the better, like not just for me, but for the whole and what I think the community would appreciate and enjoy. And that's the thing, like I've always gotten from the devs is like, they really do care about how these systems interface with the community in a way that's just as best as possible. Right. And this is why I backed this project, because again, like, you know, when I was playing Blizzard games for over 17 years, like I never spoke to a Blizzard dev in my life. And I think even if I were to, nothing were to change anyway. But here, you know, I feel like the feedback you give in Discord, the forums on Reddit, like it really does get listened to. And I think the fact that I've asked for over 100 things from Intrepid, and the fact that I've gotten probably like 30 to 40 of them is huge, you know? So I think ultimately it's just one of those things that if you are one of those people that have not been heard and you want to follow a game where your feedback can actually get listened to, like this is it, you know, this is the project that I think your word would be valued and listened to. And there's been many times too where people have asked for like PvE servers or whatever, and Intrepid still answers those questions, even though that's been talked about even when I came in 2020. So it's not going to happen. But the fact that they acknowledge it and say, hey, your idea is not going to be a thing for us, at least they don't leave you on red, which is what a lot of other companies do. And I think it is quite remarkable that they're very to the ears, to the ground of the community. And again, you can go ask on Twitter right now, ask them a question. I am pretty sure the Ashes of Creation handle will answer you in a way, maybe not give you the direct answer directly, depending on what your question might be. But other times they will tell you directly, yes, that's going to be in the game. We just haven't got it done yet. Or no, that isn't a part of our vision or whatever. Like, there hasn't been a company to even do that. So
Absolutely.
There's just a lot that I feel like there's a reasoning why Chibi and Virtek are still here, because I can guarantee you that if Intrepid wasn't that way, they would have been gone a long time ago.
Yeah.
And I think that's only a testament to the people like myself who came in way later and why we're still here, because again, they listen.
Yeah. You know what the most amazing thing is, I have to say, and I know you've experienced this, Vladis.
Yeah.
The devs entering your stream and asking questions. Like, genuine questions, you guys.
Yeah.
I love it.
It's remarkable.
Oh, God. Yeah. We have both Sinflow and Erwin. I'm scared. All right. What's the worst that can happen? I think the worst is already past us. Hello, Sinflow. Hello, Erwin. Help me, please. Chat's beating me up. And you are still an oath breaker, by the way, Sinflow. I don't care what anybody else says.
Hey, I broke into like one empty room. That was it. Okay, I wasn't supposed to be in that room.
You are an oath breaker. I don't care if our corrupted priest wants you to pay 1,000 gold. You are an oath breaker. By the way, he is playing BG3 as a paladin, and totally got arrested because his significant other wanted to follow the rat in BG3.
Yeah. She was talking to a rat. For context for that, yeah. So there was like a quest from like a rat that was like, run into this room and do something, and so we had to lockpick to get in. And then we broke in there, and then somebody found us and was like, "Uh-oh, you're in trouble. Time to go to jail." And then I lost my oath of the crown. So yeah.
Oathbreaker.
And Chibi was telling me that you can't just buy your way back in. And
that was the worst fucking timing, dude. I was like, Sinflow, you can't just buy your way into being a paladin, okay? You have to earn it. And then as soon as he talks to the freaking priest, I swear.
Yeah, he's just like, oh yeah, by the way, to get your oath back, that'll be 1,000 gold. And I'm like,
corrupted.
But I thought it was a
corrupted. Anyway. They're corrupted. I'm telling you, don't trust them.
Well, then we got Sinflow in here and Erwin. I'm gonna dip out because I gotta go to sleep. I am tired. And I know you got the little one. Yeah,
we will carry the torch.
Thank you so much for all of the input that you give. And honestly, you guys, seriously, I know I can only give these out for like a period of time, but it's Vladis Gaming, right? Yeah, Vladis Gaming. Please go check out Vladis if you have not. I love your takes. Even if I don't agree with them, they give me great input from a different perspective, and I appreciate them so much.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Vladis.
Yes, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate everyone here. Thank you guys also for all of the subs y'all gave to Chibi and Virtek. It's very much appreciated even on my end. It's always good to see content creators get supported like that. And I will see you guys hopefully very soon. So y'all take care.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Good night.
If anyone hasn't watched those class roundtables that Vladis has done,
yes, he did such a great job on those.
I love those. Yeah, just hearing like various points on all the different classes.
Dude, I have to be honest. One thing that like you had like the rogue roundtable, and I hadn't listened to it because honestly I'm not interested in rogue, but fucking Oracle was like, Chibi, I think there's gonna be a part of this like rogue roundtable that you're gonna like as an alchemist main. And I was like, great, now I have to listen to the whole thing, and I'm glad I did. I think there are some very good points brought up for rogues. But then my favorite part is, yes, I agree. As an alchemist main, I would love to make you poisons for your rogue class. That is my perspective. I expected the scorpion tail, the scorpion venom, to be a poison that the rogues could apply.
Yeah, I definitely can agree with that. I mean, there's so many things that we can do for professions to feel more valued, and I think that's really because I think certain rogue players wouldn't like the fact that they have to buy their poisons, but I mean that's been a staple in a lot of older classic MMOs for a long time.
Yes.
And I think it could still be something that maybe they can have like an hour or even a 2-hour duration, but it would be kind of cool to have like different poisons that alchemists can make specifically for rogues in that regard. But I'm gonna go. Thank you guys so much. It was good seeing you guys. You have a good one. Thank you.
I mean, maybe you could have like rogues get like a basic poison in their skill tree, but if you want it to be better, then you have to go out and like buy them, you know?
Yeah.
I mean,
So you still have access to poison on like from the jump, and you can play around with like which one you like better, and then those effects just get multiplied
Yeah.
imagine the
with the consumables.
platform
Maybe.
that you could do too, or the cross profession. So say you get anesthetic poison from the poppy, or you can go out and get a puffer fish and get another type of poison from marine life.
But see,
Something
I
like
was
that.
shocked. Or Erwin, you tested Rogue with me.
Mhm.
They have that as a skill tree item.
Yeah.
I don't
It's-
want that to be a skill tree item. I want it to be a viable economy item that the artisans can make.
What if it was more volatile poisons that you get from the artisans? So
Can you elaborate?
So right now you've got chilling, you've got the I'm drawing a blank here, of course. So there's a chilling poison, there's another poison, there's a frost poison, and a draining poison for like mana recovery, stuff like that. But say like the scorpion venom, obviously it's going to do more. It's going to be a little bit more tick ratey, or like with the anesthetic poison, maybe it's a slowing poison, or pufferfish, maybe it's just like more of like a bigger tick but faster tick or something like that. There's a lot of reasons that they could take the profession system and things that are dropping in it and adapt that to not only just cooking but rogue poison crafting, alchemy. I think they're wanting to go down a huge route on the professions, and we just we're on the front end of it.
Right. I mean, like, hello. And I'm sorry, you guys, if you don't know what's going on, Candor gifted a lot. I am drunk, I think, at this point. I think it's easy to say I'm beyond tipsy. So give me a moment, but leave me alone, Ludaloo. Leave me alone. Y'all are picking on me. I can't help it. I'm out of my drink. I'm drinking water at this point. Rude. Yes, thank you. But you mentioned, alchemists having the poisons. I'd love to have more poisons as an alchemist. I genuinely expected, I'm not going to lie, as soon as I saw the scorpion venom sac, I thought I was 100% sure that there was going to be something for alchemists to be able. Yes, 95 total gifted subs. This is fucking crazy, y'all. Okay, I've never seen anything like this. Okay,
That's hype.
right? But I'm also confused. Like, why today? Why? Was it because I'm by myself? Is it because you guys want to see me pink? I don't understand. Anyway,
It's Dusty has a great audience, I think.
Yeah.
Every time I jump into his
okay,
chat,
so
they're always
what
popping
you're
off, and
telling me
it's
is I
always,
have
like,
to
a good
blame
time.
Dusty. So next time Dusty goes live, I have to blame him. Got it.
Yeah, it's all Dusty's fault. Just blame him.
Nethrum, stop it. Why? I don't even have a goal for you anymore. I don't even know what to do. But
believe it's called
Pocket
Referral.
says, but you would then need to do other artisan things for other classes. I want to see food. I want to see food that induces better stats for like cold or heat or something for mages, right? I want to see artisans affect the adventuring classes much more, because 100 is cold. Why? This is what I
nice round number. You can't
This
just leave it
is-
at 95.
This is
Nice
what I
round
mean
100.
when chat is being mean to me and is ganging up on me when Virtek's gone. I swear to God. Shoal? I think Shoal is my goddess of pirate. I swear to Shoal. They're ganging up on me, and Shoal is the god of truth. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Bree,
that'd be kind of cool too.
I sent you a DM.
Mm-hmm.
Ventherian says definitely having oils so you could apply it to like the ranger weapon would be pretty cool too. Like for flaming arrows or poison coated arrows would be kind of cool.
Yeah. There's definitely something in this. There's like another system in here that's definitely would be cool to have.
Yeah.
Bah, they're helping you. Demon Soul, shush. They're not helping me, okay? They are making me more drunk. Why aren't you streaming? Go stream your, like, I don't know. What do you stream? The scary
I feel
game?
like that,
What's that game?
Phasmophobia.
Phasmophobia. Thank you. Go stream
Yeah.
Phasmophobia. Get out of here.
Nah, Demon Soul, you're here to stay.
I'm not even fucking from New York, okay? Get out of here.
Oh my god.
Ready to prepare for October.
Ah. Anyway, you
one
were
thing we did
saying
test
we're
on the
listening, guys. We listen and we don't judge, okay? We're listening to Sinfla right now.
Wait, what?
What were you trying to say?
No, I wasn't trying to say anything.
Help me, please, 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 please help me.
Oh, okay.
What were you
Right.
trying to say?
I got you. I got you.
I just imagine, you know, the people at Intrepid watching these streams coming up with these ideas, and they're like already furiously working on like multiple design systems, and then it's just like this, you know how they have like those tubes in John Wick, and like the message comes down, and they open the message. They want what now? Oh my god! And then they just like, you know, they have to like
Yeah.
start working on it. Yeah, that's how it works basically.
Yeah,
They see this, and
exactly.
they're like, oh, okay, we do that now.
Clearly, we have so much influence.
We get joined by everybody though, so. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Hey, I mean, when Steven comes on here, you can really, you know, you just get him nice and drunk, get all the secrets, and then maybe you can make it like a, you know, you make it like a sub stream or something. That'd be sick.
Guys, Demon Soul's ruining everything. I'm mad. I'm mad at Demon Soul right now.
Wait, what?
Demon Soul, this is your fault, okay? This is your fault. This right here was for you. You were supposed to stream tonight so I could raid over to you and I could give you $100 so you can join the Alpha too. And you're not streaming because mental health, and I understand that. But rude, okay? Rude. I'm so mad.
So it's apparent Demon Soul wasn't in the know about that.
No, he was not in the know about it because it was a surprise. And he was supposed to stream so I could raid over. Guys, it's 11:30. I was supposed to raid over to him so I could surprise him with it. But he's in my chat right now.
He's in the chat instead of doing the work. But it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. It's fine.
Well, the secret thing was that I was gonna play Phasmophobia alone because that's what he's been streaming. I
Oh,
hope
yeah,
you
yeah.
understand the
Phasmophobia.
what I put myself through for you. I'm dying of laughter because you guys are so mean to me.
Oh god.
And this is probably why I'll never actually like end up going content creator route, is because Chibi's going to get revenge.
Yeah, I got revenge on Pockets today. No, I have to do a spooky stream. It doesn't matter if you were streaming it or not. That was the agreement I told Virtek. I have to play in the dark, you guys. By myself.
Oh boy.
Dark. Oh my god. That could be kind of fun.
I hate
honestly.
scary
Yeah.
games so much.
Yeah, that's even that makes it even better. If you were like a stoic, like stone face,
crying
like
right
didn't
now.
give a fuck, you like it wouldn't be as fun. The best horror game streams are when you're not really a horror person, and it just fucks you up.
Pockets, I got her saying Vladdy Daddy. on the,
No, don't say that.
It's posted in the community chat.
Oh yes, need that audio clip. I will try and get that and turn it into an MP3 so I can like I'll send it to you so you can like
Oh gee, did
put it in
we?
Discord,
Blight, did we
soundboard or something,
really?
whatever.
I
How?
posted a few other ones in there, Simflow too, just if you want them. There's the
Oh,
chopping
no.
Grant.
No,
There's a
no,
Grand
I'm definitely
PTSD
not that
clip.
I'm teaming.
There's the Goblin Pack where her and Virtek both did. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
And then
Oh yeah.
I got Chibi doing it just solo.
I hate
That
this,
is why
but
I
I
have that
love
number
this,
one.
and I don't know how to feel. I have so much complex emotions right now. Help me. Chibi, my dog just came out of his crate because he heard you. Oh no. Is he trying to give me love because he feels my anxiety because I have so much? I'm so tipsy, you guys. I don't think. Okay. Serious though. I know I'm tipsy, but you can take this part seriously. I think I only got through an entire horror like night of like, you know, like the Halloween nights where there's the scary houses, right? The horror houses. I think I only got through them because I was tipsy. And I just laughed at Chucky for trying to follow me with a chainsaw. But I was like a little bit terrified, not gonna lie. I straight up ran back into the haunted house to hide behind somebody else, but he recognized me and he still chased me out of the haunted house. That was like last year. I was all by myself in a haunted house. It was terrifying. You're gonna be my bard lawyer? I mean, you're already doing like bard twerking for me.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know who it was, but somebody meant to say tweak, but they put twerk. And I was like, I'd love to see Ash's twerking. And Blight was like, I got you. Watch this. I go to haunted houses to scare people. Dude, I'm easily scared. You got me. Oh no. B-Red, why are you rating me right now? I'm too tipsy for this shit. Thank you for the raid, in all honesty. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate hearts to you. Hearts. I love doing hearts. I am so fucking tipsy, you guys.
We love
This
love
isn't
around
fun.
here.
You guys, if you've missed our conversation with Sinflow and Leloop, let me tell you, the tavern.
Oh, yeah, that was super fun.
That was very fun. I didn't want it to end, but I realized you literally, I didn't get to say this live. If you thought that Sinflow was a little out of it, let me tell you, this dude right here, this one, He worked all fucking night and then joined our podcast. Okay?
Yeah.
He
Finished
joined
work
our
at- so
podcast
finished work
at
at 5
7 a.m. in the morning and he worked all night.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's
it
a
was good.
fucking
It was good.
trooper right there. That one right there.
Mhm.
I don't care what guild you're in.
I think it
Seriously.
went pretty well considering.
Yes, and I
It
felt
went pretty
bad
well.
because it was like 8, 9 a.m. for you. And I was like, yeah, I think we're just going to end so you can get some sleep. And he was like,
I think
in
we
my
covered all the important
DMs,
stuff
he
there,
was
so-
like, I can keep going, you guys. I can keep going. I can keep talking about this. I was like, dude, you haven't slept yet. You need sleep. You should go sleep.
I don't know. I feel like if I'm passionate about something, I could just keep going until I literally fall asleep in my chair.
It's
You know,
literally 11:34
you know.
p.m., almost midnight. I don't go this late. Sleep is a suggestion. Sleep is... Thogly, why? Hi.
Oh my god.
Hi.
Another raid.
Yes,
Hell yeah.
another raid. You
The
guys...
short is rating the short.
Hi, thank you. Rude. Erwin.
What? Was that short-sighted?
Rude. Hi, Thogly.
What's that
Chat.
short-sighted?
Chat's
Yeah.
Sinflow.
He was repeating what I said. Don't
Hey,
worry.
that wasn't me. That was no, but no.
Just you wait until Pickle streams with you again. I am going full-fledged. I'm not holding back.
Oh,
I held
yeah.
back last time. You guys, I told a couple of you yesterday. I held back because that was my first time interacting with Sinflow, and I was like, yo, I don't want to terrify Sinflow. I don't want to be that person that's like taking over Sinflow's chat. But Sinflow, you were
Well,
loving
it's
that.
fine. Yeah, no, it was great. It was great actually. It was very fun.
Thogly, help! They're beating me up. They're picking on me. I'm a short pirate girl, and they're picking on me. Sinful loves when people take over his chat. You did good. Yeah, I called him a corrupted oathbreaker. Oh God, Thogly's in our live
I
stream
love
queue.
that,
I'm
though,
scared.
Building on what was happening. That was great.
But see,
like
that's
Building the story out.
That's my favorite part is being a DM. I love building on that. You bring it to the table. Like, okay. Before I add Thogly, and I'm sorry, Thogly, I totally have you hovering over the chat right now. My best friend who is coming in tomorrow, and Lord, am I fucked up right now. I'm sorry. She made a druid. And she liked collecting teeth to the point that our party, whenever she couldn't make it to a group setting, our party would collect teeth to bring back to her. And like she made it a whole thing, right? I love that part of D&D. It's when you guys, the players, make something unique that I can draw upon as the DM. That's my favorite part of being a DM, honestly. Tea, not teeth. Yes, that's fair. Gossip. All right, I'm dropping Thogly in. Thogly, help me. They're picking on me. I am but a small pirate, and they are picking on me.
Well,
Like, any
It
more
happens.
any more drinks, and she's gonna be redder than a tomato.
I've been
I'm gonna be
drinking
redder
tonight.
than when I was on Jamie Chaos and Annie Lace's stream.
I think you're more inebriated now than you were the night that I had you drinking mead with me.
I think so. It's been a little bit. It's honestly, you know what? I blame Candor. Candor gifted 40 subs tonight, and Vantherian gifted like 25.
Oh,
Dimmer
geez.
joined in, and then
I don't know what to do at this point. We've already hit our goal. They fucking murdered my goal. Like, you know, went corrupted on my goal. Hi, Naughty Gnome. Thank you for following the channel. I'm sorry that this is what you have to deal with. But what do I do with this, Thogly?
I don't know. This
I
is
don't know
a first.
either. This is a first for me too.
Much like the stature of her, maybe it was a small goal.
Hey,
But
that's not
You
cool.
know what? I'm giving Erwin the look right now too. The look. He knows what the look is. Ben Therian, you are not safe from the look, okay? This is your fault. This was full, okay? And so was this. These were both full.
Oh, wow.
This is Fireball. This was a freaking mojito.
it was a mojito.
Wow.
Mojito?
Wow, Erwin. Rude. The magical potion. Yeah. This was full, Laloop. This was full of fucking Fireball. But hear me out. Okay, but hear me out. What do you have to say for yourself, Antherian? What do you have to say? Glasses? Wow.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Gravin, don't you dare. Don't you dare. We gotta save some of it for like a future stream. Don't you dare. That's what I have to say about him. Thank you.
Look.
Where's Metal? You know.
Why are they picking on you tonight?
I don't know. I think it's because Vertek's not here.
I think so. Am I gonna have to turn like normal dwarven drunk to bodyguard dwarf? Is that
I
what's
think
gonna
so
happen?
because any extra stuff that we get is gonna go to Vertek making mead, and I don't know how to handle this right now because we already met our goal to do a live stream at PAX West, and yes, I'm sorry, Thogli, but I'm subjecting you to that.
Oh, you would, wouldn't
I
you?
would.
That's okay.
I have to
That's okay.
share in the demise, and Demon Soul's not even live for me to rate him. I'm so mad. You see this right here on my live stream, Thogli?
I do.
That's for Demon Soul Games. And he's not even live for me to give it to him. I'm
course
so
not.
mad. I'm
Nobody will pick on
angry.
Sos, too.
I'm livid. I'm livid, chat. I'm so livid.
Well,
I wanted Vertek to be in the AoE. Oh, don't worry, Ventherian. He will get in the AoE too. Yes, Quaterni. Quaternian is Corey, by the way. Yes, Corey. You're spelling drunk wrong. Who's spelling drunk wrong? Clinical? Really? Uh-oh, she's going to. I'm not angry. I'm not actually angry. No.
Oh, Thugly, you weren't here for it.
Look, guys, I'm too fun of a drunk to actually be mad. I'm just playfully mad. I'm mad at you in the most playful way. We must be your drink past it. We were just talking about the quatrains of how yes. So Corey. We are talking about how some of us leave me alone right now, Erwin. We're talking about how some of us feel like you need to push back phase 3, but I'm like, nah, dog. We need phase 3 to start at August 4th, okay?
yes, I agree with you.
We need to test
It's not
this
for any
economy.
selfish reasons whatsoever.
We need to test the economy. We need to test this crate system. We need to test. You know what, Mr. Noobtastic, you are rude for that. That is unnecessary call out that you are doing right now. This is
Corey
your
that initially said
fault,
it.
chat. This is your fault, okay? This is your fault. Late night talk show is being Chibi wine Fireball. I love it.
We have a second emote now.
Corey, I need help, okay? Look, man. We're 213 subscribers. My goal was 175, which I was like, this is outrageous, okay? Because as the days go further, the subscribers go further behind. And I'm like, look, man, I don't expect this to happen. But if we hit 175, we're going to do a PAX West stream. And they're like, you know what, Chibi? Fuck that 175. How about 213? How about 213? And this was full. Okay, this right here, this was a fireball full. I'm mad at chat right now. I'm mad. I'm angry. I'm livid at chat right now. And Fupa's laughing at me. I am bullied by chat.
No one's laughing.
Thank you, Quaternian, for understanding my plight. I am bullied by chat right now, and I don't know how to feel about it. I am emotionally distraught. Oh, woe is me. What do I do? I'm drinking water, and thank you, Clinical. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I just... Thank you, Clinical.
We have 3 new emotes now that I've thought of, Chibi.
Why? Why have you thought? Yes, water is good. Thank you, Quaternion. This whole thing right here, yeah, it used to be filled up to here with water. It is down to here. I need more water.
We have the Chibi.
Thank you, Lulu. Thank you. Lulu understands. Lulu gets it. Oh God, she's still far early. I am out of this. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? This is empty. Do you want me to make another one? I will make another one. But then what do I do with that? I don't know. I didn't expect to get this far. 214? Why? Why, chat? Why? I don't understand. Y'all are here. I appreciate you. But I'm just trying to understand. Why? Why? Just why? Thogly, Sinflow. Explain why not? Why not?
Wait, what?
Eclipse, why? Explain to them why we should have... I don't know. Actually, what is your take? Do you want P3 to be pushed back? Wow. Okay. Do you want P3 to be pushed back, or do you want it to be on August 4th, and why?
August 4th.
I feel the same.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we get to P3 and they're like, okay, well, actually, there's gonna need to be like a P4 because there's a lot of stuff to do, right? And which is fine. Like, it's just gonna take time. But I wouldn't be surprised if like, okay, P3, and then it's like, okay, and let's just squeeze in another P4 in there or something.
Why, Fupo? Why? Yes. Actually, so Stephen had said that Phase 3 was supposed to be at least a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Do you think there should be? Adgron, stop taunting them. Stop it.
Don't put that into the universe.
Adgron, I swear, I am making it up to the Dunehold, Olive Dunehold. Yes, the slimes may have won this month, but Dunehold shall survive for the next month. Why are you adding to it? I was just gonna add it back in for next month. You don't have to. Oh, I had to share the love. Okay. Well, I don't know what to say to that. Oh God, we got Lulu in here now too.
Oh yeah.
Well,
hell yeah, we're getting the band back together.
Should I bring him in?
I mean,
of course.
Well,
Okay. This is a mistake, I think.
I don't think so.
Lulu, what have you got to say? Help me here.
Bish, go drink water.
I am drinking water. It's down to here.
Chat bullshit for the past hour almost. Go drink water. Go pour more water and drink more water.
I'm being yelled at. First, I'm bullied by chat. Then I'm yelled at by Lulu. I don't even know what to do with this anymore.
for your own health and betterment of existence. Because questions why shouldn't be asked when you haven't drank any water. Go drink
I've
water.
been drinking water. This is my second cup of water.
Or
The dark cup is all water.
It is, I promise.
Did you
Hi,
call out,
Dollar.
to work tomorrow?
Go eat something and drink water. You'll feel better by tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep great tonight. Future Chibi not having hangover. I've not ever had a hangover before in my life, but I'm scared about tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie. So,
and I've had hangovers because of drinking an entire bottle of Fireball. You know why? Because I didn't drink water.
okay, Lulu, here's my question to you. You don't like the rotating lawless zones.
Yes.
Okay. Should they delay phase 3 to include Summoner, or should they include phase 3 like immediately on August 4th without Summoner?
How is that in any way connected to lawless zones? Why did you start with lawless zones? Just to trigger me or something?
Because I'm tipsy and that's how I decided to choose it.
I don't think they should delay anything because it's pointless.
Mhm.
There's no use in delaying.
Honestly, I
said this
kind of
on
agree with that.
forums. I said this on
Like,
forums
we-
because if they delay, all the people who have been complaining and saying, "Oh my God, it's a scam," whatever, they'll just have even more ammo to prove, in air quotes, that this is a scam, because this would be a second delay for the P3. There's no point in delaying. Just say it's fucking alpha, shut the hell up, and go test the goddamn game. That's it.
Right. I'm kind of excited to get to phase 3 where we can break free of like because they haven't announced any phases after this, right? So it'll just be like, oh,
Yep.
it'll just be like an open ground of like, okay, we're just going until it's ready. You know,
Yeah.
There's not going to be, although it does help with deadlines and stuff like that, and making it more predictable for.
He said phase 3 was
You know,
going to last at
exactly.
least a year.
Don't listen to at least a year. It's gonna be at least 2, simply because it's what Steven said. So just pay no attention to that.
Thokli, what does this mean? What do you mean by this? What is Wendy Williams? Help me. I need help with this. Okay. But yeah, so Steven said phase 3. This is original phase 3. Keep in mind, Ash's phase 1 for Alpha 2 was supposed to start like September of last year? And I don't know when it actually started because we got hit with the hurricane. We stopped falling for a second. Okay.
It was supposed to be late quarter 3rd of the year, and it started early quarter 4th. So,
Okay.
Yeah. Should have been September, became October.
Okay, and he said that was going to last at least a year. At least a year.
Phase 3, at least a year.
But was that for Alpha 2 in general or phase 3 specifically?
Only phase 3.
Okay.
The year statement was only phase 3.
So we are getting phase 3 on August 4th. If we hold him true to that, that means August 4th to 2026.
Beta?
We have already not held them true to the May phase 3. So there's no point in holding anyone to fucking anything. It's way too late for that. There's no holding.
Honestly, people have accidentally slipped up and said Alpha 3 so many times.
Oh, so many times. Yes, it's not helping the situation.
Not
and people
that
saying, "Oh my God,
Intrepid
is
said
there
that.
phase 3?"
But content
Who
creators
cares?
have accidentally said that.
Exactly.
Yeah. At
an
least
absolute
1
mess.
year also encompasses 10 years. Blight,
Yes,
why? Wait. Why are you giving Quaternion or Corey a cookie? Is that what that nom nom is for?
Yeah.
Pupo? Also, Corey recently reiterated our issue with the it is what is. The train does not stop. That's true. I don't mind. I think Fupo ate the cookie before I could get it. Oh no, he ate the cookie? Rude. Quaternion, I'll give you a cookie. I think Corey did a really good job of explaining because I had asked for help. You know, I was like, hey, so Virtek and I had a disagreement, which I know that a lot of you are like, oh my God, shocker. What? Chibi and Virtek disagreeing? Fun fact, when we first started our podcast, Virtek was way more into PvP than I was. Literally. If you go back to our first podcast. I know, right? And over at the time, I think I've
mainly because Chibi is so bloodthirsty.
I am not bloodthirsty.
I believe that Virtek could have been like way more into PvP in general. But compared to Chibi's just absolute bloodlust for people's lives, I cannot believe this.
I'm not bloodthirsty. Okay, look, guys. I'm making a video on this soon, but I was terrified, literally terrified, to go from Mirleth to New Ayla by myself because I thought people were going to PvP me and kill me on my way. Because of my experience in World of Warcraft in the Hellfire Peninsula. And I know that sounds silly to base it on, but that was my only experience because when I played World of Warcraft, I played it on PvE servers and I played on roleplay servers. I never played on PvP servers. So for me to go into Hellfire Peninsula, that was my first time experiencing any sort of open world PvP or world PvP as ChatGPT defines it, right? So I'm like a level 50 to 60 trying to level through Hellfire Peninsula, and level 80s are murdering me on cooldown at the fucking res point. And I'm gonna tell you right now, the only reason why Ashes of Creation interested me is because of the corruption system and the fact that I could flag up to PvP if I want to. And if I don't, and you kill me, you go corrupted.
Yeah.
And that, for me, solved the spawn camping that I had issues with.
Right. I think it just needs to be relaxed a little bit so that there is a bit of flexibility for like...
What do you think needs to be relaxed?
Trained on or like the punishment for it, because like basically everyone I've talked to in Polar is like, yeah, no, flagging up and attacking someone and risking going corrupt is just not worth it at all, anytime, ever. So it's like, I would rather see like, okay, you still get the stat dampening, that's fine. It's more about like the item dropping. It's like maybe after like the third kill, then you start dropping items or something. Like just pull that way back so that there's flexibility on like, oh, okay, I'm what they were talking about, where it's like, oh, I wanna fight over this resource, or you know, there's someone mob training, and it's like, oh, I'm just gonna flag up, kill them, take the corruption, but it's okay, I'm just getting stat dampening, right? Does that sound not good? But it's like, it's still like, there's still like, you will eventually drop items if you kill someone 3 times in a row, and you have like corruption 3. Then
you see, Steven doesn't want that. He wants people to murder people for free, for no cost, and with no penalty. You just don't understand Steven, you know? Steven said he hates griefers, which is why he created a system that supports griefers and encourages them. It's totally logical.
It feels like...
Real quick.
If you just think about it, it's totally logical, except not.
Real quick. Okay, so this is something that I've said in our Discord many times over. I'm withholding my judgment on the lawless zones until we get a better idea of how it feels with the actual 8 to 10k concurrent players. Okay? Because in phase 2.5 at the beginning, on Saturday, literally the second day into 2.5, we hit 8.1k concurrent players. In the tiny little zone that we have accessible to us. The tiny little zone, you guys. We have Riverlands, we have Sand Squall Desert, we have the Gendark, and we have the Tropics. Four out of the entire map that we're gonna have access to, okay? 8.1K that weekend. And that's gonna be a very different experience, you know? And I kind of want to feel how that feels a little bit. I hope that we can experience that in Alpha 2. Alpha 3 even, Phase 3. I'm calling Alpha 3 Phase 3 because people also have called it Alpha 3. But I genuinely hope that we feel the 8 to 10 concurrent on a server. And I know that's not realistic. I completely understand that that's not realistic. But the 8, you know what, Pockets? Leave me alone. I'm working here, okay? I'm working. Don't tease me. I'm trying to get my point across. But the 8 to 10 concurrent, the fact that we had that on the second day, on Saturday of the 2.5 is crazy because we don't even have the full world map yet. We don't even know how that feels. We don't even know how the lawless rotational zone feels. Like, okay, Quaternion, one question we have is it going to be lawless rotational zones within the Riverlands and within the Gendark, Gendark's over here technically, and within the Sand Squall Desert and within this, or is it across the entire map? That changes things. That majorly changes things. If it starts in the Riverlands and you have 4 hours of the Riverlands not being available, and then it goes over here to the East continent for 4 hours, that's vastly different than if it goes to Oakenbane for 4 hours, and then it goes over to the Befallen Forge for 4 hours, and then it goes up to the Grave Peak area for 4 hours. That's different. They both feel very different from each other. How does that feel? I need to understand before I cast judgment. In my opinion,
I don't think it'll be the entire Riverlands, Chibi. I think it'll just be the POIs and maybe just a couple. I'd like to see.
But what defines the POIs? That's my question. Is it Oakenbane and is it Grave Peaks?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yes.
And is it
adjudication?
But that's the thing.
Garfin, entirety of Garfin.
Is it Oakenbane and Grave Peaks, or is it Oakenbane then somewhere in the desert, and somewhere in the Anvils, and somewhere in the Badlands? You know,
They didn't explain that.
They didn't explain that. And that's what I want to know. I understand that POIs are the open world dungeons, but is the rotational within each POI, meaning each POI has a section? I'm sorry if I'm explaining this very badly. Ask me next week. I'm sure people are going to be much nicer to me next week. But is it within the Riverlands itself that rotation of lawless zones are happening, and then at the same exact time the rotation of anvils are happening? Or is it across the entire world is my question. Like, are there multiple lawless POIs?
P3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The big question that we want Slurp to answer is frequency and quantity per zone.
If I know Slurp well,
time.
which I kind of a little bit feel like I know him well, he's gonna be like, Chibi, go ask that on the Alpha 2, like, or the live server feedback request, and then I can answer that because that's what he did last time. So we'll see. None of them can answer anything, and that's fair, Pockets. That's fair. We don't know yet. And that's why I'm like, look, I can't just ask Quaternion. Even though he's in our chat, I don't feel right asking him these things because that's not fair. That's not fair to them.
Having the rotating lawless POI is like kind of exactly what I wanted. And now it's like,
Okay.
Now instead of having to run out into the middle of nowhere, I like that. I like the idea of it. You know.
Here's my question. Okay, so Synflow, you're part of Polar, as your tag insinuates. For those of you not in Discord, I can see his Polar tag. Okay. You are part of a mega guild. Whether you like it or not.
Yeah,
that's,
I guess so.
In my opinion, we would call that a mega guild, right? Would you like it to be first it's in the Riverlands, then it's in the Anvils, then it's on the Eastern continent, or would you like it be each biome has it rotating within that biome?
I think it'd be better to have one in each region. That way it's not like, oh, where is it now? Oh, it's all the way on the other side of the map. Like globally, like each region having a lawless zone, I think would be nice. I think that would be good. Right. Okay,
and I need help with understanding this because from Virtek's perspective, and I know Virtek is not here, but I understand his perspective. I already have not bothered with this because I feel like, let's be honest, Cats with Abs, Polar, y'all are big guilds, and you're gonna take over something like, let's say, Befallen Forge without a lawless zone. Because that's what you want to go do for that night, right? So,
yeah.
Do you think that the lawless zones is going to detract from the PvEers? Let's say I plan on going to Highwayman Hills because that's the level of content I can do. Do you think lawless zones is going to make it so that PvEers like me, who don't really like to do PvP, but would rather engage in PvE systems, kind of ruin our whole night? Or do you think that there's enough other stuff that we could do that we could be like, okay, clearly Highwayman Hills is not the right way to go. We should go do this other thing instead.
Did they say how long the rotating POIs would last? I thought it was
I believe it was
a week or
1 hour uptime, a 1 hour prep time of hey, this area is about to go lawless. And then 3 hours of it being lawless at minimum. In Virtek's opinion, this would be at least 4 hours because he thinks that for that 1 hour lead up time, PvPers will start flocking to the area.
100%.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like, oh, this is the new battlegrounds, and it'll be good because at the moment, the lawless zones that you can fight on, that isn't just the ocean, there's not a lot there, right? So I think it'd be more fun of while you're waiting for the PvP, you can at least try and farm stuff, and then you have those interactions and then you have the opportunity for those interactions where it's oh, you get ganked in the middle of a pull, and then it gets crazy, and but if it's I was expecting them to be lawless for I don't know, a day or something, 24 hours. This zone is lawless. But if it's 3 or 4 hours, I don't know. I don't think that's that bad. It's just just go somewhere else. In my mind, it'll be okay because there is plenty of other content to do in other areas. The map is huge, right?
Is there though?
Okay, you could go do something else for 4 hours. I don't know.
But that's not really the case. It's precisely, the map is huge, so for anyone who has even remotely limited time on their hands, especially during the evening, during the prime time, at which point most likely we will have several lawless zones at the same time if they do go for several lawless zones at the same time. And so you as a PvEer decide with your party that you decided a time beforehand because your party is most likely older people who have to plan everything ahead for several days because you're all busy and shit and family, and so you decide on this evening we are on this level and this location POI is the best for us. We have, let's say, 2 hours we have half an hour to get there, 2 hours of farming there, and maybe some time to get back, and overall 3 hours. And then you log on, and the game tells you in an hour that shit will be PvP area, and you're fucked for the day. And potentially for the week because your party again is older people. And what do they do now? Where
hold
do they
on.
go?
I'm assuming.
Real quick before you respond.
Is it going to be random or will there be some sort of pattern to it?
They are randomized.
Because they're supposed to be randomized. But real quick before you respond, for those of you asking, The reason why you're going on the big screen is because I think that you're making a valid point to the conversation. I want to put you up on the big screen. I'm highlighting your comment is essentially what's happening.
Calling you out.
I'm not calling you out. I'm saying I agree with you, and I think that's a valid point. I think both sides are valid. This is why I'm withholding my opinion until I can test it, right? Because I don't know how that's gonna. No, grumpy guy, don't do that. I want to see how it feels to experience this first before I give my opinion. Because look, if you guys don't know, I am PvE first. I'm not PvP first, but I want to know how this feels.
Entitled Aura and Polar could not even comprehend how much PvP Chibi does on a daily basis.
Counter argument. We all know in Ashes, we need to be prepared for multiple situations that could come up at any moment.
Thank you.
So I think if you're only coming up with one damn plan, you're not an Ashes player.
That is true, yes, and that is exactly why the game will be niche as fuck, and these Lola zones are making it even more niche. That's what
I will agree that this game is already niche, but before Sinflow, I hear you. You're ready to go, okay? But you're part of a bigger guild, okay? Let's say your guild without lawless zones, okay?
A PvP guild also.
Without lawless zones, your guild maybe wants to go and run Befallen Forge. We're just sticking within the Riverlands for this example, okay? I already expect that a larger guild might want to go into the Befallen Forge, the Grave Peak area, or the Carfin area as an area where a lot of them are intended to be that might accidentally, whether you mean it to or not, keep us out of that area, because that's the area that you're going through right now, and that's where a lot of you are. Without lawless zones, I'm expecting that. With lawless zones, I'm also being like, okay, that content may not be for me, but maybe there's Highwayman Hills. Maybe there's what's that area near New Ayla? I'm blanking right now.
Is there even an area?
Yes, there is. Remnants of Cephalian. So maybe instead of going to Befallen Forge, I'm hanging out in Remnants of Ceph. Thank you, Pockets. Thank you, Ventharian. So I think it is absolutely important, regardless. Let's just take lawless zones out of this argument for a second. NA, baby. Yeah. Let's just take arguments of lawless rotational zones out of this for a second. Larger groups will probably be in some of the major areas for a little while, meaning that you will have to compete against them to get in there without lawless zones specifically. If you don't have backup like A, Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, you're not going to have fun. This is not like World of Warcraft, in my opinion. And this is where Virtek and I differ a little bit. I am completely okay with a lawless zone being there as long as it means that it will be a long time before it comes back, so that it doesn't completely kick PvE players out of it for a long period of time. Sinflow, you had a retaliation. Go ahead.
Yeah, go.
Oh, retaliation. It's not that.
Sorry. Listen.
It's more like a.
Do you see this right now? That's the best, closest experience I can get for the word right now. Right now.
One of the things that I kind of miss from when before they changed the corruption system to be so strict was that feeling of walking through the world, and then you see a stranger approaching, and you see them and you're kind of eyeing them oh, is that friendly or enemy? Is this person gonna just run up and kill me randomly? You don't really get that feeling anymore, but I would and I understand you can't have that all the time, but having it in certain areas randomly could be kind of fun. and having that, like, because it's one of those things where it's like you could be running through the world, and even though nothing's happening, you're still like in the back of your mind, you're like, okay, you're like kind of like watching the horizon, seeing if there's any players around. And I don't know, I enjoy that. Like, even though it's a little stressful, I enjoy that. But I guess I get that not everyone likes that, so you can't. So we're doing this, like, you know, in between, where it's like, okay, not everywhere is going to be like that, but it's like, okay, yeah, you go into this area, you're going to have to endure that feeling of like, okay, your head is on a swivel for like 3 hours in this area. If you enter, you know, just be aware of it, right? I get the planning thing that you were talking about. I understand that. Maybe what if there was like a I wonder how random it's going to be. Maybe there's going to be like a rotation or something, and it's going to be pretty predictable. But I'm thinking of this in a like fully, like in a fleshed out game, not in a testing environment right now, where, you know, okay, so there's not a lot of options right now. I mean, there's plenty, you know, there's plenty of options if you're like really looking for something. But yeah, I just think that, you know, even if you log on and you had this plan to do something in this one area, that could still happen. Like, you could still show up and there's like another group there and it's a big guild, and then they're like, no, we're taking this spot, and if you try and take it from us, we're gonna war deck you, and then like that can still happen. So
Right.
I don't really see that.
That's been my whole point about this whole thing. We're gonna war deck you. That war deck should cost them quite a bit if they're a big, strong guild versus a, let's say, a group of players who are also in a tiny guild of their own. That should be a higher cost. That should be the cost that comes with your ability to murder someone at any point, at any time, and whatever. That's been my point. And also on the particular point of corruption and the world feeling dangerous and whatever, I would like for some relatively big content creator, like, for example, I don't know, someone who's very drunk right now and should be drinking more water, to create
Why are you calling me out?
I don't know. I'm not even talking about you. I'm talking about a theoretical person, and not you. But yeah, my point is, like, a creator like that should ask some guilds, for example, on a guild summit, a question: would they prefer a corruption system that allows for that kind of danger, where you see a person and you think like 3 times to yourself, will they kill me? Can they kill me? Should I fight back if they decide to kill me? Or would they live just a murder hobo genocidal circle where they can murder everyone? What's the preference for the guilds, especially for the PvP guilds? Because right now I believe that everyone just wants to murder everyone, because that's the feedback I've seen so far. But I haven't asked the guilds directly because I don't have the connections. You do. Chibi.
That's fair. I hear what you're saying.
Everyone's thirsty for PvP.
I was already terrified to go from Miraleth to New Ayla by myself in Ashes of Creation, because I was pretty sure 90% of the player base was going to flag up and kill me just for going by myself. But that's not what happened, you know? And
exactly. The fear is there, but you're not sure. But in a lowly zone, the fear is there because you're almost sure, because it's a fucking PvP zone and everyone is free to kill you. There's no penalty,
real quick,
if you see a person, they can definitely kill you.
I love this perspective from who is it? Hold on. Let me get OC. OC here is Nox Cochane. I'm so sorry, Nox, that this is how you end up on our podcast, because I'm tipsy. But Nox says, I just logged into Winstead and I was instantly killed almost due to node war I was unaware of. There needs to be some sort of notification in the character select. What if I was carrying crafting mats? I would have lost 50% of them immediately. And I get that that's a whole other thing, but I want to dare to expand this into lawless zones. What if I haven't logged in for a month or a week? And the area that I'm logging into is a lawless zone. It's not like I've been tuned in this whole time, right? Mm-hmm. I would love to see notifications on the character screen of, by the way, this is currently happening where you're logged in. And Ventherian says, I'm all for the notification. Even if you log in immediately, even upon login, it's like you are in a lawless zone or you are in a node war or something. something that lets the player know, hey, you should probably log out, friend, or you should probably not log in the first place, you know? And if you
You're
like,
in a Lola zone. Why are you playing this game, man? Just fucking leave. Just leave. You're fucked up. That's it. Just leave.
also been
Lola
theories
zone,
that
man.
said if
Just
you
leave.
logged off with Mats, you're already messed up. I'm of the opinion, bank early, bank often. Like you've heard vote
me
early,
too.
vote often.
That is true.
Fucking put your shit in a bank, man. Why are you holding on to it when you log off? Why?
Right.
Especially
Even if it's like not your home node, you just put it in any bank anywhere, and it's like, okay, at least
Synflow.
it'll be safe there.
Can you correct me if I'm wrong? Because I can be wrong, especially in this state. Thanks, you chat. Rude. But can you not craft from your node? What is it called right now? Thank you, chat. This is your fault. Your storage. Can you not chat from?
I
Can
don't
you
think
not
so.
craft from your storage?
You do have to pull it out, right?
You do have to pull it out.
You gotta
You do have to pull it out.
Have it on you. Yeah.
Yeah, it still
Okay.
has to be in your inventory, but
Well, what's the
for now, like,
warehouse then?
guards
I
are
thought
so
you
OP
could
that
craft
you're
from your
relatively safe
warehouse.
in town.
You can send to your warehouse.
You can send to your
Oh,
warehouse.
that's,
Okay.
I think,
Yeah.
and I don't believe that even works. At least
It
when
does.
I tried it last time, it didn't. So I guess they fixed that.
There was a
But
bug for a little bit that glitched it out.
Ah,
and
okay.
caused you to lose
Okay.
it.
Here's my question
I
to you
think at
guys,
some point
because
they did say that they want us to craft from storage, but I'm not fully sure.
I'm pretty sure that's what they said too. But I thought that this is what the warehouse was for. I might be confusing them the two. But okay. Sin, you're clearly on one side. Lutalu, you're clearly on the other. I love this
No,
conversation
I'm
at the
not on
moment.
that side. I
I-
want the entire world to be dangerous, as Sinflow said, literally through corruption and proper balancing of corruption. We are on the same side there. I just want to
Okay.
make sure that all the other people in all the other PvP guilds would support that point and would fucking tell Steven to remove the goddamn lawless zones.
Laloop, if you have thoughts, why aren't you
I-
in the stream queue?
I-
Come in here. Come on. Come share your thoughts. I want to hear them.
I do agree. Like there is a balance to be struck. Like you can't like having like a Wild West lawless everywhere. That's not what I would want to see. But I think having these randomized lawless POIs like across the map rotating, I think that is a nice balance because it sort of becomes like an area that you can opt into where it's like, okay, well, if you don't want a PvP, it still has that like, oh, if you don't want a PvP, then this area, like you can't go into, like you just don't go into that area. But it's not like the map is tiny and that's like a quarter of the map. I'm thinking like, you know, like a POI would be like a coffin or something, like that coffin area. It's like, okay, well, I don't know, that's probably like I don't know, like 2% of the map right now.
I
So
think
it's
they'll
like you
balance
have
it.
another 98% to play around with.
I
Wait,
think they'll balance it based on POIs per zone or node too, because you've got Sand Squall Desert, Turquoise Sea, and Jundark that all have like 22
Thank
different
you.
POIs. So
thank
you're
you,
gonna end up
Throther.
maybe having like a 10% of the POIs in like the Jundark. So two POIs would be, you know, simultaneously or, you know, alternatively flagging or lawless at one point in time, whereas the Riverlands has maybe 9 to 13, and so you'd see another that 10% applied to there. I hope it's that way too, just because I can find something else to do for 4 hours.
And that's what I'm thinking. Is like if it's a short time, I thought it was going to be like a day, a week. If it's like 3 or 4 hours, I don't know. There has to be some sort of like I know people like I understand the like people are busy and like they try and extensively plan, but like sometimes things come up and you got to be ready to adapt, right? Especially in a game like this, right? So I think that's like, you know, maybe they could make the lawless zones somewhat predictable. Would that help? Do you think? Is that like?
Wait,
No.
predictable how? I want to
it
hear.
would
Wait.
help
I want to hear
it
how
would
would
help
they
if
make
they are
it predictable?
If they scheduled it.
Just have them on
Well-
schedule, yeah.
But okay,
Yeah,
wait,
I
hold
would
on.
be
My
very- I
question.
would be
My
more
question
fine
then.
with a scheduled lawlessness.
Okay, but
again,
that
like,
wouldn't be random
Still not
lawless, which is what
Right.
they said,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it's not what they're planning.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind that, because then it could be like it's like, oh, Tuesdays is lawless in Carfen, or like, Tuesdays is lawless in Carfen, Fridays is lawless in Ruins of Cephalion.
People can
and then
plan
you kind of
around
have these
that.
like
They
these like
can
raid times.
know
or, like,
Kimsey,
PvP raid times.
this is water. I want
could be
you to
kinda
know this
interesting.
is
I don't know.
water. Okay? I don't know
Yes,
whose
drink more of
guild
it.
you're in. This is water. I promise.
Drink more.
I
I'll
am.
play-
And,
I'll play the devil's
Kaiser's
advocate on that.
laughing at me right now, by the way, because Leloop, I told him to leave you alone so you can come on here.
I'll play the devil's advocate between the scheduling and not scheduling. Scheduling will incur min-maxing. So you're going to have those min-maxers that love to min-max, everything like that. That, in my opinion, is what ruins the joy of MMOs to a degree. Now, while I do like having the guides there, say, oh yeah, you probably shouldn't equip that. It's not the best thing for you. That's great and all, but I don't get to explore that. Like when Classic WoW was initially, 2004,
Oh, wait.
young Irwin. Yeah.
After you finish this, I have a suspicious person wanting to enter the chat.
I'll deal with Vin.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead and send him in.
All right. Sus has entered the chat, you guys. Sus has entered the chat.
Sus.
And F you, Aventharian, for this. This is rude. Why are you being mean to me?
What do you mean being
Owen
mean
is
to
being
you?
mean to you.
What is this? This is attacking immediately? Second I'm here?
Only because
Bloodthirst indeed.
only because I don't know what I'm supposed to do with your gift sub. What do I do with this?
Here.
Help
Chibi
me.
attacking everyone, just pure AoE on the entire screen.
Pure. I
Constant
cast
spin to win.
fireball. I don't care if it hurts my party members. So many suspects in here. Very fair, V-Man. Very fair. All right. So, Ventharian, you've been hearing all of this. What is your take? I want to hear.
I mean, I guess sitting in between, you got Sin with a bigger group,
Mhm.
kind of giving his idea of on the more PvP side, and Lude with the more turning it into more of a gank box, if I got that correct.
Not quite. Whatever.
Okay, I missed a little then.
Ludaloo, short form of it, Ludaloo is not a fan of the rotating lawless zones.
Yeah, but my take on it is we're already doing things similar to this. How many times have you seen, in any of the phases, some big PvP group, Polar's in the desert, so someone's doing something over here. They're in a big guild war. Let's run a caravan the opposite direction. Because now there's less population in that area. You're centralizing the people who like to fight in one spot and giving the PvEers who have zero desire to fight the ability to leave that area. And it changes nothing on, let's say the lawless zone wasn't there. If that group was already in that spot and, we're using the frame, they're a large group, they got a lot of firepower, you're not beating them on the mob kills. They're going to take it either way. But now, at least with the Lawless Zone, one, there's a chance that they're focusing on hopefully something cool that changes in the zone. Like, it'd be kind of boring if it's just, hey, you can kill each other here now. But if they add things like, oh, there are chests in the zone, suddenly it's kind of valuable for a group of 2 or 3 guys to go, all right, here we go, run in, grab that stuff, and we get out. I think it's giving both options
Like guild
for
trophies.
people. Guild
That's
trophies,
a good point, actually. Like,
Zone
materials.
the-
I mean, think about it. Think how awesome that'd be. You and a small group. Like, okay, well, I know like you were saying, Lude, people got time constraints. I know we wanted to gather here, but maybe we can sneak in. One of us is a rogue. One of us really knows the lay of the land. Can we get these drops, or can we get this side kill really quick while they're focusing on the big dragon?
Kind of like
Wait.
that wasn't in.
Like that fact.
Wait. What side kill while they're focused on the what
You
side
just-
kill while they're focused on the dragon? That's what I'm
I
asking.
mean, you figure, at least as the game, as the test has currently gone, we all know there's spots in the POIs where people sit and fight over. You know, at Carfin, you're going up on top or you're fighting the armors in the various corners. In Civilian, there's like 2 or 3 spots that have really high spawns. People fight over those spots and push each other out. If the zone is becoming lawless and it's not just a kill each other, and it actually adds like maybe stronger mobs, different drops, now you can go, we know we're not going to beat a Polar, Envious, whatever have you, at the spot. They've got 30 people there.
Is it dead?
You know what I mean.
Well, we all know Suspect is the mercenary guild where we hired them to help us get through like some PvP areas. But that aside,
but yeah, you would be able to go, this isn't as lucrative as a spot, but they're not there. We can go in, maybe we get 3 or 4 kills, you know, whatever we can manage, and then we cheese it. And that's a fun, at least to me, that's a fun night.
yeah.
I like this whole lawless POI idea. I sort of like, I was talking about this before and a while ago, but instead I was talking about just making every POI lawless, and it's like, okay, this is a dangerous area as soon as you step in here, just because I felt like it would be a fun way to like have an area that's like opt-in PvP, but I understand that that's not great for everyone, so that's why I like this. I like this randomized area. Yeah. Well, I guess
POIs have best loot. Lawlessness, at least at this point, increases that loot. The chance of that loot potentially creating even better loot. And so now, especially if we get in several lawless zones, let's say per region or per biome, that means that several best loot sources on the map or in your biome are now have become even better, but you are locked out of them because someone else can just murder you on the spot. And so you have pretty much now become a third-rate citizen because you can go there, you can do anything, you can get killed there, while before the enemies, if they wanted to try and kill you there to contest the location, that I would either have to war deck you if you were in a guild or PK you if you didn't fight them back. So, like, again, my main issue is all these Zergs that will definitely go to these zones because they give the best rewards are now getting more rewards with the ability to murder everyone they see. Why?
He did say
to quote Chibi,
I mean, I think it'll turn out like it'll turn out like world bosses where you have like you'll have like all the guilds there and they'll be fighting each other, and that will make it like it won't just be like a clean sweep. It'll be like a bloodbath, and there's going to be like, you know, you don't just come out of that with like you get broken gear. Hopefully no one gets surprise corrupted. But that's sort of one of those things.
Well,
where,
if it's lawless, you can't get corrupted because that's the point of the lawless zone. But like,
well, it's happened
until
it's
you
weird.
do.
Wait, really?
Until you do.
Wait, hold on. I want to hear this. How do you get corrupted in a lawless zone?
It's like there's just some bugs. I don't know.
Okay. But the bugs need to get fixed.
Could
but
not
like,
share the status of your character, and you AoE the mount, and you now a PKer. Some random person was running through, and somehow it didn't trigger them as in a lawless zone or as a PvPer, and now you're a PKer. There's countless potential bugs.
Okay, so like here's my perspective as a PvEer, because Lulu, I see what you're doing. I understand, and I appreciate you. You're like trying to advocate for us PvEers for it to be like PvX.
I'm advocating for myself. No, I'm not advocating for you. I want the world to be more dangerous than these damn PvPers want with their lawless zones. I want the entire world dangerous. I want everyone to kill everyone. I want the PvX game that I was promised, not this bullshit with lawless zones.
But I'm saying you want it to be PvX, not just PvP.
Yes.
So in my opinion, you are advocating for PvEers to make that PvX balance in a way.
Okay.
And thank you, Emperor Kaiser. Thank you, I appreciate it. I think that
Kaiser.
Kaiser. Sorry, yes, I called him Kaiser personally. I'm sorry. Look, y'all, this is your fault. Okay, I'm blaming you because it's easy. It's easy to blame you. Why? We aren't supposed to be at 217 subscribers, but yet here we are. So thank you. I appreciate you. I generally want you to know that I appreciate you, but my words are a little bit hard right now. Okay, so deal with me for a little bit here. I don't want the world to be overtly PvP. I want there to be some engagement in PvE, and so I think that a lot of PvPers really, they hear open world PvP and they think lawless across the entire world. I don't want that. I don't think Steven wants that because he doesn't want corruption to be a viable option. But, you know, where is that line? You know, where is the line between PvEers getting that risk and reward that pushes us to try to do PvP? Because PvE is important, but I think part of me, a small part of me, is understanding that PvE doesn't mean anything if there's not a risk added to it within Ashes of Creation specifically. Now, I come from playing World of Warcraft on PvE and RP servers, meaning I didn't have to deal with open world PvP. And I was terrified going into Alpha 2 with going just from Miraleth to New Ayla. I was scared. Nothing on me. I was just pretty sure people were going to flag up on me and just kill me because they could. And the more that they integrate these systems of like mob training and making sure that whoever aggroes the mob has most of the mob's aggro. And do not be scared. I'm learning to not be scared, Fupo. I'm starting to get a little bit more of my PvP edge to me, a little bit. But it's not the same as let me just go in the lawless zone, because I'm still scared of the lawless zone, let me tell you. But that's the thing. Somebody asked me today, why don't you just flag up against somebody who attacks you? And I was like, I don't always want to fight. I don't always want to do PvP. I want to be able to grab my flax and go back to my node and turn that into flax thread and go about my day in peace. I don't always want to PvP. But
chill
if
and
you
watch number go up.
What?
Mm-hmm. Do you just want to chill and watch number go up?
Yes, I would like to level so that I can make better gear and I can be happy with that, like that little part of my play style. But make no mistake, if you guild war us, and it's fair, I have to stress, and it's fair, like not node warring us and guild warring us at the same time, that was not very fun for me. I'm gonna be honest. And it's not very fun because if the node war that's warring us is primarily made of a specific guild and another guild wants to add on to that, they can guild war us at the same exact time as node warring us. And now we're fighting all these people as one smaller guild. And it's not very fun.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a bit much.
Quick story time to derail us. While Chibi was trying to break into the Jundark on the PTR, she happened to find some bananas.
Yeah, I did.
I just happened to research it and saw that you can make banana thread. First question out of her mouth was, do you think we can make banana hammocks?
Why? Why do you have to share that with people? Why couldn't that just stay between us?
Can I get a clip of that?
I
No!
wish it was just a
Time. But yeah, I don't know. I think having these like randomized areas where like it's like I don't know. I kind of like it. I like it. It feels like it feels like the perfect balance. Even if it becomes like a rostered thing where it's like every it becomes predictable. Even having these areas that are embedded, that are usually usually safe, and having them become like I don't know. I like it. And it's not everywhere all the time. It's just these small areas, POIs, pocket PvP. We like that. I like that.
No, I don't like how you throw that
Pocket
in there,
PvP.
Erwin.
That's a new term, pocket PvP.
Pocket PvP. I like that, actually. I
Pocket PvP zones.
never trust
Question
Twitch
though.
chat. They are demonic. I agree, Magic. Thank you very much. Allegedly. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, chat. Never trust chat. Anyone in chat, not even yourself when you type in chat.
Not even
But a
myself.
question. Supposedly, if they are truly completely randomized POIs that's getting chosen for Lola zones, what if it's a low-level POI?
That is one of those
I mean,
issues
it could
that
just be empty.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But like, if that was the possibility, and out of the POIs that are available to us, it only a single low-level POI gets chosen for the Lola zone, let's say within the biome, and each biome has one. Then how would PvPers feel at that point? Either you go there,
Yeah,
you
that's
see
actually
no
a
one,
good
or
question.
you kill lobbies that had no freaking deal even touching you before, or you come there, there's no one there, no one comes there to PvP because why the fuck would they go to a lobby zone? And even the content that does spawn there is a lobby because it's still attracted to the area itself rather than to the lawlessness overall.
What if they
Like,
put like a level cap on it?
I
then?
mean, that sounds like a fun way of like lobbies getting introduced to large-scale PvP. If you have
Yeah.
like a bunch of large-scale guilds there and being like, oh wow, cool, is this what I'm like grinding for? To join in on this? This could be sick. And as they get, sniped by like the AoE, like they just get one shot by like some AoE thing. I don't know. That kind of sucks, but it is what it is, right? And then they're like, okay,
Yeah.
Aren't once node lockout happens, or is implemented, isn't it supposed to be at a certain node stage that points of interest even come up?
The points of
yes.
interest are supposed to evolve with the
And they will
buildings
evolve
are
as well.
there. Yeah,
Yeah.
but
right.
the doors are closed.
Open up, become deeper
yeah.
dungeons and stuff like that. Yep.
So
And although I do think that they said that some
Mewtwo-
will even appear only at some stages as well.
I would
So,
love
like,
that so much.
will be a cave in some mountain because the node that oversees that particular location became like level 4, let's say. I believe Steven did mention that. Again, all of that was promised in like before 2020, and since 2020
BRB.
the game has changed quite a bit. So who knows what's gonna happen? Who knows?
And he was even saying that it's based on the type of node it is. If it was divine, it was supposed to be that not lawless, but economic. Each one of those dungeons is supposed to have a different effect based on the node type that is influencing it.
Yep.
And then when you're talking about the lower
Lot of
levels, you mean
promises.
like Coralock, Nika Bray, Gem Springs, stuff like that, Highwayman Hills. I would like to see a level cap of those that could participate in that PvP event.
How do you do that? That's an open world zone.
That's true. So,
And we don't have any level scaling, we don't have any stat scaling, nothing like that.
True. And you've got, back in the day, level 10s could build up to 400 power before they changed the stats.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not really a way to balance that out.
I
I
think
see a ton of issues with the system.
there are some questions that have to get asked with the system. I think let's give Intrepid the benefit of the doubt, especially as we go forward. If they're already planning, there's just a spool up and spool down time. They're gonna have a warning. Hopefully, there's gonna be a UI pop-up when someone crosses that barrier. Hey, this zone in 10 minutes is going to be a bloodbath. Maybe don't be here when you're level 3.
Oh yeah.
Assuming that. But also, to Simclow's point, one of my pillar memories of MMOs back in
Sephiroth was
vanilla
right.
WoW was walking around in Orgrimmar. I'm level 8 at this point, and 2 raids run in to go try to kill Thrall, and people are fighting, and I'm like, this is my first experience with an MMO, and holy crap. Having a somewhat similar possibility with, maybe I'm in Highwayman Hills and I'm a new person, I'm barely paying attention, I'm just like, world is shiny. And I see this activate, and 2 huge guilds are blasting each other, lights flashing, and I'm just sitting in the trees like, holy crap. I know if I step out there, I'm going to die, but this is awesome.
But you see, what if that was the possibility without the person potentially dying on the spot because they got hit by a random AoE? We could have all of that through fucking guild wars and node wars that are just balanced and designed better than what we have right now. The magic of design, the magic of building a game properly instead of just putting a lawless zone. Because I experienced the same thing in Lineage 2 that didn't have lawless zones. They had guild academies where guilds were highly benefited if they invited super low-level players into their guild, into a separate part of it. You become part of the guild, you see the guild chat, you see what the guild is doing, all of that good shit. And then you go into like level, let's say, in terms of Ashes, let's say level 15 area, you go there just to level for yourself, just while you're doing random shit. But your guild is planning to go there because there's a super epic boss that has a super rare drop only in that location, just way deeper into it. And your entire guild runs past you and goes fights another huge guild. And they did that without lawless zones because they had guild wars. But Steven, for some reason, hates guild wars that allow you to fight anyone at any time. And instead, he created lawless zones that allow you to fight anyone at almost any time, depending on how frequently we get the lawless zones.
Okay.
This is my issues with his logical inconsistencies.
Real quick. What I understand of what Lulu is getting at is that with the opening of lawless zones, you are essentially gating the best stuff. Right? That's what your video was about.
That's one of the issues, yes.
You're gating the best stuff from PvEers being able to get the best stuff because it's lawless in the name of lawless zones. However, I think a lot of the PvPers are appreciative of the lawless zones because this gives them an area to go to. I actually really appreciate what Dusty Y's comment was on this, where he said, regardless of the lawless zones, he would probably partake more so in the arenas that happen because that is the kind of content he prefers. And I just want to remind everybody, like, I love listening to all sides of the argument, okay? So the reason why I invite all of these people into our tavern talks is because I like hearing so many different perspectives. But we need to remember, at the end of the day, Ashes of Creation draws so many different people into Ashes itself, from World of Warcraft, from Arcade, from Lineage 2, from any number of other MMORPGs, because we see something that we like in Ashes of Creation. And there's so many different gameplay loops that we appreciate. And honestly, Kumsi says, I'm going to drop guild and flag up for that sweet, sweet loot. I have literally seen people drop guild, drop node citizenship, drop anything so that they can avoid the risk that is there.
Believe me.
Because again, this also stems from another change that Steven made to his own goddamn design. Because before this change, the only death penalty that you had in any PvP event was gear decay, which was amazing in my opinion, because everyone would have enjoyed PvP to the most, because you only knew that you would not lose anything, you would be completely fine, and it would just be your gear decay that is suffering, and that's it. People would join more guild wars, node wars, whatever the hell, caravans as well. But then Steven said, losers gotta suffer. And now we are in the place that we are in. Again, I just, to answer Cyborg's question, what I want is for Steven to go back to the promised design that we had for like 6 years. And then he shifted away as soon as Jeff Bard left the game.
I can't speak to that because personally, 100%, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Anything PvP here, okay, this is me, I'm 4'10". This is anything PvP. It went over my head. I did not pay attention to it. It went over my head, okay? Because that's not the design that I wanted to engage in. And Lakebeck says, do you think purely PvE players should experience all of the content of a PvX game? No. My thought process is, in my mind, I'm not the developer. I need to preface this. I am not Steven. I am not Intrepid. I am a lowly PvE player that likes the idea of what Intrepid is putting forth, okay? Now that we have that out of the way, I think I think there needs to be some PvP to make it absolutely PvE. In my perfect world, I am not the one making this game. I am not the one making this game, and I will say this every day, repeatedly. In my opinion, if I said, hey, I'm making a PvX game, which I am not, Steven is, this is his game, we are all a part of his game, I would want PvP to be equal with PvE, right? I would want there to be more, because the type of stuff that I enjoy are World of Warcraft's things like mythic dungeons, because those are harder. I enjoy raids, the mythic raids, because those are harder. But Steven has already said, and I understand, and I respect that the instance dungeons in Ashes of Creation will be primarily for story base. But, and this is why I say hold fire, PvEers, hold fire. The reason why I say it is because he wants the bosses, like the, God, what's his name right now? Like, the dragon and the Firebrand and the, Cyclops. Tumok, thank you. Y'all, it's your fault. I can't think straight. But he wants Firebrand and Tumok to have like an AI, right? That adjusts compared to the number of people that go up against him. And if you defeat him once, he has an AI that learns and gets harder and more difficult. Yes, Tupac. Thank you. Not Tumok, but Tupac. No, I'm just kidding. It's Tumok. I also thought of Tupac. But anyway, I genuinely, and I look at this. You see this? This is all pink. I am highly tipsy. This is your fault. I am speaking from the heart because that's apparently what tipsy people do. Okay? Apparently, to be honest. I don't really get like this. Tupac, my goat. Anyway.
The drunk person's
Tumok and Firebrand both are supposed to have an AI that gets more difficult. We don't talk about politics here. It's supposed to get more difficult as the more people arrive to fight it, right? It's supposed to be dynamic. And that is something, I know that you're kidding. I'm just letting anybody else know we don't talk about this. Okay? We don't talk about this. But Tumok, Firebrand, I am so interested in seeing what the AI is. I am waiting. I want to see. I am holding out so much of my opinions to experience it firsthand. You know why? Ashes of Creation is nothing like any other MMO I have ever played in my life. I don't want it to shut off PvP. I think this is interesting. I am concerned that PvP's presence will make PvE not as impactful, but I am reserving my opinion until I can test this because of the AI that they have. I do care a lot about PvE. I think that PvE is a big part of this game. I am waiting for story arcs. I'm waiting for the fleshed out crafting, or not even crafting, but the questing system, the first time player experience and the questing system and the story arcs. Those are two things that I'm really, really waiting on. And I understand at the heart of this, 20% of bosses are going to be instanced for story. Yes, Magic Mike Pipe. Economic roleplay group. We need an economic roleplay group. Absolutely. All right, my rant is over. Y'all go ahead. Keep it respectful because I will boot you out of this server, or at least the chat. I mean.
We're chilling. We're just having beers. We're chilling.
I know.
I always approach everything with like, we're all Ash as a creation players, so like we have different ideas of how we want to turn it out, but it's like, okay, we all think this game's gonna be fucking sick when it releases, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
as a PvE main / artisan, I like this idea because it gives me a place to avoid.
Right, I was actually gonna hop on that as well. What you were saying before, how it like kind of turns that area into a honeypot for all the PvPers, and you can play around that dynamically as well. It's like, okay, well, you can't go into that one area, and the way I'm thinking of it is like, okay, how will this feel in like the fully released game if we have one POI in each region that randomly becomes lawless, and it's like this. Like the map size or the map area that would be like 5% of the map total. With all the like, if it was each POI had a random, lawless area, it would be like 5% of the map, and it wouldn't even like, there's options, right? There'd be plenty of options. It's just right now while we're testing it.
Yeah.
It's sort of like, okay, well that's like a huge POI. That's like my favorite one, whatever. But on release, there's going to be options.
Like, even like what you're saying,
supposedly,
when the zones finally expand out and we're at 8 to 10,000, we're not going to be as population dense, which means even though Polar's, presumably this huge guild.
Thank you, Erwin.
Especially, I don't think they're that big compared to Holiday. The EU guild, like
I believe Holiday is a combination of EU guilds, though, right?
Yeah.
So it's not necessarily a single guild.
They have a non-aggression pact against each other. They are effectively 500 people that voted in the new Ayla mayor and then moved to somewhere else. But I think there's going to be enough of these rotating PvP zones on certain POIs, and it's going to be smaller or more dense based on the amount of POIs in a zone. You're not going to have nearly the amount of people in that POI wanting to PvP as you would say. Just because I'm part of Nexus, we'll say Nexus went in and decided to take over, Seahook or something like that, and Polar's way over here in the Badlands or something like that. You might have a couple Polar members visit, one of the POIs around Seahook or something like that, but you're not going to have the whole weight of Polar crash down on you or Holiday crash down on you because of the size of the world. Everyone's going to have their own little statics run off to certain areas on the map, or it's going to be so sparse. I almost think that we're not going to be population dense enough to sustain the nodes, and I think they're going to have to reduce the amount of mats that it does take to build up a node.
I mean, I think possibly for that, but something to keep in mind that I cannot wait for 3 to come for this aspect alone.
Yeah.
We're not going to be sitting in a world where everything is a village. Like right now, we are unnaturally spread.
Absolutely.
I'm living in the place that has a weaving station or a blacksmith or whatever you have. Guilds are spread all over the map. You've got those poor mules that have to schlep materials back and forth for their buddies.
How do you know they're poor mules? Maybe they're happy to do their job.
They're not. They're not.
They're not. There's 3 crates. They're heavy. They're mad.
They're in chat, yelling.
They're chat yelling. Okay, fair. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
So
no one is happy.
So once vassals pop in, that's going to centralize population groups towards a vassal chain. So we should see more like centers of civilization with like low pop in betweens that people are going to travel across to see new content and see new stuff. And I've never been to the desert. Let's go to the desert. But we're like kind of unnaturally moved around right now. I think it's gonna be great to see how that actually changes gameplay.
That's how I feel too, because like the thing that I keep saying to people is if we hit 8100 in the second day of Alpha 2.5, imagine what that will feel like when that's the entire world. Because it's for those of you that missed it, literally for those of you that missed it, Steven came into our summit and was saying to, I think it was Hidden Dagger Inn, that was asking about there being mega servers, or if Steven was still intending there to be 8 to 10k concurrent. And Steven said there's going to be still intended to be 8 to 10 concurrent. And I put this out there. I would love to hear your thoughts. I said my biggest question with rotating lawless zones, are these by zone, meaning each zone has lawless at the same time, or is this rotating across the entire world? Now, I think that will really dramatically change how this feels, because if there's one lawless zone in the Riverlands and then it goes to the Anvils and there's 8 to 10k concurrent across the entire server, which Steven has said that he would like to see, I think that that would feel very differently than the way that we're experiencing Alpha 2, 2.5, 2, and 3 at the moment. I'm assuming 3 because they haven't confirmed more than one server. For NA, obviously they're separating EU, but if it took NA and EU combined to make 8,100 plus people, that's crazy.
In an alpha.
In an alpha. Thank you. But like to Ben's point, I think that's going to feel very differently at launch, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I would hope if it is, if they continue with this intent, if it is, there's 2 of them on the entirety of the map, like some crazy small number, they got to make it really change, like really ramp up I'm talking like the showcase we got of Carfin of like, oh, the blood moon is over this land, the ground is shaking.
Oh my god, that gives me like Breath of the Wild moments where like the blood moon has risen.
Ham the hell out of that, because it would have to be special then, as opposed to it's oh, this is on the rotation, what have you. Random side question: how would you guys feel about these zones if they weren't random or scheduled, but node projects?
What do you mean by that? I want to elaborate so I can understand exactly where you're coming from on this.
So instead of it being at 2:00 on this day, it will activate, or of a random draw to some algorithm of it's going to be this one.
Okay.
It's going to be that one. Instead of that having a mayoral option at a certain level of going, oh, we really want to focus in on that POI because it's going to unlock a bunch of rare spawners or whatever have you when it's on. And then once the work is done, you now can go in, because I feel like that might give the chance for people who are like, well, I'm not going to PvE per se, but I do want the node rewards that might come with that, especially when we actually have vassal chains to have some node loyalty to. Maybe I'm gonna go grind for it. I know the mayor wants to do it. I'm gonna go gather the stuff for it. I'm gonna set that up, and then we already know we've got 3 PvP guilds who they're raring to go whenever we get it finished.
Okay.
Like, would that change people's opinion in either way if it was a little more player controlled?
Player driven. I'd say yeah.
It'd be player driven. It would also add to the whole min-max thing, because then you could coordinate those to some degree.
Am I understanding that you're referring to like when a node levels? I'm sorry.
No,
maybe
mayor controlled lawless areas.
Oh, like the mayor is saying this is now a lawless area.
Not
so node based mission that everyone in the node needs to do.
Yeah, not like mayor says I press button done, but like I'm thinking this weekend it seems like the node really wants an event or something special to do. Okay. And I'm going to put that up as, whatever it costs for the node currency, whatever, you need to go, hey, we need all this stuff. We need these materials. We need this much gold. We need this much player engagement on it. And having that be an option to kind of shape the world. with not too much changing the system.
Mhm.
Would you put it on Mayor applied buff? So give
Okay.
them the ability to like have a buff on standby and say, okay, we want to do this, but we haven't really scheduled the time yet. But then they all of a sudden, just for Polar's sake, Polar's in Steel Bloom. Mayor of Winstead goes, oh, I've got the Lawless Zone buff, and they're in there, and we can get in there and apply it, and then counter Polar at the same time, generate this PvP event.
Laloop, if you're trying to join the live stream, I need you in the queue, in the TGF live stream queue, so I can pull you in if that's what you're referring to. But that makes sense. Okay, but then, hold on.
Asking.
Hold on. My question is, and I get that you're asking this, but my follow-up question to your question is, should it also then be limited the way that the node wars are limited, where there's like 3 like charges to get a node war?
18-hour cooldown or something like that.
Should there be a cooldown to making something a lawless area? Which, by the way, real quick, I'm inviting Laloop in. Hello, Laloop.
Hello.
Yeah. I'm also assuming that like if something becomes a lawless area, it like once that is finished, it won't be a lawless area for like a week after that. It'll be like,
There'll
it'll,
be
like,
a cooldown.
Next week it'll be in the rotation. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like, like once a week for 3 hours or something, this area like could turn into a lawless area. It's not going to be like a, it goes into the rotation the next day and then it could just like randomly pick that same one 3 times in a row. Yeah. Okay, cool.
I mean, randomness. I was assuming that they could be the same zone could be lawless, like day in, day out, just because it's truly random. Because they represented it as if it is random rather than even semi controlled by Intrepid. So we are jumping to the extreme sides of this particular point because no communication from Intrepid. Well, very limited.
Yeah, we don't have the info. Yeah, I mean, to what it was asked earlier, yes, limitations on it. At least for me, if something's happening every 3 seconds, it's not special. It's not memorable. It's not.
Right.
Oh, look, the bandits are attacking the bridge again at Winstead. That's okay. I'm gonna ride past them now.
Thank you. I appreciate that perspective.
Cooldown, have it be an actual event. I'd say if it was a thing going into an inventory of the node, like an option for them later, then it would have to be like a timed thing, where it's like, okay, you got it, but we're not gonna let you bank it for the next 3 weeks.
Like say the relics.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Someone
Very
poisoned
curious.
the water.
Someone poisoned. Rude. Magic, rude. Never poison the water hole, okay? That is just rude across all standpoints. Dishonor on you, dishonor on your cow. Yeah.
But we can dose the water hole, right?
Mean.
Pour some alcohol in there. It'd be great.
There's a snake in my boot.
There's a snake in my boot. I gotta increase the number of people that are in here. Jeez, you guys just keep showing up and I appreciate it. I'm not mad about this. I'm just...
I wonder
Is this just like the most like... What do you call that? Controversial like tavern chat we've had? Or is this just like you guys are fired up about this? I don't know.
No, it's exciting.
I'm excited about this. I want to hear your thoughts. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm here to represent the bloodthirsty polar bears.
Laloop, you're bloodthirsty? No.
I'm here to represent the bloodthirsty polar bears.
Should I send them the t-shirt designs? The two oh fuck.
Oh God, I'm scared. Don't even show me. I don't want to see it. Let me be innocent, okay?
I'll send it in the where should I put it? Fuck.
I don't know.
Tavern chat, I guess. I put it in the Tavern chat.
Okay.
Where is it?
As someone who's played lots of Eve, there's no need to ever go to low sec or null sec. Okay. Why? Porcini, no! Don't do this!
Yes!
I had a great adventure at Outhouse with Porcini once. It was great.
Welcome
Opened my mind to
in!
new possibilities.
I
Was it
don't
the
even
larder?
know how to describe this tavern talk because it's 1 a.m. and I don't know what I'm doing right now. Hi,
We're
Portini.
having a good time.
We're
That's what's
having a
happening.
great time. We're actually
yeah.
we're debating the pros and cons of lawless rotating zones and why they may be good or bad for different various groups of people within the community. I think that's pretty
Affordable
much a
for me
good
in
way to
particular.
sum it up, right?
That's accurate.
Okay.
Sure.
Sure.
So what's the argument? What's the argument against them? Can we start from there?
So
I think
Vertex.
we can
the best
continue
argument
there.
I've heard so far, Laloop, is that if I can just jump in here, the best argument I've heard so far is that it gives more, it gives better gear to PvPers, essentially.
Yes.
Like the PvPers will have better drop chances, which just puts them further ahead, which I
So that it
kind of agree with. I'm
snowballs
like, yeah, that
PvP
kind of sucks.
even more.
Yes, snowball
Yeah,
power.
yeah. So that is one thing that I'm like, oh,
But-
that does kind of suck.
And
what
allows
do you do
Zerg
about that?
to do this in particular.
So
Well,
I mean, it definitely is an aggressive form of getting gear to PvPers faster, but I do think the ultimate end game goal is like that crafted gear will be the best. Like you'll never get gear from like drops, even with like buffed EXP or anything like that. So I feel like if you're a PvPer, like a PvEer, like you'll still be crafting, you'll still be able to go out into the world and do your things to get those things. Like it might just be slower. But I see your argument about like the snowball effect of that happening, right? Like it's
Yeah.
a point, but if I gotta wrap my head around that.
Question
Well-
for context then. What do you believe will drop from mobs at POIs on release?
And then
I
the
would-
second thing to add to that is Vertex concern with the lawless POIs is that for those of us that are used to say World of Warcraft, I don't know if you've played World of Warcraft often, but we're used to being like, this is our raid night, this is what we're gonna do. And the lawless zone, as soon as we log in, fucks that all up because they're like, congratulations, this area is now lawless for the next 4 hours with a 1 hour lead up time subjectively. But in Vertex opinion, that 1 hour lead up time means that PvPers will flock to that area during that 1 hour lead up time. And then the 3 to 4 hours of it being lawless would be all lawless. So I'm adding two facets to this. I'm sorry, I'm making it more difficult, but go ahead.
I mean, I think an area just suddenly flipping to PvP with no warning is bad, right? I think we all agree on that.
Yeah.
With the lead up time, I think you have the notice to like get out because it's like they need to give PvEers the ability to not PvP if they don't want to, and like that's I agree with that as well. I had another point, I lost it.
I'm
I
sorry.
want to get to my point.
I'm
what
sorry.
do you believe mobs will drop on release at POIs?
Common ingredient.
So I would hope that it would be similar to the beginning of phase 2, right? Where it's like you have this beginning gear that drops and you're filling those slots and that feels good. And so in the beginning, you're wanting those gear drops a whole lot. Maybe you get like a heroic and that feels really good. But towards the end of the phase, the middle end, now you're hoping for the material and you're trying to get that braidwood and those legendary crafts going.
But I guess
anyone
when you
else?
add in like the tiers into the crafting, that's going to change a whole lot too.
What do
Right.
I think it's going to be, or what do I hope it's going to be?
You could do both.
Okay. Think.
Why not both?
I think it's
no
Ruffles
los
less. ¿Por qué no los dos?
Porque los notos.
Oh my god.
Leave me alone. I'm trying.
Yeah.
Okay.
You did try.
Can I do this? Ah, shit, 2 minutes ago. God damn it.
Uh,
Hydrate. I wanted to hydrate.
Yes. I think it
do
ruffles
you
less feathers. Or this is what I think. It ruffles less feathers and is more. It's easier for people coming from other games, other types of difficulty, other types of content to kind of accept and understand and contextualize. I kill thing, I get drop. So I think to some degree they are going to have, what Luke just said. Like there's going to be, I want to go there because I need my greens, I need my blues, whatever, and then later I'll engage with the crafting system.
And I
And
think
hope.
I remembered what I was going to say too, and it has to do with we're referencing this back to World of Warcraft, right? And the biggest difference with World of Warcraft is that all of their like dungeons and PvE content is instanced. In Ashes, the majority of that is going to be, it is open world, right? Like, even if you're not in a PvP zone, you still have like passive PvP, stuff like mob training, stuff like trying to outfarm mob tags. Like, mob tagging is an indirect form of PvP, but it's still PvP, right? You are competing for resources in this open world environment, and that open world environment isn't going to go away unless they do instant content everywhere. Now, how much of this is going to go when they release their instant content? They want to release the instant content that's going to be a part of the game. I wonder when we're going to get that in some sort of alpha or whatever. But I feel like that instant content is going to separate and give those PvE players a bit more space to breathe and be able to escape the open world a bit too. And it's just like core game design that's at odds with PvEers that ideally want to be in an instance dungeon.
I have to say something real quick. Hold up.
And I wanted to give a context that I am going from L2, not WoW. I
Yeah,
hate WoW,
so Little Lou is coming from Lineage 2. I've never played Lineage 2, Arcade. What was the other one? UO, Ultima Online. I've never played any of these harder core MMOs. I've only played like theme parks. I've only played World of Warcraft. I played Final Fantasy 14. I played a little bit of Guild Wars, and I played a tinier amount of WildStar. So that's where I'm coming from, just for anybody listening. Not to discredit myself, but just so you have context, because I don't think that's discrediting me. I think that is giving you understanding of what I'm used to dealing with.
Yes.
And I'm used to PvE servers. I'm not used to PvP servers. That's a whole other thing. And while I'm frustrated, on the one hand, like a part of me, a small part of me is frustrated that Ashes of Creation has 20% of their dungeons are absolutely, I know, Mono, don't bring it up around Virtek. He gets sensitive, okay? We don't talk about this around Virtek. Virtek's not here right now. I can talk about it, okay? Because I don't have very much experience with it. But he gets sensitive, you guys. He has a soft spot in his heart for WildStar. We don't talk about it for his area, right?
Don't bring it up.
Right. We value his feelings, okay? We don't make him sad. Anyway, 20% of Ashes, this tiny little percentage over here, is meant to be instance PvE for story, only for story. And then the rest, the 80%, is meant to be open world. And you know what? I'm frustrated by it, but at the same time, I'm very curious. I'm super curious because I have not engaged in this type of game ever. I'm never. And so this is where Virtek and I diverge a little bit, right? We both, ideally, in our minds, we want 50% PvE, 50% PvP for perfect, in our minds, perfect PvX system. But I also really enjoy the idea of like some PvP. And that's because I've never pushed myself, right? I've pushed myself in Alpha 2 to go from Mirla to Nuela by myself. That Lloyd and Pockets and at least a few other people will know that I never ever thought I would go by myself from Miraleth to Nuela. And welcome, John. Hi. Tipsy Chibi here. I blame Ven. Ven's in chat. You can blame him.
What do you mean blame Ven?
Yes, blame Ven. Because you gifted so much.
You know what you did.
You know what you did.
I believe there's a silver color next to my name up there.
There will be a silver. Well, actually, it's golden. Thank you very much, because your name is golden now. But still,
no, it isn't.
It is in chat.
There's a 40 next to Kando Gaming up there.
Wait, where are you looking? Because I'm looking in Discord, and your name is gold.
The top of chat.
Top of Twitch
Okay,
chat, Chibi.
okay. Well, you know what? I don't
The
look
silver
at chat.
box.
I look at TGF Tavern where your name is Gold and you're super sweet and I appreciate you, but I'm freaking
Oh, thank
tipsy,
you.
man. Freaking tipsy. But anyway, my point is, in an ideal world, for me personally, if I were making this game, I'd love to see PVX equal to PVE. But you know what's intriguing to me? Having to fight people
Bloodthirst.
over things. No, not bloodthirsty.
Absolute
Not
bloodthirst.
even. I told people I would never step foot in the
Vampirism.
lawless zone unless I had to. And you know what I did in phase 2? I escorted a caravan into the lawless zone, not because I had to, because I wanted to, and I knew what I was entering into. And I had fun, you guys. I tried something new and I had fun. But I don't think PvE needs to necessarily be locked behind a PvP system. I think that both can survive equally. I think that the drunk game dev stream, I dig it. This is more like the drunk ramblings of a MMORPG lover, I would say. But I don't want PvE to be locked just behind PvP. I love that. You know what my favorite part of it was? I was nervous about the lawless rotational zones until Steven said that a boss could spawn outside of those times, not just within them. I thought he was heading into the direction of this new boss would only spawn during prime lawless zones. Why,
Gatherable
Here's
Sinflow?
another one.
Why? Hi, welcome in. Welcome in. I don't even know what to say. Hello, this is Drunk Chibi Hours. Vertek's not here to stop me, and I am here.
I was low-key stealth streaming in the background while I was doing scrims. I
Really?
stumbled upon some scrims and I was like, "This is great. Let me get this."
Oh my god. Hi, whoever came with Sinflow. Thanks for the gremlin hours within the tavern. I don't know how to explain this. But yes.
Yeah.
Honestly, Thogly. Hi, Thogly. I'm drinking water at this point.
Nice.
Nice.
Damn. Nice.
Yeah. You know what, Corey? I'm mad because Vertek's not here and he can't stop any of this. And you know what? I could stop this, but I'm not going to because I'm too curious. I am a curiosity killed the cat. I want to know your thoughts.
She's got the
vampire
tiniest.
is thirsty.
I'm so
She's
curious.
got the tiniest, like, inkling curiosity for PvP. It's over. It's over, Chibi.
So here's
Hold on, shoot from here.
here's one for you, Chibi, I guess.
Okay.
You've got a pretty, I mean, you even brought up Wild Hellfire Peninsula. You've got a pretty run-of-the-mill PvE experience, and go into any of the community things, the forums, Reddit, whatever have you. This is like, everyone's got these that I'm afraid of PvP because I got ganked 70 times when I tried to do X, Y, or Z. With having that kind of experience, I feel like, as like PvE centric as some people want to be, and hey, it's a game, we should all be enjoying what we're doing, and if that's what you enjoy doing, then that's good for you. But I feel like a lot of the fear of PvP, the fear of, oh well, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna lose all my stuff, gets modified when people have your experience, though. When they are in a game when it's not, oh, that guy was level Hellfire, so 70, and I was level 49 or whatever, the 56, I think. And he aced me. Yeah, that's not fun. But what if he had been at your level, or if you had a group that was defending you, or you had a community that actually cared about what happened? Like, I'm sure you typed in, or people have typed in chat in those situations, like, there's someone ganking me out in the field. There's no incentive for anyone at that equal level to go fight that person.
I need to
It's like,
say
yeah, it happens.
that changed my whole entire outlook. I have to be honest. This is something
So-
I said in our subscriber only stream. I had my dad's guild, and nothing against my dad. My dad had a very small guild. I love my dad. He did great. He taught me how to play MMORPGs and everything. He was like, this is how I do raiding content, etc. But by the time I got old enough to do a lot of the content, his guild had like died off a bit, right? And it's not until Nexus, when I joined Nexus and we did like classic content together, that people were like, oh, someone's messing with you in Hellfire Peninsula. I'm coming to like protect you. And I was like, what? Whoa, this is new.
Exactly.
Like, the guild makes all the difference. I have to be honest.
Well, yeah, the guild, the community, the incentive to actually go help that little peon, out working in the fields, getting all those mats.
And so here's the thing that I love about it, right? Is you have, the PvE, like, don't get me wrong, I love PvE. I grew up on World of Warcraft. I raided, but at the end of the day, PvE is a scripted encounter that is never going to change, right?
Right.
It doesn't evolve. Whereas you get that first taste of PvP, and now you are playing against someone that it changes. That encounter is going to change every time. It's like Sinflo was saying earlier. You see someone, you're like, well, is this guy friendly? Is this guy not? It's that tinge of unknown that makes it like really excited. Are they going to attack me? Are they going to attack my caravan? What are they going to do? Like that mystery, and then being, increasing your gameplay to be able to do that. And then you have all these social structures that build off of the choices that players make, right? That's what's exciting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Yep.
can't. You can.
Yeah.
Stranglethorn mentality.
Yeah, I love that. Like,
Stranglethorn
they-
Fell. I like that.
You're on your caravan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or it's like,
Like,
you're driving too fast, you see a cop, there's a cop turning around.
Oh no, not the cop.
You're on your caravan, someone passes you, they say safe travels, but then they start following you and you get paranoid about it.
Oh God, don't do that to me. Why are you
Why do
playing
they
with my
keep-
emotions? What the heck?
You go in towards Lionhold, you see someone from Aura looking at your caravan with a ton of newbies defending you as well. They're looking at you, they're seeing where you're going. You go through Lionhold, everything is fine. You leave Lionhold, two other Aura dudes come up, and then all the newbies die to AoEs, and your caravan is dead. I definitely am not speaking from experience, not at all. And there's definitely not a video evidence of that exact thing happening.
Doesn't sound at all like a thing that could happen.
No.
Never.
Couldn't be ashes.
Never.
Oh my gosh, you guys are ridiculous. I love this right now. Thogly evil art coming, because Thogly said I would totally do that. Like say like safe travels, but then following you. Been trying to figure that out. So far I know it's an MMO. Yeah, so okay, hold on. So hi, I'm Chibi. I am a slightly inebriated Chibi, but I am one half of. I am one half of the Golden Feather Tavern. We cover Ashes of Creation primarily, but we also like TTRPGs. And let's go. We support that. If you don't know what Ashes of Creation is, it is intending on. How do you explain this? Guys, help, please. It's trying to iterate.
It's trying to bring life and iterate on old ideas to bring those ideas to a new generation.
There you go. It's trying. It's trying to
for new people.
Yes,
Yeah.
It's trying to take like the older, more hardcore type of MMO and bring it to a new generation. But also my favorite part, because y'all can't see behind this right here, but I love D&D and I love Pathfinder, and Ashes of Creation is absolutely a game that is kind of like, I want to say, I don't know for sure, so Steven, don't quote me on this. I am speaking literally nonsense because I don't know. I'm not you. But I'm pretty sure Ashes of Creation was based off of Steven Sharif's original homebrew Pathfinder game, but drew inspiration from other MMOs like Lineage 2, like Star Wars Galaxy, etc. And it's iterating upon those to make them a better MMO experience while also sustaining the core of the Pathfinder love of like exploration and learning and just uniqueness. I love Pathfinder so much. There's a heart.
Pathfinder's awesome.
Yeah.
Who was it that was talking about Aura like stealing their caravan? Because I want to tell a story about why I think this game is amazing.
I would love to hear.
Go on. Yep.
I didn't.
So you're talking about, you have it. So we talk about these player-driven stories and how the excitement comes from what people are going to do because you never know. And you have guilds like Aura and you have guilds like Polar and they're just notorious for being bad. They're going to kill the bad people. They're going to, they're the big bad guys that they're the villains that you want to defeat, right? And you get that negative emotion when you're killing. You're like, I hate these guys. And then you use that. And if a guild is like truly like bad, like people will team up against that. I know on Vyra at the end of phase 2, that's exactly what happened. Is the entire server got together. No, this was the end of phase 2.
Phase 2 as well.
At the end of phase 2, the entire server, they had like 12 different guilds because we had gotten a little too lax in our caravans, a little too overconfident, and so we rolled 30 or 40 caravans deep out of Nuela, heading towards the tropics, and they knew. They had Genesis, they had Alpha, they had Dunehold, they had Alpha, they had Barcode. 20 different guilds. Maybe I'm over-exaggerating there, but they had 100 to 150 people that all teamed up in their unison of defiance against Polar, and I love to see it so much. We got absolutely obliterated for one of the first times, and it was just so good to see when those comms come through and they're holding an ambush in the tropics waiting for everyone. It was cool for me to see because I love to see people stand up, but how cool was it for those defenders, those people that have been on the back foot of being insuffered and indentured by the dominating guild, the big bad people on the server, and they have their moment where they stood up and they triumphed against the big bad people on the guild, and they killed like 40 caravans of Polar and Envious. How good that's a moment that builds up over months into this epic night of like vengeance and victory of like this all good alliance standing up against each other. And it's those kinds of player stories and triumphs that emerge from these, Yeah, exactly. And that's why this game is so good, is because it's the player communities, it's the player interactions, it's the socio-political alliances that are just so cool to me.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the story of Lineage 2.
Honestly, and Liloop, you are super into RP PvP, like from what I understood from our interview just the other night. And so like somebody has to be the villain for there to be an interesting story.
Mm-hmm, exactly. And Polar fits the bill. For better or worse, we fit that bill.
I mean, you think of I know what was it? There's actually like a D&D campaign being set up in Polar at the moment, right, Loop?
Yeah, so, we just had our first session on Sunday.
There is a part where it's like there are players in Polar who enjoy like the roleplay aspects, and having fun with it like that. And if leaning into being the bad guy is like just part of it, it's fun.
Yeah, and honestly, real quick, as a PvE players, it's not really that bad for PvP. I'm gonna be honest. It's really not that bad unless like someone really is out for blood against your guild. Of which I'm sure Liloop and Sinflow can confirm being in part of Polar. But yeah, it's one of those things like the typical experience. Let me be honest, if you're not a part of a guild that's making waves or is like overly like large, you're not gonna have that big of a problem in Ashes. I'm gonna be serious. And that's having experienced both sides of the coin. You know, before we had a bigger guild kind of target us, we were having fun. We were engaging in PvP. We were enjoying it. We were learning the negative side of things, where like if you go overly too hardcore on PvP in a certain area, people are like, oh man, I don't know if I want to bring a caravan over there. But that's the thing. Yeah, there's so many aspects to this game. Yeah, don't start no shit, won't be no shit. Exactly. That is AOC PvP, and that is the intent that Steven has behind it. He wants there to be player conflict. And I need to stress this, because if you are like me and you come from World of Warcraft, and I'm making a video on this, so like this isn't exactly going to go into it, but if you're like me and Leloop, who has experienced Ashes or World of Warcraft compared to Ashes, Ashes of Creation is a theme box or a sand park, if you will.
Yes.
And the player interaction will literally define so many actions or many of the systems within Ashes when there is no content, because Ashes of Creation has decided that you are the content. You are the content. That is when you have to make your own content. What are you going to do with this? Are you going to role play like Dunehold does? Are you going to go into the artisan system like I like to go into? Are you going to try and progress your gear? Like this isn't World of Warcraft anymore. Like, we're not in Kansas anymore, you guys. If you're coming from my perspective specifically, you know? And
There's Paul quests as well. Paul quests.
What's that?
Pockets quests.
Pockets quest. Yes. Pockets.
Quest.
I'm gonna call them that from now on. Pockets. I don't know if you're here anymore, but we're gonna call it Pod Quest.
Go out and PK people.
Yes.
I already did it. Go out and PK people, and you will find out that even without lawless zones, so many people flag back when you just flag on them. Dear God, I could not PK anyone because people kept fucking flagging back. What the hell?
Sit down and take it. Jeez.
John says, I stopped doing PvP games a few years ago and kept gaming chill. It will be a darn good game for me to start again. Yes, because look, okay, hold up. One thing I have to stress, the one thing that they just changed is that as a combatant, if you attack a non-combatant, you will not CC them. You will still do damage. I'm fine with that. You can damage me with your CCs. Just please don't CC me, right? But
I think
that's
for
the opportunity. Are you going to flag up and fight them back? Or are you going to ignore them and not flag up? That is your choice to make. It's not always about fear. Maybe it's like, you know what? I needed this last flax, whatever this rarity of flax this is, so I could make an additional flax thread or something, so I can finally hit the next level of my weaver. I don't know. Let's just go with that, right? Mm-hmm. So you have the option to be like, you know what? I'm not going to flag up against you. And if you kill me, you're going to go corrupted. And they just changed also, to add to that, the mob training things, where if you try to train a mob, you're holding most of the aggro. Steven, I see you cooking. I am curious. I want to try it. And you know what? I said this yesterday. Your flagging system is the only reason why I'm trying Ashes of Creation, because it looks so interesting to me. It looks like I have a lot more player agency in it than I did in World of Warcraft.
Can I pop a random possible hot take on that?
I'll take two.
I'm thinking, while it will resolve a lot of bad feels that people have had when they're like, oh, I was trying to get that node and this guy just put me to sleep and then gathered the node in front of me and ran away.
Yeah.
I think it's going to cause so much trolling. Because now, one, I'm never going to kill you, risk my gear that might be legendary, or even a node I know to be legendary. Like, oh, I get 5 legendary if I kill you and take this thing, and then I lose possibly gear that took me 50, 60 legendaries of various types to get. I think there's going to be so much more either low or mid-level alts that are going to be running around, and maybe they'll fix the training thing. I hope so. That'd be awesome.
I hope so too.
running to gather points, messing around on things, and they're not going to be able to be interactable, and they're going to go ungilded. They're going to not be a citizen of a node, and you have zero connection, zero way to actually engage them without a massive penalty.
That's exactly why for years now I've been asking for a much better corruption balancing. But Steven prefers losers to suffer, and he doesn't want corruption to be usable in that kind of situation. And so we have full gear loss on first PK and stuff like that.
I mean, I guess for me,
feedback.
It just gets to me that it's at that point you have said that it's not opt-in, but it is now opt-in, practically. Because we're MMO players. It's a gear-based game. We might be super skilled, but it doesn't matter how skilled I am. If I'm going up against a person that outclasses me completely in their gear, they're going to wipe the floor with me. They're not going to risk that gear. Or they're going to do it with really low gear that they don't care about. So you're like sidestepping the system either way.
And that's the problem that I have as a PvEer is like if you can be corrupted and your own group can kill you so that you lose that corruption, you know, and you drop the gear and they can just give it back to you. Like you've completely sideswept the entire like effect or the what's that called when you get in trouble and you have to like pay penance? Consequence. You've kind of fight or flight. I feel that too. You kind of sidestep the entire consequence of the PvP system. But genuinely, if you don't fight back, the other person could go corrupt. But if you do fight back, you lose less of the items that you drop. So it's incentivizing you to try and fight back because you'll lose less than if you don't fight back. But if you don't fight back, the other person will go corrupt. Like those are the payoffs, to be genuinely honest. And one thing that I saw is I hope this game is not alt friendly for that reason. People should have one tune in this game, two if they're really feeling it. Like honestly, if you're no lifing a character, it will be one character. Like
there's so much shit to do.
Yeah, there's so much for you to do and so much for you to master with like grandmaster and mastering of like different things, keeping your freehold, etc. Like Ashes has said, or Steven has said, he's not going to stop you from making an ult, but you will be better off prioritizing one character in Ashes of Creation and ensuring that that character does like all of the things that you're trying to do, and then integrating yourself within the economy system or the social system to get the other things that you need. And yeah, I mean, Virtek and I both have been altaholics. I'm going to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Vile altaholic.
I really don't like alts. I'm a one character. I'm a full commit, you know?
I was also at because Steven's first intent was one character per count. I agreed on the change only because you have a game that actually has a locked class. It makes sense that people should be able to try different things without having to delete a character. So I kind of get it.
We have like locked everything. Artisanry, classes, potentially like religion, some augments, maybe, although some may be changeable, but still.
Yeah, so
real quick.
What if they made the profession requirement account wide instead of character wide?
I mean,
oh my,
that's an option that they could take. Yes, absolutely. But I really want to clear something up because Demon Soul Games, who is not really actively a part of Ashes of Creation, he would like to be, but he doesn't really know all the systems. He misunderstood me thinking that like he'll lose gear to anyone. No, the only way you lose gear. So, okay. Anybody can lose materials. That could be flax, that could be glint, that could be poop, example. But only corrupted players You literally lose your shit. Yes. Corrupted players are the only ones that can lose gear. And that depends on the tier of corruption that they are. And that tier depends on if they are level 25 and killing a level 1, for example, or if they're level 25 killing a level 23, for example. Like that will shift depending on who they are attacking and killing without attacking them back. And
well,
no.
you only go corrupt if you kill an unflagged player.
Exactly.
So if someone says, I don't want a PvP, and you kill them anyway, like then you get corrupted and you lose gear. But otherwise, you don't lose gear ever.
Exactly. Exactly. As long as you weren't already corrupted. Exactly.
Pockets currently has a trial where you're supposed to go corrupt and then try and work it off and film yourself working it
I
off.
call that, no
alive for
offense,
30
Pockets,
minutes,
I
not
love
stay
you. I love you, Pockets. That is very much a, what did I call it? I called that a rigged quest, okay? He thought you could go corrupted and then 30 minutes later it would just fall off. No, it's 30
he doesn't
minutes.
know the game at all. He's a goddamn noob.
It's 30 minutes of like killing mobs that you finally get rid of your corruption status. So in reality, it took him like an hour to get rid of everything. But I like that. I like that.
What I learned through this, through his quest, by the way, when you gain corruption level 1 for killing the same level person, you gain roughly 10% of XP debt towards corruption. So if you want to remove corruption, you need to gain roughly 10% of your XP for the level.
Yep. It is. I have only ever once managed to naturally clear corruption off of me, and that was only because I was a tank in full legendary, and the group that we were near did not have enough firepower to kill me at the time.
Well, and corruption reduces your stats too.
It does.
You guys are funny.
By a bit, though. Well, at the start.
Yeah.
So you could potentially have a full stack of quests, kill somebody for that joy of it, if you wanted to, and then pop all your quest turn-ins.
The last
Sounds like something
But
needs
you can't
testing.
speak. You can't speak with NPCs.
Yeah, the
Unless
last
you
we've
have
heard,
missions, maybe.
yeah, is that it has to be kills, and currently not only does it have to be kills, you have to secure the killing strike.
Hi, Hubsy. Welcome back. I don't know what's happening. We've been going on for so long. The conversation is
And I
so
gotta
good. I
bounce
don't know
'cause
when to
I'm
end
about
it.
to go to sleep. So
Yeah.
conversation is unending, but I gotta go. So
Good night.
Steven, remove all the zones. They are bullshit. They are shit. You can do better behind. So just come on, man, for fuck's sake. And on that great note, I'm gonna leave you all. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, bye, Olivia.
Good night.
Nice to meet you.
Bye, dude.
Goodbye, Lou.
Oh my gosh, no, Lawless is wild. Yeah, it's like Lawless is something that Steven even mentioned. Like I asked Steven specifically, was the rotating battlegrounds always intended to be Lawless? And he said that Lawless wasn't a thing until like open sea happened, and then it's kind of been a thing. But you know what? I get it. You guys, I get it. I'm not happy with it. Don't get me wrong. Okay. Just because I understand something doesn't mean I like it. You don't have to like all of the systems. Okay. I don't like the fact that means I might be locked out of, I don't know, Oakenbane, for example, for a while. Okay. I'm not a fan of that. But I understand that that's a very valid thing that could happen. And this is where Virtek and I disparage, right? Okay. That's something I'm already expecting to happen, if not to pick on Polar, but y'all are a big guild compared to ours. So I'm just going to use that as an example. If Polar decided they like the Oakenbane is theirs for tonight, regardless of Lawless Zone. Yeah, I'm totally, me and my 8-man group is gonna be like, yo, Polar, we're gonna fight you for this area. And Polar's like, yeah, we got like multiple groups here. So
no.
This is kind of our area right now. And I'd be like, okay, I respect that. I kind of don't want to die right now. So I'm gonna go find somewhere else. Let's just take Lawless out of that. That's kind of the same thing, in my opinion. Just, you know, if Polar really wanted to, they could probably go corrupted and not even care over it.
Well,
But-
and again, that's just kind of that concept of the open world PvP in general. Even if you're not PvPing, you have this passive or indirect PvP through the form of mob tagging and other like positional like PvP tactics to control areas, even if you can't like kill or PvP the other players, you know?
Yeah.
It's affected my entire gathering style.
Exactly.
No matter what, whenever I approach a node, I'm going to farm, I will stealth.
Yeah.
I stealth because you can farm. There's a percentage chance that you can pop out of stealth when you hit a node, but there's also a chance that you could stay in stealth. So if chances I stay in stealth and I just carry on, or chances are I pop out of stealth after I've already received that, and then that person looks at me. I've had many Polar, Aura, Holiday, all of them just look at me and go, well, that's not fair. No, it's part of the class. It sucks to suck. And I carry on.
Even if you don't have stealth, like if I'm heading towards something I need, my head's on a swivel. Yeah. Like I'm looking who's nearby, as long as can I see them? Oh, there's 2 people over there. Are they heading towards me? What are their levels?
Do I need to preemptively sleep? Do I need
to do something? Do I need to call? Is this important enough to my guild that I gotta call in some reinforcements?
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of stuff like makes you play the game. It's like immersive, right? It's not like, I'm in Hellfight, I'm in Zanzimarsh or whatever, like doing my quests and I got YouTube playing in the background. It's like, no, I'm there. I'm in the game. My head's on a swivel. I'm looking around. I'm in danger. There's this risk versus reward. I'm interacting and looking and using my senses to figure out what's going on in the world,
Yeah. Sorry, I'm laughing because Kumsi says, I'm sad I'm not going to be able to chain people off nodes. Please don't take my lawless zones too.
Hey, it's all we wanted, okay? It's just fun.
Look, you know what? And Oracle, I want you to go after this, but I have to say, at the end of the day, Ashes of Creation attracts all types of people, and that's my favorite part about Ashes. Oracle, go ahead.
Like, as a PvE main, the moment I started hating PvP was when my faction in WoW did not come to support me in the PvP interaction.
Oh yeah,
and that's when you come join Polar.
Polar on top.
Oh, sorry. I said the quiet part out loud.
Did I not say this earlier, Chibi? That it's always the experience that was when a little PvEer was off having fun and they start getting picked on, and you're part of some sort of organization, and no one comes to help you. Especially when you're in a situation where not only are you disadvantaged, but there is no possible way you could win. Like, it doesn't feel good to have that sort of a situation happen.
Not at all.
The second you put people in a more equitable arrangement where it's like, okay, there is a little bit of a punishment, and there are people who have some sort of incentive to not let me die. Like, especially if you're in the node that I'm a citizen of and the vassal system is up and nodes actually matter, if I see someone's killing you, that's mats that I need in my node. That's experience being stopped from my group to get a bigger node, to maybe have vassals of our own. That's stuff that the economy is going to grow here, which makes more people come, grows on itself. I don't want someone attacking our gatherers.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And, I honestly could keep this conversation going, but I think it's like, guys, it's 2 a.m. It's like 2 a.m.
7 minutes away from a 5-hour stream. 7 more minutes.
I don't even know what to do with this. Y'all, come on.
I just cracked a beer for you.
Why'd you crack
You got 7 minutes.
Are you saying I have to go longer because you cracked a beer? Is that what you're saying right now, Erwin?
Yeah. I'll crack a bear too.
Don't do this to me.
It's like 2 p.m. here.
Okay, you know what, Sinflow? You're on the other fucking side of the world. That's not even fair to bring into this argument.
It's like 2 p.m. here. I could crack a beer.
You're
It's
across the pond. That's not fair.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, whether it's 5 a.m. or 5 p.m.
Oh
Yeah,
my
exactly.
God. But okay, hold up. John, I know it's $100. I hear that it's expensive. Let me tell you the same thing that I've heard Pockets tell other people. There is a 90-day return policy in Ashes of Creation. And I'm not saying that because I want you to return it. I'm saying that you should test it. They've opened it up where anybody who has access to Alpha 2, which is what that $100 subscription does. You know, it's 2 a.m. Sinflow, ignore him. He's on the other side of the fucking world. I don't even know where he's at the moment, but it's 2 p.m. there, okay?
Uh-huh.
He's the outlier here, not the norm. Anyway, I have to say, like, not only does that give you alpha access, but beta 1 and beta 2, and I get that nobody ever pays for a subscription to an alpha, but Steven wants it this way because he thinks that people who pay $100 will take the alpha testing more seriously. And I agree. I have to agree. The sun just came up in Africa just saying, thanks, Wade. Thanks for making me feel worse. It's 2 a.m. I'm usually asleep by now. Thanks. I love you. I mean that with all the sincere, actual thank you-ness. I appreciate it.
There's
Yes.
children that don't have beer in Africa, too.
You know what? Why do you have to add the salt, Lulu?
My heart
Why?
goes out to the not children that drink it.
Oh my
Those
God.
children that don't have beer.
Children that don't
Anyway.
have alcohol.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Damn. What a
Ashes of
shame.
Creation is $15 a month, so you don't have to worry about like that. $100, in my opinion, covers a lot more than that for testing Alpha 2, which gives you access to PTR and Beta 1 and Beta 2 and about a month of gameplay. Who the F Virtek? It's 2 a.m. Why are you awake?
He's getting
Oh
on
my
video.
God.
Oh no, I'm gonna get yelled at now.
Don't worry, Virtek, we're taking care of her.
We're having fun.
It is quite a lot of fun.
Only 5 more minutes. 4 minutes, and then we can have a nice rounded 5-hour stream. Oh.
Virtek's here to yell at me. Hi, Virtek.
You don't want no part of this, do we?
What, Virtek?
You're all to blame. You're all to blame. You can spread it evenly.
That's what she's been saying.
5 of you each get 20% of the blame.
20%.
I'll take it.
I mean, sure.
It's better than 100, right?
I accept
That's
my
true.
responsibility.
Yes.
John's adding to the fire. It's not 2 a.m. It's 8 a.m. Thank you very much.
I'm drinking my responsibilities.
Oh my gosh. The other times aren't real. Fairy tale times. Yeah, thanks. Virtek, I can't stop this stream because everybody has such interesting opinions and I've been so curious.
I got a
I was
question
gonna say,
for
if you had
the
a good conversation. Instead, I missed it.
I got a question for the
We missed you.
RP PvPers in here, and I know LaLoop said that they were, and then Chibi kind of is when she's bloodthirsty. But I was mining a node, and an Aura 69 member decided to flag on me and stun me out of it, but did not proceed to farm the node. I went stealth, turned around, flagged on them while in stealth, killed them, and said, I guess it's more like 86 instead of 69. Does that make me an RP?
Yes, absolutely, unequivocally, yes.
You took the time to talk over their sifting ashes.
Their dead corpse.
No, be
Yeah.
careful.
You should have added on the
Erwin.
end. You should have added on the end. I'll let the chef know.
I mean, if I was like the mage, I could in turn, after I light them up, say, did you order original recipe or extra crispy?
Oh my god.
Oh, the dad jokes.
I am the dad joke guy.
He is. By the way, if you guys haven't been a part of our podcast ever and you see a dad joke coming from the chat, it's probably Erwin. I'm just going to be honest. It probably is. If not, it's Virtek. I'm just going to be straight with you. If it's not Erwin,
I
it's
would never.
Virtek. Uh-huh.
I would not.
I
have heard some
absolutely agree.
gems From Vert, I listen to you guys at work. You know when the
Good night,
longer
Dim
things
and
pop
Mika.
out.
Nith,
And-
take me with you.
Hearing a dad joke from Virtek just has me like put my head on the machine I'm working at. Like, oh, that's
Virtek, we are together.
oh.
You have to be imagining things. I would never do dad jokes.
Of course.
John is asking, is there a specific server? Wow. Okay. I need to join once I have this bad boy downloaded. So, fun fact. Okay, I will. Thank you, Nith. I will. Fun fact, right now in 2.5, Shoal specifically is open to all, and so is the PTR. But as soon as we get to P3, they will be splitting EU from NA again. And I don't know beyond that because they haven't divulged beyond that if it's going to be one or multiple servers. So as of right now, John, there is one server for everybody, and we can all equally enjoy each other's PvP-ness.
Oh, don't say that.
Don't say it like that.
If you say it like that, he comes and it's just bad.
He what?
Yeah. It was not accidental. It was not phrasing.
Are we not doing phrasing anymore?
Oh God, what was the Alpha Team face here? I am arriving.
I have arriving.
I'm sorry, I had to put it like that. Comes, he goes, hey, yo.
Hey, yo.
Pause. Look, I blame Jamie. Okay, Jamie, you started this. You guys know who you are. This is welcome to the Tavern After Dark, by the way. It's not my fault. Virtek, we haven't done anything wrong.
Nope.
Actually, in fact, I quote Corey. Let me scroll back up. I am enjoying this, and this is interesting from Corey.
And he enjoyed the banter.
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
So yeah.
Hey,
So someone give me the super quick summary on the best part of the night so far.
Okay,
what was the
somebody
best part of
else
the
besides
conversation?
me, because y'all fucking drowned me.
We talked about how rotating lawless POIs are an amazing idea, and they're really good, and everyone loves them.
And nobody has anything negative
there's
to
no
say about them
complaints.
whatsoever. None at all.
No complaints at all. None at all.
Chibi, help me out. I always have trouble finding the ban button.
I've got it right here and ready, so you just tell me the word.
Virtek, we did discuss like alternatives, timing, quantity, but also the amount of POIs contained within a node, how often they would occur. I did ask Slurp. Slurp could not confirm nor deny if there was going to be something like that effect in there.
The perfect quantity is between 0 and 0.5.
I would just
making it
advise.
predictable. You know.
Good.
Like
I would just
predictability.
advise. Okay, go, Simplo.
Oh, right. I was going to say, maybe like it doesn't have to be like it can still be RNG, but there'd be like some sort of system in there that it's like, oh, like 3 days before or something. It's like, this place is going to be lawless. Do whatever you need to do. Otherwise, it's going to be lawless for like 3 hours or whatever, 5 hours, something like that. Like it doesn't need to be like on like a schedule or whatever, but you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Early advance.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
would be nice.
I think there is a point to be made where as long as the world is bigger and there's only 8 to 10,000 concurrent, it might not be that bad. But I think I have that little bitter note because everything is PvP. Everything is PvP. Everything is PvP.
I mean, technically everywhere is PvP, but this would just be more like a more.
That's just what you get with an
selected
open world
dangerous
MMO.
areas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Open world PvP MMO.
But I agree with that idea though. I was saying that before, where it was like, I'm thinking of it in terms of like when the map is full, more, like bigger, more full. There's more regions, and so like these lawless POIs that will be active will probably will make up like 5% of the map or something, and it's like, okay, you have plenty of options.
Also,
It's
Virtek,
just right now.
I have to show you something. You know when you left, right?
I've left many times at
To go
many
to DC,
places.
you mean?
Which
This-
place?
Wherever he is.
And
This is how much fireball I have
Oh.
left.
Oh my god.
I
She
blame
dabbled
chat.
You
into
got
her
the-
own work too much.
I blame chat.
Wait, is that just straight fireball?
It is chat's
Yes, it
fault.
is.
It is straight
chat's
fireball.
Oh god.
Yes.
Oh my god. Wait, I thought that was like a mix.
Only chat's
No,
fault.
it is straight fireball.
You know what the worst is?
Oh.
The worst is, have you ever had fireball at like 110 or 115 degrees? Because I was golfing with my parents once, and they call it birdie juice. So whenever someone makes a birdie, you like have to take a shot, and it was like 115 degrees outside, and it was fireball, and it was so hot. It was so agonizing.
I'll take my nope with a whole bunch of nope.
Oh,
Why?
no, never again. It was so bad.
Why would you do that to yourself?
They got a birdie. They needed props. They deserved recognition.
And you wanted to
John.
punish them?
John says, I grabbed the game. When can I play this? The PTR is coming up tomorrow. The main game is probably down by now. I don't know when they actually take the servers down.
It is. It was
But-
an
hour ago.
Yeah. An hour ago,
We need, so everybody who has access to Alpha 2, sorry, I'm distracted. There's a couple of chats happening privately for me. Everybody who has access to Alpha 2 has access to PTR. PTR is going up tomorrow at 10 a.m. You've joined our server. Check out the community tab. I posted a screenshot, and I think I put it in the news area also. But it's 10 a.m. Pacific time until 6 p.m. Pacific time, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, not just 2 days before this week. And then on the 14th of July, it's going to be 24/7 until August 4th for the P3. So you'll have access to all of that, plus whenever you get access to the live quote-unquote shoal server of prod for phase 3. Hold up. I need to do something really quickly. Let me see if I can get Demon Soul to join VC for us real quick. Sleep is for the week. Sleep is for the Demon Soul. I need you to go into the stream queue real quick, please. Pretty please.
While we're waiting
You
for
just put the Demon Soul summoning spell.
Yes, we're summoning a Demon Soul right now. While we're waiting.
I don't know what it is. So somebody start chanting.
I found a thing.
Demon
Ashes
Soul.
Codex.
Demon Soul.
There's a POI called the Ossuary Forge, and it says -underground.
Ooh.
One more time.
So,
Say it again.
So there's a POI in the Anvils called Ossuary Forge, and it says -underground next to it.
So Tolnar. Maybe.
I almost wonder if
Or
might be
just
the
a
start
very deep
of
mine.
the underground.
Oh no.
Right Lake, sleep is for the week.
They
Okay.
might have
You guys,
mentioned that.
we have Demon
Ooh,
Soul.
Oh,
Yay.
snap.
Hi, Demon.
Oh, hi.
So, do you see this wonderfully shiny? Let me move this. You see this wonderfully shiny potion over here?
I do see that wonderfully
It's a
shiny
magical
potion over
concoction.
there.
This is your potion. This is yours. So we've raised $100 to get you access to Alpha 2. So you can test with us.
Nice.
You
Nice.
guys
And
are
it's all
crazy.
Ven's thoughts. It's all Ven's fault.
It's Ben and everybody. That's insane.
It is insane.
You in there, buddy?
One of us. One of us.
Man,
One of
Virtek and
us.
Chibi, you guys been trying to get me, and a lot of you guys, the Next has been trying to get me in there. I keep telling
Yes.
you guys,
Been working
I
on
just
you
couldn't
since
afford it.
WoW Classic.
You guys,
Why-
Demon Soul.
Literally.
Demon Soul is the guildie that I was talking about that's been wanting to join us for Alpha 2 but hasn't had the ability to afford it. So that is what this potion is for. This is what you guys did. Now, Ven, I'm accusing you because you did a big part of this. The 219 subscribers, that's your fault. And Candor, Candor? Kando Gaming. Both of you is your fault. Okay? We are streaming at PAX West for that. I've never streamed on my mobile phone before. I don't know if we're doing a mobile phone stream, but I'm not sure how we're doing it. We're just doing it. We're figuring it out live, literally. So thank you, Laloop. I appreciate that. Even 220, thank you. So
thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody here who has gifted or has been a part of our stuff already. First off, Michael was 175. How the F we got to 220? I can't even figure it out. Virtek, what do I do with this number? I told them I don't even know. But
I told you, just for your Partner Plus program stuff.
Celebrating? That's what we've been doing the whole time.
I did tell them that there was a secret goal that got unlocked by getting Demon Soul a key, and Virtek, you're gonna be excited, but I'm not so sure. I am gonna be excited. I'm gonna play Phasmophobia by myself in the dark, you guys.
By yourself,
Do you want to coach?
I think it'd be fun to get some other people in there. As long as I can just watch.
Are you gonna be nice and let me have other people?
Demon, you have to take her to the school.
Oh. Well, if you have other people in there,
I don't want to go to the school. That takes like 3 hours to go to the school, man.
I went to the school. I haven't played since.
But yeah, mine was for more potion. Thank you, Lulu. This is all the potion I have left.
Oh, Chibi VR. Yeah.
That is
absolutely. I don't even have a VR.
We're gonna need to start another fundraiser for that one.
Yeah, I don't even have a VR.
Yo, I'll send you my meta quest. I have a
my
meta quest
God.
too that I don't use.
Oh my gosh. But yes.
I love this idea.
So, no, why, Virtek? Why do you hate me so much?
As a loving husband.
Yes, I've never even played it in VR. Look. I'll tell you, at least Phasmo's not as scary. You could have done something like, I don't know.
Are you kidding me? The one time I played Phasmo by myself, I shoved everything in the front door, shut the front door, went running to the van, and was trying to guess at whatever the heck it was.
Yeah, that's a lot of people's experience. That was my first time.
Terrifying, man.
I just enjoyed throwing paint cans at you.
You do. You throw socks at me. It's mean.
I got stuck upstairs while the girl in the white gown bent upside down and crawled at me upside down in a back bend.
Ooh, we call her Pajama Pam.
Yeah, Pajama Pam. And I could not backpedal fast enough, and it got me.
Oh my God. I feel like I'm just going to be dead. Like, it's going to be TV's time doing In the Dark, Phasmophobia. Oh, look, she's dead again.
Virtek, heart rate monitor.
Yep. Oh, yeah, we can do that with StreamerBot.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
This is me. I'm glaring right now.
I know. I can see it. I'm not looking.
I can hear it.
Damn.
I'm glaring right now.
I'm helping.
Oh, yeah, I can
This
hear
is
the
not
glare
what
from
I
here.
brought Demon Soul in here for.
I'm helping.
Wait, what did you bring me in here for? Besides telling me the great news, what did I miss?
To
Sorry, I'm
tell
also
you the
playing
good
Baldur's Gate.
news, but now they're picking on me.
Good choice. Good choices, sir.
Yes, Baldur's Gate 3 is great. I did Phasmo in VR a while back, but I didn't like the character. I don't know if I could handle it.
I don't know why she's staring. I just work here.
Rude. Rude. All right. Anyway, so thank you guys, everybody who's here, for coercing Demon Soul into making him test Alpha 2 with us.
Darn right.
I don't know. You coercing into making me test it sounds like I didn't want to play it in the first place.
Well, actually,
technically, you're right.
Convinced you. But then we convinced you. But then you were like, "Well, I ain't got the money for that. That's crazy." And we were
I gotta hop off for now, guys.
We'll see.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you, Lulu.
Love you all.
Good night.
It was great talking to you.
Yeah, the initial hard rejection was based solely on all the info I heard about the PvP, and you guys convinced me to at least
Thank
give
you,
the game a
Struggy.
try.
Yeah. Yeah, you should definitely give it a try.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, this may or may not be low-key Chibi's way of trying to end the stream on a good note so that it doesn't go on for ages, because it's been 5
Yeah.
hours.
There also is work in the
did it.
morning, so there is that.
Word.
Yeah.
I work in
it's-
3
it's-
hours.
It's 2 a.m. on a work night, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's work?
Work.
That's
work.
not fair. Coerce or converse? Yes, Wade. Both. Why not both? Thank you, Istreg. Thank you, everybody. And Demon, you just let me know how I can best deliver the gift to you so that you can access it.
I mean, whatever works for you guys, really. I'm usually around my computer most of the time, so just like ping me on Discord. We can figure something out.
Okay. Virtek, can I leave that to you, or should I figure it out tomorrow when I finally wake up?
We can absolutely wait for Virtek if you want, if that'd be easier for you.
Yeah. We can take care of that tonight if you're going to be up for a few minutes.
I'm
Chibi off
trying
to
to
bed?
get this Baldur's Gate crap wrapped up so I can go to bed.
Night magic. See you guys next time we're at test tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be trying to do a little bit of the test, but our next live stream is on Sunday.
Oh, is there an actual
Night
test
magic.
tomorrow?
Yes, there's a PTR tomorrow, and anybody who has access to Alpha 2 has access to the PTR.
You just have to make sure you link your Discord to the forums.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to figure all that out. I'll probably try and set all that up tomorrow then. Since it's already a little after 1, I just gotta figure my way out of this combat so I can shut this dang game down and go to bed.
I think I'm going to raid over to the Ezekiel King.
Ooh,
Oh my gosh,
I love
it's been
Zeke.
forever.
He's back
Love Zeke.
finally.
Yeah, he's back. He came
Been
back,
so
I think,
long.
last week.
It has been
Last
so long.
Sunday.
Yes, I made him do
What a way to welcome
the
him back.
deluxe combo, the Chibi deluxe combo.
Love it.
Oh my
So-
gosh. I forgot all about that.
Yeah, I didn't.
Zeke is great, peoples.
He is.
Oh, he'll be right back, he says, in 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. So we got 2.5 minutes to do our closing. Outside of Demon Soul, who's suddenly being dragged into all of this and has a lot to learn, probably. I don't know. Even Demon Soul, I suppose. What are your final thoughts? We talked about a lot tonight. Takeaways. Go.
I can speak up because I want to go get another beer or two. I think we divulged into a lot of the whole thoughts and hopes for the PvP and lawless zones. And I'm glad Slurp was here so that he could relay that to, Slurp and Fupo and maybe
Cheers.
devs under disguise, I guess you could say. And hopefully we maybe hit some points that you guys didn't necessarily think of. So thanks for joining.
Yeah. And Oracle came and shared his opinion on why he's okay with Alpha 2 going on August 4th, despite the Summoner not being available right away.
Yeah, I'm taking it as an opportunity to test like new player retention.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There's always something to test.
And Sinflo, you're one of our guests on Saturday. What is your takeaway?
Yeah. I thought more people would be excited for the like rotating PvP areas, but I guess not. I don't know. I like, cause my vision of it was like a way more like basically the only safe areas you'd have would be the roads, and then everything else is just lawless. But having these like it's like a specific rotating area, I'm like, okay, gives you a little taste of it, but it's not like everywhere.
Yeah.
But I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. I think there's a lot of people have a lot of trauma when it comes to PvP and oh, I'm gonna step into this area and it's gonna be an instant gank box. I don't think that's gonna happen. Maybe at the beginning, but once everything sort of chills out a bit, then you'll have those special moments where it's it's two people, they look at each other and they're like, is this person chill or what's going on? And then you look at their guilds and you're like, we hate those guilds, get them. Or it's oh, we like those guilds, let's party up, and then we can sort of duo in that area. I don't know. I don't know. Having that area that pops up randomly feels like a good in between, where it's keeps things fresh, because the area that you're fighting in isn't always the Moon Island, but also it doesn't lock out that area for PvE players all the time.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Then?
Just great chat. It was interesting to hear everyone. Well, I had heard already some people's opinions on the PvP zones in particular, but yeah, it's good to hear everyone's opinion and what people are feeling on the different, I guess, polls. Demon, hope you enjoy the test, bud. I was watching a little bit of your chat.
We'll see.
On the side.
We'll see. I'm excited to test it out. I'm a bit concerned with the PvP aspect, but that's been like that for me since I heard about the game, to be honest. Hearing how heavily they're involving PvP has me very haphazard with the game.
I get it. I would say be open a little bit to it. The protections currently in place to make sure that you're not just plastered every 3 seconds are very strong. And
just make sure you don't name your character Virtek, and people might...
Yeah, that guy, he gets killed on repeat every day. That's just server law. We can't control that.
I think it pretty much is. If I drive a caravan or I'm in the lawless zone and any pair of eyes catches me, it's pretty much game over.
Oh my god. Even when it's bugs. Even when it's bugs.
And don't a lot of people PvE have bad situations in the past, understandably and justifiably. There are a lot of intents to keep it a little more balanced, to not have it be a eternal chain of sad death. Give it a little bit of a chance.
I wish they'd do it more like Eve, where there's just areas where if you're here, hey, we don't have any form of protections in place. Either come with friends or don't go there at all.
And that's kind of what the lawless rotating zones are going to be.
Well, yeah, but that's I said set up like Eve, to where instead of having rotating zones, there's a designated portion of the map where if you want to go in PvP and thrive in PvP, that's where you go. And you go hang out in that area.
Little quick one then, maybe to help ease you a little bit. In Eve, you could be in it's 1.0 space, right? When it's completely controlled.
Yeah, well, it's not. That's no shit. That's the PvE space is 1.0 security.
PvE, yeah, but someone could attack you, correct?
Yeah.
But they would just get attacked by everyone else.
Yeah, but the moment you get attacked, everything in the system attacks you. That's the thing. The game literally makes it to where if you go into a PvE area and PvP somebody, you get wrecked for it, not the player that you decided to fight.
Yeah.
To maybe put you to a little ease before you all disappear into the night. It's kind of like that when you see it corrupted. I have seldom
give you heads up. Yeah.
Heads up on the map. It is a hunt. Almost no one survives. It is everyone wants your stuff. You are now wanted. You have things you can't do in the game just as a rule, and you're gonna die. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. And for those of you that are in our chat and has questions, come join our Discord. We'll answer all of your questions. Love it in between our shows. But Demon Soul, welcome to Alpha 2. We will get you access to Alpha 2. And we can't wait to hear your thoughts and things like that. And by the way, we have some people who have never tested an MMORPG or never played an MMORPG joining us for Ashes of Creation. And I think that's amazing. I want to hear your guys' thoughts, whether you're a newbie or you're used to being around the block on a different MMO. I think all of that's exciting. And Virtek, since you're the last one to join us, what is your takeaway from what you've gathered?
My takeaway is I worked a bunch and then I passed out and I came back and I'm really sad that I passed out because I slept through all the fun times.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Chat bullied Chibi the entire time and Ven's not sad.
I regret nothing.
Okay, so everybody did their job. Good job.
Yeah, exactly.
Good job.
My head is empty. There are no thought are none. That's fair. All right, we're gonna raid over to Ezekiel, who is done with his not only being AFK but also his timer for having a ad, and he's pretty close to his follower goal, and he's coming back to streaming and everything. So we're gonna raid over to him. Thank you guys so much for joining us. By the way, you could have been doing your own tavern talk, but instead you were here with me making fun of me for being tipsy or being Ventharian, adding to the tipsiness. And hello, Kinko. I'm sorry, we're going away. It is like 2:30 in the morning. And I am sleepy and I need sleep and I need rest and we need to keep the tavern going while Virtek's away. So we're going to go right over. PVX is on the way.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. So thank you all.
Thank you for spending your time here.
I'll be back on Sunday. If not, we'll be back Monday and Tuesday.
Virtek came to do the day shift at the tavern and he's like, what are you guys still doing here?
Basically.
I'm about to open up.
But
to
yes,
open up the doors now. Why are
but
you
yes,
have to go home, but you can't stay here.
But hearts in chat. We'll see you guys again the next time. If you don't join us in our Discord between times, we'll see you the next time that you catch us. And I'm gonna head on over to Ezekiel. You could have done anything, but you're here, and we can't give you back time for your time because something Vertex outro, and I can't refund you. But you probably funded us some stuff for mead, and Virtek is grateful.
Yeah, that's the mead fund.
It's the mead fund. So no refunds. I'm sorry. Everything is available via the replay. We'll see you next time. Bye.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
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 you